Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe and let's dive into today's story. 276 10 million meritorious service quota, 8th level different marrow liquid. 1. Fei Yi doesn't understand, please tell the commander clearly. In the end, Yu Fei still expressed his doubts. He Dingjun was not surprised either, picked up a file bag at hand, and handed it to Yu Fei. Look at this, and you'll understand after reading it. Yu Fei took it with both hands solemnly, opened the file bag, and looked at it without saying a word. He Dingjun sat aside, drinking tea lightly every day. Yu Fei raised his eyebrows when he saw the first page of the document. On the first page of the document, there is the word Lu Sheng. The following is a brief introduction to Lu Sheng's resume, which Yu Fei knows all about. Then the second page. Really? Yu Fei secretly said in his heart. The second page records the record of Lu Sheng beheading strange beasts on the battlefield. These records come from different divisions and battlefield black box monitoring on different fronts. Yu Fei turned back page by page, several pages, making his eyelids twitch wildly. Yu Fei saw that there were 57 level 7 beasts alone. This kid, you're so perverted, no wonder even the commander has to name him and praise him. Yu Fei now probably understands the meaning of what He Dingjun said before. He also knew the reason why He Dingjun met him in person this time. Such a strong record, placed on a recruit who has just joined the army not long after June 23, is really amazing. Thinking, fly to the next page. A line of words jumped into his eyes. Only guarding the front line 23 for 9 days. According to incomplete statistics, Lu Sheng killed more than 350 level 7 beasts and 7,600 level 6 beasts. Shua! Yu Fei suddenly stood up from the sofa. Looking at the documents in his hand, and then at He Dingjun, he was shocked. Commander! Sit down first. However, He Dingjun seemed to have expected this reaction from him, so he raised his hand calmly and told him to sit down. There will be more later, let's talk about it after reading. Yes, order. Yu Fei resisted the shock in his heart and sat down slowly. He looked at the words described on the document in his hand in disbelief, the series of frightening numbers, and wondered if he was dazzled. 1 man, 1 gun, guarding a front line alone. My God, how crazy is it to have such an idea? The key is... really kept it. This is the most outrageous. Yu Fei finally knew where Lu Sheng went in the days after he left their 1182 division. No wonder he didn't come back at night. It's not that he doesn't want to come back, but that he can't leave at all. This kid, what kind of strength is it? Is it possible that he has really entered the big sect? Yu Fei was full of shock and murmured in his heart. As if sensing his doubts, the last page of the document gave him the answer he wanted. 12.5 stars combat strength. The overall list of generals, ranked 4th in the overall ranking. These words magnified rapidly in Yu Fei's eyes, smashing into his eye sockets one after another, making his brain buzz so loudly that he almost lost the ability to think. 12.5 stars for combat power, will rank 4th on the star list. Yu Fei, the head of the division, has been through the battlefield for a long time. He is used to seeing life and death, and he has also seen many kinds of strong winds and waves. But at this moment, he couldn't maintain his composure at all, and the whole person was in a daze. He could only stare fixedly at the documents and materials in his hand, his eyes almost sunk in. He Dingjun on the side looked at Yu Fei's appearance, smiled on his face, reached out and patted Yu Fei's shoulder lightly. Major General Yu, this time you have made great achievements in knowing people, and it is really rare to choose such an amazing and brilliant martial arts master for our eastern military region. In the future, you will be responsible for commanding the 3 divisions 1182, 835 and 794. Your military rank has also been raised to a higher level, and from today onwards, you can enjoy the treatment of a lieutenant general. Yu Fei raised his head blankly, looked at He Dingjun who had a pleasant face in front of him, and murmured, "Thank you, Commander." In his mind, however, he was still looking towards the figures of Liu Sheng that belonged to him in his memory. Clatter! The faucet of the wash basin was running water. Liu Sheng stood in front of the sink, slowly brushing his teeth in front of the mirror. After brushing almost, Liu Sheng took a sip of his saliva, his tongue and teeth vibrating slightly. When he spit out the water, every corner of his mouth, every tiny food residue in every crevice was cleaned up. Liu Sheng looked at his teeth in the mirror. Very white, very neat, almost catching up with those pouty teeth in TV commercials. Liu Sheng rubbed his cheek lightly, thinking silently. It is described in The Secret of Immortality that as the number of immortal cells continues to increase, my life level will also continue to change. There may be situations such as body remodeling, tooth loss and rebirth. Not real. From the birth of the first immortal cell, Liu Sheng has already moved towards the level of a certain extraordinary life form. In the future, his physical changes will only get bigger and bigger. I just hope that I don't break away from the form of a normal person. Liu Sheng is not the kind of madman who is extremely martial arts, he can abandon everything for the sake of martial arts, he still wants to be a normal person with feelings and warmth. After washing his face with water, Liu Sheng walked out of the bathroom. After sleeping for a day and a night, he is now resurrected with full blood. The mental state was better than ever, but the feeling of emptiness in the body became more and more obvious. Different myeloid fluid, I need a lot of different myeloid fluid, has the feats been counted? Liu Sheng picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table and accidentally saw a missed call. My heart skipped a beat, Shuang. It really belonged to Wang Yet. Liu Sheng called back immediately. General Liu, your merit points have been counted. There is also news about the person you asked me to check. Okay, then I'll come over right away, the Land General, please wait a moment. After hanging up the phone, Liu Sheng was in a good mood. The efficiency of the military department is really high. In just one day, the military achievements of several battlefields have been counted so quickly, and there is also news about Lu Kaiming. Liu Sheng thought and walked out of the room. When he was going down the stairs, a figure walked towards him quickly. Chief, you are up. It was the big-eyed, soft-tempered maid who asked her name yesterday. Ji Dai. Liu Sheng nodded casually. Does the chief want to eat anything? Whatever, just keep it light. Okay. Li Dai left quickly. Liu Sheng sat down on the sofa and found that the military bulletin of the day and major news briefings from various places had been neatly arranged on the coffee table. It was just printed out, and it still exudes a faint fragrance of ink. Do you really think I'm one of those old bastards who can't even use a tablet? Liu Sheng laughed at himself, and a maid handed over the brewed tea. Liu Sheng casually flipped through the newspaper while drinking tea. After waiting for a short time, before the food came, Wang Ye arrived at 0. Admiral on land. When Wang Ye came in, he saluted Liu Sheng first, and Liu Sheng casually asked him to sit down. Sit. Thank you, Admiral. After Wang Ye sat down, he handed over the statistical report of merit points to Liu Sheng. You guys count fast enough. It was rare for Liu Sheng to boast. Wang Ye said embarrassingly, it's just an approximate statistic, not completely accurate. If there is any discrepancy, the Land General will tell me as much as possible, and you can apply for revision. Liu Sheng glanced at the final statistics, more than 3.8 million. I don't know if it's more or less, so I didn't answer the call. The merit points can be exchanged for those resources, can you briefly introduce to me? I have brought the list here, please look over it on land. Wang Ye handed over a stack of documents in preparation. Liu Sheng quickly flipped through the pages. The first step is to find the different marrow fluid. Liu Sheng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that a copy of the 7th level heteromyeloid fluid only required 100,000 meritorious deeds. 38 parts of the 7th grade different marrow liquid should be enough for him to create a second immortal cell. Then I looked through the prices of various materials, but I couldn't help frowning. Mid-gold is so expensive. Liu Sheng originally thought that the 7th level different marrow liquid only needed 100,000 meritorious service, and meritorious service should be quite valuable, but he didn't expect that 1 gram of secret gold would cost 1,000 meritorious service. Calculated in this way, his merits of more than 3 million can only be exchanged for less than 4 kilograms of secret gold. This is crazy. It's not enough to change the handle of the red crystal dragon. Wang Ye smiled wryly and said, even if it is in the Grand Master realm, secret gold is a precious resource. If the price is too cheap, the little secret gold in the military's inventory is simply not enough to divide the stars. It's not like a strange beast, it's endless. Liu Sheng thought about it, too. The reason why the 7th level alien marrow fluid is cheap is because this is the military headquarters, the front line, and the most indispensable thing is the corpse of the alien beast. So the cost is not high. But hard currency like secret gold, there is no cost price or no cost price at all, and the price is the same everywhere. So you still have to find the secret gold mine yourself. Liu Sheng thought to himself. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wang Ye thought that Liu Sheng was upset, and quickly said, does the General Liu want to exchange secret gold to make weapons? The commander said that even if the land general doesn't have enough merit points, it's fine. 4.2. You have a quota of 10 million merits, which can be consumed in advance. Oh! Liu Sheng was pleasantly surprised. There is such a good thing. Then, the red crystal dragon pattern can be considered to be upgraded. Pray to heaven and wish the wheel knife to be put away for the time being, and then start building after finding the dense gold mine. Then help me arrange it. I want to build a 7-level spear body, the main material is dense gold. A quota of 13.8 million meritorious service. All the rest were replaced with 7-level different marrow liquid. Liu Sheng said to Wang Ye. Wang Ye was also unambiguous. After understanding Liu Sheng's needs for long guns, he immediately took out his mobile phone and started contacting professionals. 5 minutes later, a proposal that Liu Sheng was quite satisfied with was given. It takes about 8 million merits to build the spear body, including the forging fee. The remaining 5.8 million meritorious deeds are all replaced with 7th level abnormal marrow liquid, which is 58 copies of 7th level abnormal. Listening to Wang Yi's report, Liu Sheng's heart suddenly moved, and he changed his words, change it, let's change to 5 parts of the 8th level different marrow fluid, and 8 parts of the 7th level different marrow fluid. The price of the 8th grade is 10 times that of the 7th grade. Liu Sheng always subconsciously regarded himself as a 7th level grandmaster, but now he realized that he could have tried to directly absorb the 8th level strange marrow. 277 The second immortal cell. 2. Okay. Wang Ye was stunned for a moment, and quickly nodded in agreement, without any objection. He originally wanted to say a few words that the absorption risk of the 8th level different myeloid fluid is much higher than that of the 7th level one, and that many level 8 masters usually use the 7th level different myeloid fluid for cultivation. But thinking of the terrifying strength in front of him, he swallowed his words again. The top bulk of the 12-star combat power can't absorb the 8th level different marrow liquid? What kind of international joke? I'll arrange for someone to deliver the things now. Wang Ye could see Liu Sheng's urgency, so he called the resource department directly and asked them to send the different myeloid fluid first. This move doubled Liu Sheng's affection for Wang Ye. And you asked me to check the news about this recruit of Lu Kaiming. Wang Ye took out another document and handed it to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng took it, his eyes flickered, and he began to browse slowly. A few minutes later, Lu Sheng closed the document calmly, and said to Wang Ye, "Thank you. Admiral Lu is polite." Wang Ye couldn't help but said, "This Lu Kaiming, do you want us to take special care of you?" Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then said, "Just don't let him go to the too dangerous frontline battlefield." "Good." Wang Ye nodded, indicating that he understood. There was no fluctuation in Lu Sheng's heart. He is not a saint, and within his ability, he tried his best to protect the people he wanted to protect from harm, and he didn't think it was too much. If someone says he is selfish, let it be said. After talking about the matter, Wang Ye sat for a while, and waited until the Ministry of Resources delivered all the different myeloid fluids that Lu Sheng wanted, then he got up and left. Lu Sheng asked Li Dai to take him out, but he couldn't wait to open the secret storage box to check the different marrow liquid 02. There were 2 boxes, 8 tubes of dark golden different marrow liquid neatly placed in one box. Level 7 different marrow fluid. It was much darker than the 6th grade different marrow fluid that Lu Sheng drank a lot. Lu Sheng picked up a bottle at random, opened the lid, and saw that the liquid inside was as viscous as maltose. You can feel the powerful energy contained in it just by looking at it with your eyes. In addition, there seemed to be some black impurities in the golden liquid that could not be caught by the naked eye. Lu Sheng speculates that this is probably the negative factor belonging to the alien beast that cannot be completely eliminated by the current level of technology in the 7th level alien marrow liquid. Grade 8 is even worse. The color has completely changed from gold to black. It's an exaggeration to say it's like old oil, but it really doesn't look like something normal people can drink. Lu Sheng has a lot of technologies that can further purify the different marrow fluid, but all of them are beyond the reach of the current civilization, and he simply doesn't want to think about secondary processing. "I don't have the conditions to make it into a potion, and I can't wait, other people can drink it, so I can drink it even better." Thinking about it, Lu Sheng said hello to Li Dai who was seeing off the guests, and then went up to the 3rd floor with 2 boxes of different myeloid fluid. "There is a special martial arts training room here." Lu Sheng put 2 boxes in front of him and was about to start practicing when the phone rang. Lu Sheng picked it up casually. "Hello." There was silence on the phone for a few seconds, and then a voice that Lu Sheng didn't expect rang out. "Lu Sheng, I'm Dong Qingxiu." Lu Sheng held the phone, his face was calm, but his heart beat hard. Hard to explain. With his current ability to control his body, this situation would still happen just because of a name. "Oh, Instructor Dong, what?" Lu Sheng strives to keep his voice relaxed and casual. "Tonight, Qin Shaojun and I would like to treat you to dinner, are you free?" Lu Sheng glanced at the clock on the wall, it is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he finished absorbing the different marrow fluid. Should be in time. "Okay, 8 o'clock, you decide the location." Dong Qingxiu said the name of a restaurant, then hung up the phone hastily. "Do beep." Lu Sheng looked at the phone that had been hung up in his hand, and was stunned for a while. Suddenly he laughed at himself and sighed, "It's destined. The body cannot lie." He put down his cell phone, picked up a bottle of 7th grade different marrow liquid, and drank it with his head up. At the same time, on the other end of the phone, Dong Qingxiu hung up the phone, and relaxed her whole body, letting out a slow breath. She sat in front of the table, looking at the photo of someone participating in the National Martial Arts Conference that was set as the desktop on the computer desktop, and stared at it for a while. Then he suddenly picked up his cell phone and called Qin Shaojun. "I have an appointment, at 8 o'clock tonight, Blue Pigeon Restaurant." "Really? Damn it, Dong Qingxiu, you are amazing. You are the first person to pick up a student. Let me tell you, I have already seen that your eyes on Lu Sheng are not right." Snapped. Dong Qingxiu hung up the phone directly, too lazy to listen to Qin Shaojun, that idiot BBBB. She reached out and touched the mithril pendant on her neck, and said softly to herself, the central military region is nicknamed Dongdi, and the successor Dong Shenji. Finally, the eyes gradually became firm. Promote to Grandmaster as soon as possible. After finishing the work, Dong Qingxue walked quickly to the center of the room and began to practice silently. Raging heat. The familiar feeling of surging energy. It's more than 10 times more energy than the 6-level different marrow fluid. The taste is even more disgusting. Liu Sheng felt it a little bit, and then started to pick up the second tube, the third tube. After a while, he drank all the 4 tubes of the 7-level different marrow fluid. Such a ferocious way of absorbing different marrow fluid, also Liu Sheng. The 8 tubes and 7 levels of different myeloid fluid gathered into a terrifying energy flow, raging in Liu Sheng's body. His powerful mental power easily restrained this force and directed it all to the blood pill on his chest. The blood pill expanded rapidly, expanding circles at a speed visible to the naked eye. The emptiness in Liu Sheng's body was quickly filled. When the blood pill grew to the size of a goose egg, Liu Sheng had a thought. Stop! The blood pill stagnated, and the huge energy flow had nowhere to rest, and began to rush around. Broken. Compared with the first broken pill, more turbulent qi and blood rushed out. This time, Liu Sheng specially let the blood pill grow for a while, and the feedback he got from the broken pill was even greater. At this moment, spiritual illumination of the Hades, increase. With a 50% increase in qi and blood, the qi in the body, which was already like a scourge, suddenly increased by 50%. Liu Sheng's body swelled up like a balloon. The diaphragm between muscle and muscle, bone and bone is filled and tensed instantly. Kika. The body made a sound of being overwhelmed. That is to say, Liu Sheng, who has completed the second stage of the immortal golden body, is replaced by someone else, even if it is a big. It was definitely blown out right now. Liu Sheng's body is like walking on thin ice, walking a tightrope on the cliff, but his heart is like still water, without any waves. The second cell has been selected long ago, and it is still near the center of the eyebrows. Qi and blood that had nowhere to rest rushed towards it. 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000 times. More than 100 million rebirths and transformations. The second cell finally smoothly exudes a faint divine brilliance, which means immortality. At this time, Liu Sheng's body had already returned to normal, and he could clearly feel that in the process of breaking the pill, the cultivation of the third stage of the immortal golden body had taken a big step forward. Break it twice more, and it will be almost complete. In the process of qi and blood shocks again and again, the container of the body is tempered and reshaped again and again, becoming stronger and tougher. It is a bit similar to the process of breaking and then erecting, but it is much safer and more stable than that extreme breaking and then erecting. Immortal cells still have room to grow. Liu Sheng also felt that the immortal cell he already had also secretly absorbed part of the energy during this qi and blood shock. A few million more transformations were carried out. The divine radiance is more intense. This means that the potential of immortal cells is still great, and billions of transformations are just the foundation. How about billions of times, billions of times? Can immortal cells metamorphose to another unimaginable state? Liu Sheng doesn't know, he only knows that 663 has a long way to go, and he has to explore some. At this moment, the consciousness of violence, cruelty, bloodthirsty, and destructive humanity suddenly rose in his mind. This awareness came quite abruptly, which caught Liu Sheng off guard. Fortunately, his martial arts will is unprecedentedly strong, and he can easily strangle a certain will on the grey roulette at will. It's the negative factor hidden in the 7th level different marrow liquid, the will of the strange beast. Taking 8 tubes of 7th grade different marrow liquid at the same time, it's only a little bit of negative consciousness, it doesn't look like it's nothing. Liu Sheng quickly put this point aside, and his eyes fell on the 8th level different marrow liquid in front of him. He glanced at the time on the wall, and then reached out to grab the 8th level different myeloid fluid. It's still early, I can still practice for a while. The golden black different marrow liquid was poured into Liu Sheng's mouth. Just one tube is comparable to all the 7 levels of different myeloid fluids before. Boom! The body that had just been reshaped once again swelled and grew bigger. At the same time, a lot of negative consciousness swarmed up. Sure enough, a lot more. Liu Sheng thought to himself. The grey roulette rotated in my mind, and the yin-shaped pointer landed on a round of golden and red sun. The great sun rises slowly, and the negative consciousness, like a shadow under the sun, fades away quickly. During this process, the blood pill on the chest was generated for the 3rd time. From the initial size of a grain of rice, it grew to the size of a fingernail in an instant, then pigeon eggs. When the energy is unsustainable. Liu Sheng picked up the 2nd bottle of 8th level different marrow fluid. After drinking, after thinking about it, he simply swallowed the remaining 3 bottles in one go. Good guy. At this moment, the energy in Liu Sheng's body was almost overflowing, and the blood pill on his chest instantly soared to the size of a fist, and it was still growing. Liu Sheng gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Broken. The 3rd broken pill. Boom. In an instant, his body suddenly swelled several times, the skin all over his body was taut, and little bits of blood ooze out. 278 Reshaping the Wu Body, Immortal Stellar Body. 3. It's about to crack. Liu Sheng seems to have become a fat man. The originally perfect and well-proportioned muscles towered high one by one, like granite. The arms are so thick that they are a whole circle bigger than the thighs of ordinary people. The thighs are even more exaggerated, almost catching up with the small water tank. The skin as white as jade was stretched to the extreme, and countless congested and broken capillaries were clearly visible underneath. Black veins thicker than earthworms floated on the surface of Sheng Lu's body, all over his body. Tie everything together like a black net. Kika. Liu Sheng was overwhelmed, and the sound of porcelain breaking and about to collapse could be heard from all over Liu Sheng's body. There seemed to be an unspeakable terrifying beast hidden in his body, it was rushing into the cage, and it would break free at any time. Every time this beast hits, blood will ooze from Liu Sheng's body. Terrifying energy overflowed, directly distorting the air around him. The Grand Master's force field crushed the floor tiles around where Liu Sheng was sitting, cracking and rolling over in large pieces. In a certain room on the 2nd floor, Li Dai, the maid who was cleaning, suddenly raised her head and looked at the cracked ceiling with crumbs falling from the top of her head, her face was moved. Fortunately, the materials used to build this villa are good, otherwise Liu Sheng would have fallen to the 2nd floor, or even the 1st floor. Liu Sheng looked inside himself. Seeing signs of disintegration and melting of every inch of skin and flesh in his body, even the fine gold-forged bones were shattered inch by inch. He is dying. There is an inexplicable joy in my heart. The natural breathing method works naturally, and the 2nd level of emptiness enters quietly. Waves burst out of the heart lake. At the borderline of life and death, Liu Sheng entered that wonderful state again. Great joy is born. If you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. This is probably the case. Liu Sheng's handsome face was ferocious, but he showed a serene smile like an old monk. This is the real thing. If you don't break, you can't build. If you break, you can build. Shock, immortal golden body, the 3rd stage is complete. Liu Sheng allocated a part of his mental power to guide part of the blood and energy in his body to flow between his eyebrows to build the 3rd immortal cell. Most of the mind is used to concentrate on taming the trapped beast in the body. The method of the 3rd stage of the immortal golden body flowed through his heart like flowing water. Liu Sheng's body started to move, following the body training movements that he had practiced countless times. From the initial stellar body refining technique to all the actions of the third stage of the immortal golden body. Again and again. During this process, a large amount of waste blood was discharged from countless pores all over his body. The waste blood coagulated layer by layer outside his body, slowly forming a dark red blood cocoon mixed with fine hair, dirt, impurities, and waste blood. The blood cocoon rises and falls with Liu Sheng's breathing. Like a huge monster heart. The clock hanging on the wall passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and the time slowly came to 8 o'clock. The black mobile phone on the broken floor rang again and again, but the bloody big firefly remained unmoved. The hour hand passed 8 o'clock unswervingly. The phone vibrated a few more times, and finally completely calmed down. I don't know how long time passed. Crack. ___. The sound of something breaking resounded in the empty room. This sound is quite strange. It's like an egg breaking its shell, and it's like a sprout breaking through the ground. ___. Long cracks appeared continuously on the big blood-colored firefly in the center of the room, and then... boom! The blood cocoon exploded, and a figure like a dragon leaped out of it. Without touching the ground, he rushed into the bathroom like a hurricane. A few seconds later, it rushed out again with a shua. With thick heat and water vapor, the water droplets dragged a vague phantom in the air. The figure was about to roar out of the door of the martial arts room, and looked up at the wall clock before leaving. Stop dispute! Revealing a perfect body like a creation of heaven. Call! Liu Sheng let out a long breath, with a helpless and embarrassed expression on his face. I've overtrained. At this time, it was past 11 o'clock in the evening, exceeding the 3 hours agreed with Dong Qingxiu. Liu Sheng made a casual move, and the mobile phone on the ground flew into his hand. I clicked on the screen and saw that, sure enough, there were more than a dozen missed calls. Except for a call from Dong Qingxiu at 7:55, the rest were all from Qin Shaojun. Liu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then took Dong Qingxiu's call back button. The phone rang a few times, and Dong Qingxiu's usual cold voice rang on the other end of the phone. Hello. Sorry, today You've overdone your training, haven't you? Right. Anything else? Gone. Well, I'm going to practice too, bye. Beep beep beep. Liu Sheng held the phone, not knowing what expression to make. It sounds like I'm not angry, but it seems angry again. Liu Sheng was also not sure, so he simply called Qin Shaojun back. Liu Sheng, you are finished. Qin Shaojun called out as soon as he connected the phone. He seemed to be in a bar or something, there was a lot of noise there. Dong Qingxiu is asking a man out for dinner for the first time in her life, you dare to let her go, you are finished. Liu Sheng couldn't help but argue, my martial art is just at the hurdle, I'm about to break through, I forget the time. Your boy breaks through every 2 days, when can't you break through, do you have to hurry up today? Liu Sheng frowned, how can I control this thing? Besides, it's only been pigeonholed for more than 3 hours. Is it so serious? There was a long silence on the phone. Liu Sheng thought Qin Shaojun didn't hear clearly, and was wondering. Suddenly, Qin Shaojun's voice was heard again. Liu Sheng, you are amazing. I am convinced. Then the phone hung up. Is it really that serious? Liu Sheng looked at the phone and muttered, thought for a while, and simply sat on the floor and entered the dream space. Half a minute later, Liu Sheng woke up. Hee hee. Liu Sheng couldn't help shaking his head, talking to himself. Let me just say, what a big deal for a pigeon girl for more than an hour. The name in the spouse column has not been dropped, what a fuss. While talking, he expressed speechlessness and disdain for Qin Shaojun. Since it was fine, Liu Sheng was completely relieved. You don't need to go out for appointments, just practice to the end. He began to examine himself, examining the gains he had just gained between life and death. The third stage of the immortal golden body is complete. This was truly a surprise. At this time, the third stage of Liu Sheng's immortal golden body was officially completed. Calculating the time, it was much faster than the second stage. It's a progress like a hang-up. The perfect immortal golden body in the third stage makes Liu Sheng's martial arts more perfect. Whether it is the appearance or the interior, it has reached an unprecedented perfection. The effect is much better than the original version, because this is almost a reshape of my martial body. Regardless of any method, there are requirements for the basic aptitude of the practitioner. This involves a question of the degree of fitness. It seems that some people are born with thick joints, which are suitable for practicing boxing and Zheng. Some people have unusually long arms, which are suitable for practicing knives. Some people have light and flexible limbs, which are suitable for practicing body skills. The same martial arts technique, in the hands of different people, may exhibit completely different powers and effects at the same level. Liu Sheng doesn't know how compatible he is with stellar body refining technique, but in the process of practicing stellar body refining technique, his body is constantly changing and growing. But no matter how you change it, it is impossible to fit 100%. Because this is the exercise created by Dongji Ziyang Wang He, and it is tailor-made for his martial arts. Liu Sheng is just a latecomer following the footsteps left by Wang He. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Liu Sheng one day cultivates the art of immortality of the stars to the same level as Wang He, the art of immortality of the stars in his hands will not be able to reach the height of Wang He. Because he is not Wang He. But from this moment on, it's different. Liu Sheng's martial body was reshaped, and with the help of natural breathing method, it completely became a tailor-made spell of immortal stars. The fit is close to 100%. Even surpassed Wang He himself, the creator of the exercises. Perhaps, my current martial body can be called. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he came up with an awesome name. Stellar Indestructible Body. It is called the strongest physique in the universe together with the ancient holy body, the heavenly overlord body, the innate Taoist body, and the chaotic body. The last, Zhao Wang Zhao, sentences of course Liu Sheng himself. But really awesome. The power visible to the naked eye. At this time, Liu Sheng looked inside himself and could see his body structure, muscle texture, bone shape. There are some more subtle changes than normal warriors. This change is difficult to describe, but extremely wonderful. Filled with a magical sense of beauty, beyond the beauty of the normal human body. It's like a very mysterious and complex picture just started. It is also like a flower that is silently conceived in the dim light. Star. Even the color of the blood has a faint golden tint. Call. Liu Sheng punched the air at will, and the speed of punching was not fast. The light in the room brightened. When he waved his fists and feet, he gave people a feeling that the sun was rising and the sun was sinking. It's as if he himself is the sun, and any movement can cause changes in the surrounding light and darkness. OMLU. Liu Sheng punched himself in the chest casually. His martial body made a strange sound. There is the sound of dragons singing and tigers roaring, and it is like the melodious bells coming from the ancient temples in the mountains. Don't even think about breaking through my defenses easily. Liu Sheng's eyes were shining brightly. I went out with my wife for a long time today, sorry for the late arrival. 279 I don't allow anyone more handsome than me to exist in this world. 4. The sound of dragons singing and tigers roaring, the ancient temple is full of meaning. Almost as mentioned in the history books, the performance of the ancient martial arts masters practicing the tiger's roar golden bell cover and the dragon's singing iron cloth shirt to the perfect state of perfection. But it goes far beyond that. Liu Sheng's body stretched, and the sound of gold and iron clashing between bones no longer came out. Quietly. But let the light in the room alternate between light and dark. As if the body is the big day. An unrivaled sense of power. And this is just incidental. What Liu Sheng really attacked this time was the immortal cells. At the center of the eyebrows, 3 golden cells are shining brightly, just leaning together and closely connected. It's like 3 kings standing side by side, commanding Liu Sheng's whole body. And each immortal cell is many times stronger than the first immortal cell before Liu Sheng. This is because Liu Sheng only hastily selected the original body of the 3rd immortal cell. After the 3rd immortal cell was formed, the remaining energy had nowhere to go, so it all returned to the first 2 cells. If this continues, no matter how many immortal cells I train, the first one will always be the most powerful, followed by the second, and the third. Because every time a new immortal cell is constructed in the future, the first few will be charged a protection fee, and it will only become stronger and stronger. Maybe my real immortal body has not been built yet, and my body has already moved towards a higher level of life. Of course, this is not a bad thing, and Liu Sheng doesn't care. 3 immortal cells, plus the star immortal body. Liu Sheng is really looking forward to his current strength. How many stars can the combat power reach? Doubling it is not too much, right? Don't know, but Liu Sheng has the best test subjects. May the Wheel of Swords become a martial arts saint. Gu Xian. 370 Dream Space. Liu Sheng's body appeared quietly. He descended into this world abruptly, stepping on the dilapidated long street with both feet. Slowly raising his head, the light in his eyes began to burn. That is the fire of fighting spirit. Come on, try it out. Liu Sheng walked forward calmly, stretched out his right hand, and Zhao Lengxuan's broken spear flew into his hand. Wherever he went, the surrounding scenery gradually brightened. As if he were the light source. In the distance, that magnificent figure also slowly raised his head, his eyes remained as indifferent as before. Clang! The sound of the long knife being unsheathed resounded on the figure. There was knife energy in the air that quickly condensed. Liu Sheng's eyes were burning with fire, and his fighting spirit was like a banner. The steps under his feet became faster and faster, and his whole body turned into a shooting star, slamming into the wolf outside the figure. Gu Xian raised his hand indifferently, and lightly raised the black long knife. An extremely bright knife light descended from the sky and suddenly appeared in front of Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng's pupils narrowed slightly, and he stopped the right hand holding the gun who wanted to block it. Forcibly, he slammed into the knife light on his own initiative. Boom! A figure quickly fell down, hit the ground heavily, and moved backwards quickly. Along the way, a large swath of soil was rolled up, and the earth and rocks collapsed. After retreating for a full 100 meters, the figure finally stopped. Liu Sheng half knelt on the ground, his feet plowed a long trail on the long street. There are 2 deep pits at the foothold, and there are brick and stone debris piled up into 2 hills behind the foot. Liu Sheng lowered his head and leaned on the ground with his gun, his shoulders slowly rising and falling with his breathing. With the next breath, he stood up, and his posture became more and more straight. A long knife mark stretched from his left shoulder to his lower right rib. The flesh and blood are rolled up, and the bones can be seen, which is shocking. But it is slowly closing. Liu Sheng's face was slightly pale, looking at Gu Xian who was about to make a second cut, his eyes were as bright as stars. You can't kill me. Liu Sheng grinned, revealing wolf-white teeth. Then you are dead. In the next second, Liu Sheng's figure froze. Almost at the same time, he appeared less than 10 meters away from Gu Xian. Merry Crescent! Liu Sheng shot out casually, and hundreds of clouds of white sound cones visible to the naked eye appeared in the air in front of him. One cloud after another, God knows how many times the speed of sound has been surpassed. Bang 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 bang! All the shots were blocked by Gu Xian's black long knife. His sword technique is also 4 realms. Another stunning sword slashed down. Liu Sheng's face was calm, and there was a golden light blooming between his brows. This golden light instantly attached to his whole body, dyeing his whole body with a layer of sacredness. 3 immortal cells. Bloom all. Lu Sheng raised his hand casually and easily shattered the light of the knife above his head. Wu Shuang. Lu Sheng said softly. In the next second, Fudo Mingzun, Cold Halberd Sparrow Prison, Golden Red Sun, New Moon God Wind. More than 8 different Grandmaster wills appeared behind Lu Sheng at the same time. Ice and fire raged, the earth rolled, and the flames rose. In the grey sky there is even thunder falling. Fantastic special effects and background panels. At this moment, Lu Sheng, like an ancient god of war in mythology, slowly stabs out the spear of judgment in his hand towards the disobedient minister in front of him. Gu Xian had no expression on his face, and stared at Lu Sheng indifferently with empty eyes. Then raised his hand and waved the knife. An unprecedented brilliant sword light pierced the sky. Yu Kangan collided together. Crack! Zhao Lengxuan's remaining gun tip made a broken sound. Start at the tip and crumble inch by inch, continuing up to the third. Along with it came Lu Sheng's gorgeous special effects and background panels. The light of the knife crossed, and all the raging Ninghuang storms were wiped out. Lu Sheng looked at Gu Xian's unwavering eyes, and seemed to read a sentence from them. It's so gaudy, I'll kill it with a single blow. Okay. Lu Sheng took a few steps back, casually throwing away the broken spear. With a calm face, he said lightly, then I'll give you a whole lot of money. Lu Sheng's eyes quickly turned from black to grey. His body became stalwart and his posture was elevated, as if standing on the highest mountain. Valkyrie state. Lu Sheng walked leisurely, as if strolling from the end of X martial arts. He raised his hand casually, and with the next breath, hundreds of Lu Sheng in different directions, different movements, and different postures appeared in the world. All the Lu Shengs walked towards Gu Xian. Finally, there was a trace of fluctuation on Gu Xian's calm face. The long black knife in his hand began to tremble, and something more terrifying seemed to be brewing in his decayed body. There were waves in Lu Sheng's grey pupils. He thought of the battle with Zhao Lengxian back then. Shatter the void. Hundreds of Lu Sheng shot at the same time, and nearly 20 different master martial arts wills bloomed. The dazzling light engulfed most of the long street, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Finally, the light dissipated. 2 figures stood quietly on the long street. Lu Sheng made a fist with his right hand, and the face of the fist was firmly attached to Gu Xian's forehead. Gu Xian was holding a knife in both hands. The black long knife in his hand was less than 5 inches away from Lu Sheng's eyebrows. In the next second, Lu Sheng closed his fist calmly. Well. There seemed to be a slight sigh. Gu Xian's body is weathering and dissipating bit by bit. The black long knife fell, and was caught by Lu Sheng casually, holding it in his hand. The grey in Lu Sheng's eyes faded. Looking at Gu Xian who had almost completely disappeared in front of him, he said softly in a slightly regretful tone, "You are so handsome, I don't allow anyone more handsome than me to exist in this world. So, rest in peace. Heroic spirits are immortal." Gu Xian's body was completely weathered and dissipated, leaving only a pile of disintegrated black battle armor falling to the ground. There was a bit of happiness in Lu Sheng's eyes. In this battle, he still underestimated the horror of warrior-level zombies. If it wasn't for him noticing that Gu Xian seemed to have an extremely terrifying ultimate move brewing, he would quickly strike first and kill him. I guess it's hard to say the outcome. The shattered void has indeed become stronger, and the clones created have more than 200 attacks, which is twice as much as before. Shattering the void is the limit of Lu Sheng's combat power. Of course, it is also used in the dream space. There is no chance outside, no one is worth my trick. Lu Sheng thought about it casually, but when I really used this trick in front of the world, hands should be stained with the blood of the martial saint. At this time, thick black smoke was emitted from Gu Xian's remnant shell in front of him. It was like a huge banner blown by the wind, wrapping around Liu Sheng violently. Liu Sheng closed his eyes peacefully, full of expectation. Treasure of the martial sage. Wet. Dark. Dirty. Stench. The continuous rain, the chaotic neighborhood, and corpses floating in the stinky gutters every day. A thin body broke through the rain curtain and quickly ran into a small den built of abandoned pipes. Brother! You're back! Under the dirty and old quilt, a thinner figure appeared, his sallow and thin face was full of surprises. The whole body was wet by the rain, his lips were white, and the young man shivering slightly from the cold took out a fist-thick, 1-foot-long glass tube from his arms. The tube contained half a tube of cloudy white liquid, and it was handed to the skinny little boy, urging, "Eat quickly." The little boy looked at the tube that the teenager handed over, blinked his eyes, and said in surprise and joy, "Brother, this is a nutritional supplement. Where did you get it from?" "The garbage truck that just arrived today, I turned it over for a long time. It used to have 2 tubes." There was a flash of hostility on the young man's face, and he said bitterly, "It's a pity that those bastards from the Xiaodao gang snatched a tube. I will let them eat our food sooner or later and spit it out." "Brother, the members of the Little Knife Gang are not easy to mess with, so don't fight with them." The little boy drank the cloudy nutrient solution in small sips, persuading him worriedly. The boy's eyes were cold. "If we don't fight with them, we will starve to death sooner or later. There may be a way to survive fighting them." "Brother, then you must be careful." The little boy obediently handed the rest of the nutrient solution to the boy. "Brother, I'm full, I'll give you the rest." There was a trace of warmth in the boy's cold eyes. He touched the little boy's head, took the nutrient solution and drank it down. He wiped his mouth with his wet sleeves, his eyes were looking at the torrential rain outside, with a wolfish demeanor. "Little Shiener, don't worry. Brother will send you to the base sooner or later. Go to learn martial arts, to get ahead. Sooner or later. I have to go to the hospital with my wife tomorrow, and I don't have time to code during the day, so there are still 1 or 2 chapters to wait. 280 My mind is like a knife, my life is like a grass, my martial sacred skill killing." 1. On the wasteland, a group of teenagers retreated slowly with pale faces. Then he turned around abruptly and ran away quickly. "Crazy! This kid is crazy! Hurry up, don't fight with someone like him who is not terrible." Several figures were lying on the ground straight, with blood flowing everywhere. "Elder brother!" A thin figure jumped out from the nearby grass, with a crying voice, and threw himself on one of them, wailing loudly. "Don't cry!" The figure struggled to get up, his face was extremely pale due to excessive blood loss, and his face and body were covered in blood and scars. "I'm not dead yet! Elder brother!" The boy wept with joy, and hugged the boy in front of him tightly. The boy put his arms around the boy, looked at the corpse beside him fiercely, and said word by word, "Little Shiener, have you seen it? If you want others to fear us and live a good life, you have to be cruel enough. You have to remember that when you practice martial arts in the future, you have to practice martial arts that specialize in killing people. If you don't kill people, people will kill you. Do you remember?" "I remember, brother. You 2 guys are really tough, you can live so long in the garbage dump in the wilderness area. From now on, just follow me." A tall man with a burly body like a mountain, with knotted muscles and a blurry face stood in front of the 2 of them and said with a smile. The 2 figures were ecstatic. The young man hugged the boy, laughed and said, "Did you see that, Xiao Shiener? As I said, I will take you into the base and give you the opportunity to learn martial arts. As I said, I will be a craftsman." The boy raised his head, looked excited, nodded vigorously, his small face was full of admiration. "Please, don't kill me. I still have a daughter, who is only 5 years old this year. Don't you believe me? I have pictures, I'll show you." The man kneeling on the ground emotionally took out an electronic pocket watch from his pocket, and the pocket watch projected two figures, one big and one small, cuddling together. The boy with the knife compared the face of the man in the pocket watch album, and his gaze stayed on the lovely face of the girl in the album. Finally loosen. You go. Thanks, thanks. The boy turned and left. The man kneeling on the ground was grateful, but there was a savage look in his eyes. Walking out of the dark basement, the boy saw a young man smoking a cigarette standing in the shadow of the wall. Has it been killed? The young man stubbed out his cigarette and asked the boy. The teenager nodded. The young man showed relief on his face, patted the young man on the shoulder, and said casually, "These people are all heretics of the end-time religion, and a person who has lost his personality is not worthy of pity." Still the same sentence, if you don't kill others, others will kill you. Whether it's practicing martial arts or being a human being, you have to be ruthless. Got it, brother. The young man shook off the young man's arm impatiently, and strode towards the sun. The young man stood behind him, shaking his head helplessly. Gu Xian, your brother is dead. The young man who was practicing the sword suddenly froze and stared blankly at the person coming. A man handed over a broken knife and said, "It's the revenge of the World Extermination Sect, it seems to be aimed at you, but your brother blocked it for you. He killed 13 sixth levels, but unfortunately he still died, the corpses could not be retrieved, only this knife remained. I told you earlier that the people of the World Extermination Sect cannot be regarded as human beings. They are all lunatics, fanatical believers of heresy, and the biggest cancer hidden in the human community. Nothing they say, can't believe it." Well. The visitor put down the blood-stained broken knife, shook his head and walked away. Behind him was a young man who fell to the ground in a daze. A few words echoed repeatedly in his mind. "I have a daughter, please don't kill me. If you don't kill people, people will kill you, remember. They are coming at you, your brother blocked it for you." On the battlefield, a figure is invincible. The light of the knife is like a waterfall, and only the strange beasts fall in the sun. Several people looked at the figure and discussed. Achieved level 9 at the age of 40, this Gu Xian can be regarded as an outstanding genius even in the entire martial arts league. Isn't that right? I heard that he has been favored by Mr. Duan Yifeng, who is willing to practice swordsmanship, and he will be under his family soon. His knife is too ruthless, killing strange beasts is like mowing grass. He is just as ruthless in killing people. In the past few years, there have been 8,000 if not 10,000 world destroyers. It's so murderous. Gu Xian, Lord Duan has seen your sword before, and said that your sword is too sharp and lethal. First teach you the wish wheel knife method, and when you have polished the killing nature on the knife, you will not be willing to see you. Someone dropped a storage hard drive on the ground, turned around and left. The young man with cold eyes slowly picked up the hard drive on the ground, expressionless and silent. Gu Xian, 10 years have passed? Why hasn't your murderousness decreased but increased instead? Lord Duan won't see you, wait another 10 years. Gu Xian, wait another 10 years. Gu. The figure appeared for the last time, with a deep sense of disappointment on his face. You have gone astray, you are learning killing skills, not martial arts. Gu Xian, Lord Duan will never see you again in this lifetime. In the future, don't tell people that you are the one who wishes to spread the knife. Until the figure disappeared, the young man who lowered his head and wiped his knife never raised his head. He looked at the rusty broken knife in his hand, and whispered to himself, "Have you gone astray? If you go astray, you will go astray. Martial arts is killing skills, he taught me, I always remember." Boom! Liu Sheng recovered from the huge torrent of memories. Opening his eyes were filled with deep shock. The martial arts memory of a martial artist's life is huge enough, not to mention the memory of a student who is purer than Zhao Lengxian. Except for a few scenes, almost all the memories Liu Sheng came into contact with were training, fighting, fighting. And almost all the battle scenes are killings. Pure killing. That cold killing will almost penetrated into Liu Sheng's bone marrow. I used to think that the killing intent accumulated by me guarding the front line for 9 days was already very terrifying. But compared with this one, it's not even a drop in the ocean. Gu Xian is just too extreme. He entered the Dao completely by killing, walking the extremely rare killing Dao in martial arts. He has killed perhaps more people than Liu Sheng has ever seen. The strange beasts that have been killed are counted in the billions. In his eyes, life is almost no different from grass. But he is also really amazing, such a big murder, he can still maintain a normal thinking in the end. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that they would have been completely reduced to a killing machine, submerged in chaotic and violent consciousness. 0. Ask for flowers. But Gu Xian is also quite tragic. As a 9th-level martial saint, he has lived for nearly 100 years, and the images in his memory are almost all grey. Being teased by fate, bad luck is like a haze, covering his life. Liu Sheng also absorbed Gu Xian's memory before he knew that the strength he had played against Gu Xian might not even have 1,000th of Gu Xian's true strength. The way of killing life is already outrageous in many martial arts, and Gu Xian is a genius. He also got the wish wheel sword style inheritance, and stayed at the 9th level for so long. God knows how terrible the real strength is, even if you are just a casual ranker, you may not be able to survive under his sword. Fortunately, he didn't make that last move. Liu Sheng was grateful, but also afraid. Gu Xian's killing intent was refined to the extreme, sending and receiving with ease. Until the last moment of the battle with Liu Sheng, he didn't show the slightest bit. Because he has no killing intent towards Liu Sheng at all, but Gu Xian, who has the killing intent, is the most terrifying. Gu Xian's martial arts memory is definitely the one that Liu Sheng has absorbed the most so far. Liu Sheng's sword skills were directly promoted to the 4 realms. And it's not the general 4 realms. Liu Sheng has a feeling that it is far superior to Zhao Lengxuan's 4 realms spear technique. The 4 realms are only 1 step away from the 5 realms. Of course, this memory is also the last thing Liu Sheng wants to accept. Ordinary people may feel depressed after watching too many bloody and violent movies. Liu Sheng absorbed Gu Xian's decades of killing memories at once, inevitably, even his heart became cold and hardened a lot. This reminded Liu Sheng of a very popular sentence on the internet in his previous life, "Do you think I still care? I have killed fish in the fresh food section of the supermarket for 10 years, and my heart is as cold as my knife. Killing fish is still like this, and it is said to be killing people. After going out, you have to watch 100 episodes of sweet love dramas to be healed." Naturally, Liu Sheng did not forget Gu Xian's martial arts core. It is also the most essential part of the entire martial arts treasure. Look for it, where is it? Liu Sheng rummaged through his mind, and finally found a piece of cold light in the corner of his memory. Like shards of a knife. It seems that even the eyes will be stabbed at a glance. Liu Sheng hesitated for a while, thought for a while, and then gritted his teeth and involved him in his mental power. In an instant, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in front of Liu Sheng. Countless corpses. Some people also have alien beasts. An ice-cold killing intent filled the sky above the sea of blood. A sea of blood floated up and down, and a figure walked out slowly. His eyes were indifferent, and there was no human emotion in them, nor any warmth. Cut it out with a single knife. Boom! In the dream space, Liu Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly trembled violently. His face became pale, and blood flowed from his nostrils. He opened his eyes suddenly, grabbed the black long knife beside him and slashed out. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This knife brought out a bloody breath. Reminiscent of an autumn wheat field, the farmer wields a scythe. The sickle was raised high, the edge of the blade was cold, and large pieces of wheat fell down. The sea of blood was monstrous, and the light of the sword was rolling. God's will is like a knife, my will is like a knife, and the prison is like grass. This knife is Gu Xian's martial art. Name, I intend to kill. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers, thank you everyone Xiao. 281 The whole military area performs martial arts, and the military area is divided into big compet. On the grey roulette, a blood-colored long knife totem quietly emerged. Liu Sheng's second Dharma aspect totem. Compared with the previous god whale treading waves, this bloody long knife totem is clearer, deeper, and stronger. Faxiang is the embodiment of the master's martial arts will. Gu Xian, who is also a 9th level martial saint, is obviously much stronger than Zhou Fuhe, who became a saint in Cumulus Mountain. The improvement of Liu Sheng's combat effectiveness is also enormous. The strongest cold weapon I used to fight against the enemy was the Four Realms Spear technique with the Hanji Sparrow Prison Spear. From now on, the king of cold weapons has changed hands. Liu Sheng took the black long knife left by Gu Xian and waved it at will. Each of the first 3 swords he slashed was full of amazing taste. Suddenly, the light of the knife turned, and a bloody aura was released, murderous. Then Liu Sheng gave up the knife and used fists and kicks instead. His palms are like a knife, and his arms are like a sickle. Every move and style is filled with the most primitive killing intent. If anyone was present, they would definitely be horrified, and they could almost see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood from Liu Sheng's fists and feet. Too strong. Liu Sheng stood up with his fists retracted, and all the murderous aura in his body was restrained. This way of killing life can be used not only in the sword technique, but also in any means. My 280 combat effectiveness against the enemy with bare hands has also increased several times. Gu Xian's killing intent tempered by killing in this life is his most powerful weapon, even surpassing his attainments in the Dao of the sword. Combined with the wish wheel sword style, the peak lethality of the 4 realms is simply terrifying. Liu Sheng casually played with the black long knife left by Gu Xian, thinking, in this case, we need to forge the inner wheel knife as soon as possible. Now Liu Sheng regretted spending the 8 million credits on the body of the red crystal dragon pattern gun. Knowing that he was about to obtain such a powerful inheritance of the Dao of the killing sword, Liu Sheng would have directly abandoned the gun and used the knife. He is following the path of perfect martial arts, mastering all martial arts, using any means to force, switching freely, and has no worries of other warriors at all. The next morning, Li Dai walked to the door of a certain room with small steps, and knocked lightly on the door. After waiting for a while, Li Dai was about to leave. Suddenly, a clear and peaceful voice was heard in the room. Come in. Li Dai cautiously opened the door and went in. A figure stood with his back to her in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking through the windows at the fountain garden below. Boss, breakfast is ready. Good. The figure facing the window turned around. The early morning sun shone on the figure's shoulders, coating the whole body with a faint golden glow, making the body that looked like a creation from heaven even more majestic and extraordinary. Liu Sheng walked over with a calm face, waved his hand casually, and the sunlight in the house immediately became warmer, as if it had come from early morning to noon. It gave people a dazzling feeling. Li Dai closed her eyes subconsciously, and when she opened them again, Liu Sheng had passed her to the corridor. Looking at the room again, everything is as usual. As if what I just experienced was just an illusion. Well. Li Dai was a little stunned, with a hint of confusion on his face. But he quickly shook his head and threw all this out of his mind, turned around and followed quickly. While having breakfast, Li Dai reported to Liu Sheng, Chief, the military department has already sent some of the cars you selected this morning. When do you want to go and have a look? Oh. Liu Sheng immediately stopped eating, and his mental power radiated out. Instantly enveloped the entire manor. Soon I saw 3 brand new cars on the parking lot. An army green off-road, warrior model, with a rough appearance like a beast. This kind of car can travel unimpeded even in wilderness areas, and its body strength is also very high, which can withstand the attacks of alien beasts below level 5. Then there was a black business car, the latest supercar. In comparison, that sports car is the least valuable of the three cars. Practicality and price are far lower than the first two, at best it is just a big toy. In addition, there is a black helicopter parked on the lawn of the manor. Sheng has prepared all the means of land and air transportation, and this is the platoon of the military department. Sheng glanced at it briefly and then stopped looking, continuing to eat his breakfast. He casually picked up a piece of skin jelly made of unknown animal meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. Look at the newspaper on the table in front of you. Mainly the newspapers of the military area. There are Military Headquarters General Report, Eastern Military Region Daily, 9th War Zone Express, etc. There are no less than dozens of copies. Thanks to Sheng's mental strength, he scanned very quickly, otherwise ordinary people may not be able to read them all in one day. The newspapers published basically the situation of the major caves, as well as some military information. The SS-level catacomb riot in the Western Military Region was successfully quelled. There seems to be a new real estate crack in the Northern Military Region. The 9th War Zone of the Eastern Military Region has successfully guarded the cracks in the new catacombs, and the final rating of this property is AA. Suddenly, Sheng came across a piece of news. Preparation. General Military Region performs martial arts. The major military regions are preparing for the big competition. Military training in the General Military Region, the military competition in the branch. His eyes flickered, and he continued to search for relevant content, and he probably had a little understanding of this matter in his heart. Armed forces exercises are a consistent tradition of the military. This was the case before the rise of martial arts, and after the rise of martial arts, the martial spirit of the military was carried forward to the extreme. First conduct a rehearsal for the sub-military regions, and then conduct a general military competition. Mainly divided into 3 levels, under the General Star, the 7th level General Star, and the 8th level General Star. Among them, the most important thing is the competition of the 8th level generals, and the one who wins the first place in the martial arts competition can become a candidate for the new general. There are only 5 generals in the entire Eastern Military Region, and the total number of generals in the Dragon Kingdom does not exceed 30. Candidate for new general. One can imagine how important this event is. Sheng turned to a news article with the title, Military Exercise in the General Military Region, Inventory of the Popular Candidates for the New General. I accidentally saw my name on it. The above briefly introduces his personal and strength information, and there is even an evaluation of him below. The potential is strong, and it may become the most popular in the next Yanwu. This Yanwu is expected to enter the top 2. 12.5-star combat power can only be said to be expected to enter the top 20. It seems that there are many top masters in the military. Sheng didn't pay much attention to the General Star list and the General Star list that many people in the General Star area are keen on. I don't know the top combat power of the major military regions. I know a little bit now. There are no fewer than 5 characters with a combat power of more than 20 stars at the general level alone. He is regarded as the biggest hit in this year's martial arts performance by the inventory, and is currently ranked first in the General Star list. He is nicknamed the East Emperor in the middle of the country, and his combat power is as high as 27 stars. It is estimated that the combat effectiveness of characters at the general level must reach 30 stars or more. Martial is stronger. In this way, there are really many masters in the military department. No wonder he has such a deep obsession with the 9th level Martial Saint powerhouse. With such a huge base of top fighters, but no one can produce a 9th level, anyone will be depressed. Sheng suddenly understood better why Jidao Wushan reached a compromise with the military so easily and let himself go. Tong Kui Sing, who doesn't even have a 5-star combat power, is probably the lowest in strength even in the 28 mansions of the extreme path. To die is to die, it is not worth the pity of the extreme martial arts. If you think about it this way, the test that Songhai put on me can also be explained. The talent I showed at Chengwu University before only interested him, but it hasn't reached the point where he takes it seriously. So deliberately set up such a harsh test to tame me. And I don't want to give up and give up. Liu Sheng used to stand not high enough, but now he is at a new height and a new position, and he suddenly understood many things. If I win the first place in the martial arts performance of the general military region in one fell swoop, will it surprise Tan Songhai a little bit, and regret will emerge in my heart. Liu Sheng chewed the food in his mouth slowly, his eyes flickered, and he smiled slightly. It's fun to think about. He continued to read the newspaper. The following is some international military news. A riot broke out in the Sen's catacombs in the northern part of the Lion country. This riot is expected to be the strongest in the world in the past 30 years. The International Wushu Association will hold a meeting. Leopard Kingdom discovered a suspected 10th 3S level cavern crack. Wolf Country. It seems that life in every country is not easy. Liu Sheng flipped to the next page 5.3, and was suddenly attracted by a piece of news that was only the size of a tofu cube. A cultist attack occurred in Eagle Country, and people in the town were sacrificed to death. Cultist. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he quickly read the whole news. This news is about the discovery of a cult organization called Wing God Sect in a state in the northwest of Eagle Country. This Wing God Sect believer bloodbathed a small town, killing more than 1,000 people. The cruelty of the means is simply appalling. Although there are no photos, the smell of blood can be read between the lines. Liu Sheng couldn't help thinking of Gu Xian's memory. Gu Xian's tragedy was caused by a cult organization called Misha Jiao. Even in peaceful times, there are cultists causing trouble, not to mention the invasion of alien beasts, and there may be a crisis of extinction for human beings. There are always some distorted extremists who take advantage of human weaknesses to spread evil and panic. In his lifetime, Gu Xian killed countless cultists similar to the Misha Jiao. In the next 10,000 years of martial arts, the activities of cult organizations will be far more rampant than they are now. Also, it seems that it's not just an ordinary cult organization. 282 Go into the catacombs, find a few people to work as coolies. Abyss. 3. Liu Sheng felt something, and revisited the memory inherited from Gu Xian. In daily life, he discovers great horrors that he hadn't noticed before. A cult organization has an affair with another world. Liu Sheng was so shaken that he even stopped eating. The alloy chopsticks in his hand were bent little by him unconsciously. Li Dai, who was standing aside, noticed this and wanted to remind him, but in the end turned his face away and looked down. There is such a thing. Liu Sheng quickly returned to normal, and subconsciously put the chopsticks into his mouth. As if biting something hard, with a click, he opened his mouth and spit out 2 almost chewed alloy chopsticks. Liu Sheng shook his head speechlessly. The material of this kind of alloy chopsticks is similar to that of the 6th level cold weapon, and it is specially customized for top level bulk. But now he was biting it off with his teeth, and if he said it, it would scare people to death. The indestructible stellar body endowed Liu Sheng with too much power, even the teeth were reshaped, with star-like patterns all over the inside. Pushing the things in front of him casually, Liu Sheng also lost the desire to eat. Still thinking about cult organizations. The cult has an affair with another world. This is not his speculation, but a consensus. A consensus of 10,000 years of martial arts in the future. The Martial League of 10,000 years in the future has conclusive evidence to confirm this. From another world, that is, the world where the alien beast originated. Certain powerful existences that are undetectable, or I don't have the power yet, and even Gu Xian is not qualified to touch them. Infection with power,
brainwashing some ambitious and extremists into fanatics, causing chaos in the human race. D2. Call. Liu Sheng exhaled slowly with a solemn expression. He once tried to explore the truth of the different world in Curry. But then I slowly slacked off and forgot about it. Now, inadvertently, Wei is one step closer to the truth. But the impact of this step on him was too huge. Liu Sheng remembered the bug metaphor that the professor of zoology gave them in class at the 7th Shengwu University. Thinking about it now, it makes people shudder even more. If consciousness infection can be caused across a world, then the opponents facing the human race are too powerful. Liu Sheng sighed in his heart. I wanted to go into the dream space and search for it, but I felt it was meaningless. Standing up slightly dejected, he left the table. The chief is drinking tea. Li Dai stepped forward quickly, and respectfully handed Liu Sheng a cup of tea to rinse his mouth. Liu Sheng took it casually, looking at the respectful and well-behaved woman in front of him. He couldn't help asking, "Are your parents also in the Eastern Military Region?" Li Dai froze for a moment, nodded quickly, and replied, "In the Western Suburb Cemetery." Well. Liu Sheng was speechless. The Western Suburb Cemetery is the Martyrs' Cemetery of the Eastern Ninth War Zone, where all officers who died in battle are buried. Feel sorry. Liu Sheng thought about it and apologized softly. Li Dai quickly shook his head and said, "The chief is not wrong, this is the truth." Liu Sheng couldn't say anything more, so he walked away. Li Dai calmly called the maid to come and clear the table, as if nothing had happened. Liu Sheng was sitting on the sofa with a teacup in his hand, thinking about things quietly. He originally planned to bring Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun along, to have a meal at home today, to apologize for yesterday's missed appointment. But now I don't feel that way anymore. Compared to the crisis of civilization, the love of children is really insignificant. Liu Sheng's original longing for sweet love faded away. After thinking about it, I decided to go to the area to see it in person. Although Liu Sheng has killed many strange beasts, so far, he has never penetrated into the real estate crack once. This trip is mainly to understand, and find a secret mine by the way, and then make some meritorious deeds. Liu Sheng is too lacking in meritorious service now. The creation of the praying wheel knife, and the 10 million credits owed by him. Both require a lot of merit to fill. He has already checked the storage points of several medium and large dense gold and silver mines in the east. There happened to be one in the 9th War Zone. Located in the cracks of a AAA level cavern, it is a medium-sized mithril mine. The weapons and equipment he has at hand have not yet been implemented, so it is a bit dangerous to go directly to the 5th or SS level caverns, and the AAA level is similar. Anyone who gains in the cave has to hand over 10% to the military. 10% is not much, and it is acceptable. Liu Sheng thought that he should run a few more times by himself to save up enough weapons, and then hand over the location of the secret mine to the military. Everyone took care of everything. Simply perfect. Liu Sheng's right index finger tapped lightly on the ceramic teacup, making a crisp ding-ding sound. I go to mine alone, and I can't ship much each time. It's better to hire a few more people to help me through the hardships. Liu Sheng quickly thought of several suitable candidates. What? Several members of the Tiger and Scorpion team stood up from their chairs with a shua, their faces were full of excitement and ecstasy. Master Liu wants to invite us to be guides and enter the cave once. This is the original words of Mr. Liu. Zhan Hongyu smiled all over her face, and said, Lord Liu just joined the military region not long ago, and he hasn't been in the crypt yet, so he doesn't know the situation inside the cracks in the crypt, so he thought of us. But that being said, with Lord Liu's strength, this is not a problem for him at all. I do think. Zhan Hongyu paused, and said, Master Liu wants to take us to visit the crypt to express our gratitude or something. Fuck. The big bald man with the scorpion tattooed on his head flushed with excitement. Top General Star Belt brushes the crypt. I never dreamed that such a day would exist. If other A-level teams know about it, they will probably be envious of us. The handsome young man in the team also said with a smile. The middle-aged man who has never talked much said concisely, "Take off." Zhan Hongyu smiled and said, "Everyone make good use of this opportunity, meritorious service is second to none. The key is to further build a good relationship with Mr. Liu. Captain, don't worry, we understand. Master Liu, when will you leave?" "Just tonight, at the gate of the center." "Good." 6 hours later, the heavily armed Tiger and Scorpion team arrived at the gate of the mission center. At this time the sun was setting. A military green off-road vehicle is parked at the corner of the entrance of the mission center. A slender and tall figure leaned against the car. Half of his body was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, and he was concentrating on wiping the silver spear in his hand. The picture is like an oil painting. When Tiger Scorpion and the others saw that familiar figure, they all felt a little bit of excitement in their hearts, and walked up quickly. "Grown-ups." Liu Sheng raised his head, looked at the Tiger Scorpion team in front of him, put down the red crystal dragon pattern, and said calmly, "Here we come." "My lord, we are ready." Zhan Hongyu spoke respectfully. Unlike the first time Liu Sheng saw her, Zhan Hongyu gave up the most practical full-body combat suit for some reason this time, and only wore a tight-fitting vest with an exposed navel, and hot pants and alloy boots. The winter season is approaching, it is too cool. Liu Sheng was well aware of her carelessness, and didn't bother to care about her. He glanced at the equipment on the Tiger and Scorpion team, and said, "Let's drive more cars, and bring more bags for supplies." After thinking about it, I added, "I eat a lot, and I don't like to squeeze into a car with others." Several members of the Tiger and Scorpion team were stunned for a moment, but quickly agreed. Liu Sheng's words are the highest order for them, and no one will disagree. Soon, the big bald man and the middle-aged man of the Tiger and Scorpion team each drove a cross-country car, and the car was full of several bags of supplementary 403 bags. Liu Sheng wanted Zhan Hongyu and the handsome young man to drive a car each. But it's too weird to think about it, so forget it. After getting ready, a group of people quickly set off towards the target triple-A-level crypt. Zhan Hongyu naturally sat in Liu Sheng's co-pilot. "My lord, in fact, taking a helicopter is the fastest and most convenient." Zhan Hongyu intentionally leaned her body slightly in the direction of Liu Sheng, and said carefully, "I know." Liu Sheng took the steering wheel, sat down and roared like a beast, rushing all the way out of the General Star area. "But I just learned to drive recently, and I want to practice more," Liu Sheng said casually. Liu Sheng wasn't lying about this, it was the first time he touched a car in this life, and he really wanted to enjoy it. Zhan Hongyu suddenly realized. The three vehicles quickly left the General Star area, entered the wilderness, and galloped towards the direction of the target cave. That happens to be the direction of the sunset. Running off-road in the desolate and vast wilderness, there are fighter planes and helicopters flying overhead from time to time. The night wind blew Liu Sheng's slightly long hair, and under the dim light of the sunset, his side face looked even more handsome. Zhan Hongyu, who originally wanted to talk to Liu Sheng more and cultivate a good relationship, was so fascinated, she didn't say a word, but secretly looked at Liu Sheng in the rearview mirror and swallowed her saliva. Until Liu Sheng's words woke her up. "What is the situation in the cave? Tell me briefly." "Oh, all right." Zhan Hongyu woke up like a dream, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and said seriously, "The cracks in the cave are layered, one layer goes down, the lower the beast is, the stronger it is. No one knows how many layers there are underneath. In the cracks of the catacombs, the only real dangers are the strange beasts that are almost everywhere. Just be careful." Zhan Hongyu turned her head, looked at Liu Sheng, and said seriously, "Yuan Qi. 283 Cannibalism, Evil Demons Heretics."
4. Chasm. Liu Sheng chewed these two words slowly in his mouth. Exotic beasts come from different worlds, adults should be aware of this. Liu Sheng nodded. This is knowledge that exists in elementary school textbooks. The chasm is a different world, or a part of the different world, and it is also the source of the strange beast. The abyss exudes the breath of another world all the time, and it manifests in our world as a strange black mist. This kind of black mist will weaken the power of thermal weapons, invalidate electronic equipment, and even corrode the consciousness of normal people, turning them into beasts. But the effect on warriors is not very great. Zhan Hongyu's words reminded Liu Sheng of the overwhelming black mist he saw in the dream space. It's not too different from what Zhan Hongyu said. Liu Sheng thought for a while and asked, then what will happen if you enter the chasm? Have no idea. Zhan Hongyu shook her head. Don't know? Has anyone tried? Liu Sheng felt strange. No, there are many people who have tried. Zhan Hongyu said seriously, but no one came back, so there is no answer to this question. Those who tried to enter the chasm all disappeared. It's like never appearing in this world. Among them are even martial saint-level powerhouses. Liu Sheng's arm controlling the steering wheel shook slightly, and the warrior off-road made a small flick of its tail, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wu Sheng. He wondered if he had heard wrong. Yes. Zhan Hongyu looked cold and solemn, nodded and said, when martial arts were 200 years old, 4 martial saints entered a chasm together and disappeared completely. Among them is a martial saint from our Dragon Kingdom. This news has not been reported on the internet, but it is hardly a secret among the grandmasters. My lord, with your strength, as long as you don't go deep into the 30th floor of the A-level cave, there will hardly be any great danger. But you really have to be careful of the chasm, it's not a joke. Zhan Hongyu's attitude was unprecedentedly solemn. Liu Sheng nodded, I know it well. He thought about going back to the dream space to search for information about the chasm. The 9th level martial saint couldn't come back. So what about the 10th and 11th level powerhouses? He doesn't believe in martial arts for 10,000 years, and no top martial arts criminals have made similar attempts. Boom! The roar of the off-road vehicle engine. The off-road vehicle driven by the bald man chased after Liu Sheng, and said loudly, Sir, would you like to bring some wild game over here? The rabbits in this area are very fat. Liu Sheng responded casually and slowed down the speed of the car a little. 2 off-road vehicles whizzed by on both sides of him, setting off on the craftsman next to him. At this time, it was getting dark. Liu Sheng turned on the headlights and drove forward at a constant speed. In fact, it doesn't matter if you don't open it. He originally saw the darkness as the light, but after achieving the indestructible stellar body, his vision was even more exaggeratedly strengthened. Is there anything else that needs special attention? Liu Sheng asked Zhan Hongyu. Zhan Hongyu thought for a while and said, the other one is probably the martial arts madman in the cave. Martial arts madman. It's just some warriors who are not affiliated with the military department and hide in the cave all the year round. Zhan Hongyu explained, many of them belong to the martial arts department, and the goal is to pursue the ultimate martial arts. Because they were also killing beasts while hiding in the crypt, Somurobe didn't care much about them. After all, the catacombs are not in the hands of the military. These people can survive in the cracks in the real estate, and their martial arts will in actual combat are even stronger than the generals of the military. The strength is not bad. Then why do you say you should be careful with them? Liu Sheng asked. These people are almost mastered in martial arts, as long as they can break through the limits of martial arts, they can do anything. Drinking dirty water and eating raw meat from different animals are not bad. Some even. Zhan Hongyu may have thought of some very unpleasant scenes, and said with an ugly face, cannibalism. It is believed that eating the flesh and blood of the strong can also become stronger. They're all lunatics.
There are also rumors that because of staying in the cave all year round, affected by the environment of the cracks in the cave, it has become inhuman. Liu Sheng was secretly speechless. Cannibalism? Compared with Gu Xian's way of killing life, these people are really heretics. Even if it's not that extreme, many of them have stayed in the burrow for a long time and lack of supplies. They will take action when they see the military generals, and they will do things like killing people and stealing goods. Sometimes you don't understand that a grandmaster's life is worth less than a few supply packs in the vault. Zhan Hongyu added with a complicated expression. Okay, I see. Liu Sheng had a general understanding of the situation in the catacombs. Stepping on the accelerator, the warrior rushed out across the road. Okay, let's go. Liu Sheng's calm voice sounded in the wilderness. The sound of the engine couldn't be covered up, and the night wind couldn't blow it away, and it was clearly heard by the tiger-scorpion team. The bald-headed man and the handsome young man who were chasing the beast had serious expressions on their faces. They didn't care about the prey that had been killed in the distance, and they quickly caught up with the car as soon as the car turned. The three off-road vehicles drove for more than 2 hours in the dark wilderness, and finally saw the outline of the defense line of the crypt. It was a continuous alloy defensive wall more than 5 meters high. There is a sentry post every few hundred meters, with lights on the sentry post and soldiers on duty. Vowed Scorpion. When he was about to reach the defense line, Zhan Hongyu stood up from the car and shouted in the direction of the bald Da'an. Soon, the bald-headed man jumped up from the car, and a few dodges quickly rushed towards the defense line. Half a minute later, he ran back quickly and returned to the car. Then Liu Sheng saw a gap in the alloy defense line in front slowly opening, just enough to allow a car to pass by. The speed of the group did not slow down in any way, and they still rushed through the defense line at a speed of nearly 300 km per hour. After passing the line of defense, the cracks in the ground construction bid for the bid can be seen again and again. Similar to the real estate cracks that Liu Sheng had seen, it looked like a huge canyon crack on the ground. The cracks are surrounded by lighting lamps. At night, the outer layer of the cracks in the entire property is brightly lit, but the bottom is dark, as if the light is swallowed when it enters. Just stop the car here. Liu Sheng's mental power radiated around, found a position on the shady side of the hill, and drove the lead over it. All three off-road vehicles stopped. The 5 of them packed up and got out of the car. Liu Sheng glanced at the equipment they were carrying, and said indifferently, "You don't need to bring the reconnaissance equipment, but take all the supply bags. My lord, without reconnaissance equipment, it will be very dangerous in the cave." Zhan Hongyu spoke hesitantly. Liu Sheng glanced at her and said calmly, "Didn't you say that electronic equipment may fail in the black fog of the cave? It will only become a burden to carry. And you forgot." 3 off-road vehicles floated up silently, over the heads of Zhan Hongyu and the others. Then it fell calmly in Liu Sheng's eyes. "I'm a psychiatrist." Only then did the members of the Tiger and Scorpion team think of this, and they suddenly realized. The 5 of them quickly headed towards the real estate crack with bags and small bags. Liu Sheng was at the forefront. When he reached the edge of the crack, Liu Sheng quietly looked at the huge canyon crack in front of him. There is a faint black mist everywhere in this huge canyon, slowly sinking and floating with the flow of air. When the light shines in, it is all swallowed up, and the visibility is very low. From time to time, there would be strange roars in the black mist, and then a black shadow belonging to a strange beast would quickly climb up the cliff wall and fly away at a high speed. Liu Sheng recalled the presentation of magic caves and ghost caves in the fantasy epic movies he had seen in his previous life. Very similar. Standing beside Liu Sheng, Zhan Hongyu looked at the black mist less than 10 meters from the ground, and whispered in a rather complicated tone, "This cave has existed for nearly 300 years, and it is said that at that time, the black mist was still very low. Until now." Zhan Hongyu didn't continue talking, but Liu Sheng understood what she meant. "The black mist has been rising. The property cracks have been widening. If you knew that in the world 10,000 years later, this kind of black mist would cover the sky and cover the world, how would you feel? Liu Sheng said something silently to Zhan Hongyu in his heart. He said calmly, "Go down." Liu Sheng has just tried it. The black mist has little effect on mental power, and his mental power can still radiate far in the cave. It's just that there are some places that feel obscure. It is estimated that it is the real estate deep gap that Zhan Hongyu mentioned. Leaving aside the spiritual power of King Mo, Liu Sheng can detect far away even with his eyesight alone. Liu Sheng had already chosen a place to stay in the black mist, and jumped down with a light leap. The members of the Tiger and Scorpion team didn't hesitate, and jumped down immediately. The body is shrouded in thin black mist. Liu Sheng didn't feel any discomfort. He inhales deeply. The nostrils are like two super powerful range hoods, sucking all the surrounding black mist into the body. The Tiger and Scorpion team that had just landed saw this astonishing scene, and their expressions changed slightly. Although the influence of the black mist on warriors is very small, it is really rare for Liu Sheng to absorb so exaggeratedly. But fortunately, Liu Sheng's expression remained unchanged. Liu Sheng has been silently observing the changes in the black mist entering his body. As a result, he found that he was doing useless work at all. No matter how much black mist entered his body, it would be strangled as soon as it touched his flesh and blood, and it would not stay in the slightest. The indestructible stellar body is too powerful to allow the existence of any heretics at all. Liu Sheng could only give up the idea of this small experiment. Walk. The surrounding black mist was absorbed by Liu Sheng, and his vision became much clearer. Liu Sheng didn't talk nonsense, and led the team forward. Waiting for another chapter, I don't have time to code during the day, and I don't even have time to sleep, so I rely on Red Bull to support me. Alas, brothers, being a father is so tiring. 284 Cutting melons and vegetables, humanoid soldier. 1. In the darkness, a weasel-like monster was lying on the cliff, with an unusually long tail, and its limbs and claws were deeply pierced into the hard rock. It seems to be taking a nap. Suddenly, the black mist in front of him swayed away, and there was the sound of howling wind. The sleeping weasel monster suddenly opened its eyes, revealing two oily green eyes. And that's just the beginning. The sound of the wind was like a fuse. Pairs of oily green light up in the darkness, densely packed, hundreds and thousands, hard to count. Even people who don't have trypophobia will be infected by the strange and depressive atmosphere that spreads rapidly in the darkness, causing their scalp to go numb and their legs to tremble. Squeak! There were strange screams one after another. In one piece. The first sickle weasel monster rushed towards the direction of the wind. Subsequent monsters followed suit. The darkness melted their bodies into one piece, and one could only see a dense and oily green tide rapidly spreading up. There was a slight popping sound. The first sickle weasel monster that was thrown out suddenly exploded in mid-air, as if it was crushed and exploded by an invisible big hand. Then the second, the third. Invisible fluctuations spread rapidly in the air, and the oily green tide quickly extinguished. Groups of bloody corpses fell to the ground, making a wet and sticky sound like rotten oranges falling to the ground. A figure calmly broke through the black fog and walked quickly through this area, with a calm expression, and his eyes never glanced to either side from the beginning to the end. The figure moved forward along the irregularly curved downward slope. Wherever it passed, countless strange beasts and monsters were alarmed. But without exception, as long as any strange beasts bully him within a range of more than 10 meters around him, they will all explode without warning. It was as if there was an invisible and terrifying force field around this person. Keep away from living beings. What floor is it? In the darkness, Zhan Hongyu spoke with a somewhat difficult tone. Someone nearby returned in a low voice, the 8th floor. No one spoke. The Tiger and Scorpion team members all had indescribable shock and numbness on their faces.
His eyes occasionally fell on the bloody places on the ground, and his eyelids twitched slightly from time to time. Along the way, they followed Liu Sheng, not to mention fighting, they didn't even have a chance to make a move. Liu Sheng is too powerful. The power belonging to the top psychiatrist was fully released. No matter how many alien beasts are disturbed, no matter what level of alien beasts are disturbed, of course, at this stage, they have not encountered alien beasts above level 10. Liu Sheng didn't even need to move his little finger, and all the strange beasts around him were strangled by mental power, turning them into meat sauce-like existences. Is this the true strength of the 12-star general? The handsome young man looked at the back of the looming stalwart in front of him, and sighed in a rather complicated tone. No, it's more terrifying than a pure 12-star general. Zhan Hongyu said with a serious face, not everyone can possess such a powerful mental strength. Several other members of the Tiger and Scorpion team deeply agreed. I really don't know how Master Liu cultivates. Compared with him, I always feel like a waste. The bald man touched his bare head, and punched the stone wall beside him a little depressed. The middle-aged man walking beside him patted him on the shoulder, and said 2 words concisely, same. At first, I thought that coming with Master Liu Sheng was for meritorious service, but now it seems. The handsome young man smiled wryly and said, if we don't keep everything, we will have to return empty-handed like never before. Liu Sheng was so domineering that they didn't have any chance to show it. Zhan Hongyu touched the communication watch on her wrist, and said lightly, just come to accompany Master Liu Sheng to take a tour of the crypt, not everyone in the 9th war zone can have this honor like us. The others nodded. Shuala. Suddenly, there seemed to be the sound of a sharp knife cutting through the old cowhide from the front. A strange scream erupted suddenly, then stopped abruptly. Several members of the Tiger and Scorpion team looked at each other, and hurriedly chased after them. Soon, they saw a stalwart and handsome young man standing on a slope, calm and casually wiping the thin blood on the edge of his palm with a paper towel. A rather huge corpse fell to the side, but it had already been divided into 2 halves. Bloody organs were scattered all over the place. Level 7 beast. Zhan Hongyu's pupils shrank slightly, and blurted out. Subconsciously, he rushed forward 2 steps and asked, my lord, are you all right? Liu Sheng glanced at her, threw the wiped tissue on the ground, and said calmly, do you think it's possible? Zhan Hongyu's face was suffocated. Several members of the Tiger and Scorpion team were amazed around the corpse of the 7th level beast. It wasn't surprising that Liu Sheng could instantly kill a level 7 beast. The strange thing is that Master Liu Sheng obviously used a gun, and the long gun was still packed in the weapon package and was not taken out. The muscle section of the corpse of the 7th level beast in front of him was smooth and flat as if it had been cut 10 times by some sharp knife. It was a strange death. Collect useful tissue fluid and continue on the road. Liu Sheng casually ordered several members of the Tiger Scorpion team. A few people responded, and quickly divided the labor and acted quickly. The Tiger and Scorpion team has rich experience in exploring the caves, and they are even more familiar with such trivial things as collecting loot. Liu Sheng stood aside and watched. Compared with before he entered the burrow, he had a black wristwatch similar to that of the Tiger and Scorpion team on his left wrist. In addition to being able to resist the erosion of the black fog in the cave for a long time, this watch will not fail immediately, and it also has the function of communicating with team members. It is also the voucher for calculating the merit points after entering the cave. The watch is equipped with a monitoring device, which can automatically record the number of alien beasts of different levels killed by the star in the cave, so as to count the meritorious deeds. The corpses of alien beasts below level 7 are of little value to generals, but the corpses of alien beasts above level 7 are more precious. Generally, after beheading, you have to collect the spinal fluid, cerebrospinal fluid, heart blood, etc. from the 7th level beasts, and deliver them to the military department before you will be counted for meritorious service.
Liu Sheng was too lazy to do this kind of butcher work, so he simply threw them all to the members of the Tiger and Scorpion team. He was still reminiscing about the move he had just made to kill the 7th level beast. He tried to use the way of killing life, as well as the skills of Yuan Lun Dao. Although there is no real knife, just palms together, it still shows unparalleled lethality. With just one click, the 7th level beast was cut in half. It perfectly complements my indestructible body, and the Dao of killing can show the power of the indestructible body to the fullest. Every part of the body is a weapon for killing people, with the second state of Shiquan martial arts. I am a humanoid warrior. Liu Sheng thought silently, quite satisfied in his heart. At this time, the members of the Tiger Scorpion team had also collected the essence of the 7th level alien beasts. Zhan Hongyu walked up to Liu Sheng, looked at the black mist below, and hesitated. The further you go, the more dangerous it is. Sir, should we go first? Take a break. I know that there is a fairly peaceful place to stay on a few floors nearby, which can be repaired a little. Are you going to take a rest just now? Liu Sheng had a calm face, and his tone was flat, but with an undeniable majesty. Let's talk about it when we get down to the 20th floor. Yes. Zhan Hongyu didn't dare to object, and nodded respectfully. A group of people continued down. Along the way, it was still Liu Sheng who made the shot. The spiritual power of a beast below the 7th level can be easily crushed, and there will be an invisible Xilun knife wave. For strange beasts above level 7, Liu Sheng's way of killing lives unfolded. The arms are like sickles, and with a light wave, there is a bloody breath. No 7th level beast could stop him from stretching his arms. Liu Sheng's hands are even sharper than ordinary 7th level cold weapons. Killing a level 7 alien beast is like cutting melons and vegetables, and splitting the meat of the once indestructible body of a level 7 alien is like cutting tofu with a knife. The Tiger and Scorpion team followed behind Liu Sheng, their eyelids twitching wildly and their scalp numb. They couldn't help but think of the sea of corpses and blood when they first met Liu Sheng. I didn't know how Liu Sheng did it at the beginning, but now I seem to understand a little bit. Finally, when the group reached the 21st floor of the crypt, Liu Sheng took the initiative to stop and asked Zhan Hongyu to find a place to stay. Zhan Hongyu did play the role of a guide, leading Liu Sheng to a hidden cave that was rarely disturbed by strange beasts. This is the public area jointly developed by the generals. It is specially used for the generals who have experienced the construction experience in the ground for rest. Similar places are available on the 10th and 20th floors. The cave is quite spacious, and there are drinking water, barbecue grills, sleeping bags, dry food and other supplies in the corner. The bald man even found 2 bottles of high-quality foreign wine in a hidden corner. I knew Fatty Guang would hide the wine here, and it's cheap for us. The bald man smiled like a thief, and he was in a good mood. He offered 2 bottles of wine to Liu Sheng as if offering a treasure, that is, Sheng Mei Ren. Others began to light fires and cook game they had hunted on the road. The entrance of the cave is blocked by a thick shading mat, so the fire will not attract the attention of the strange beasts. Liu Sheng sat on a soft cushion, seemingly contemplating, but in fact, his mental power had been searching for the location of the mithril mine on the memory map. As a result, the mithril mine was not found, but he found several figures rapidly approaching the cave. Somebody is coming. Liu Sheng spoke abruptly. Everyone in the Tiger and Scorpion team who was busy stopped their movements in unison, and all looked at him. Then they stood apart in a very tacit understanding, holding weapons in their hands. With a look from Zhan Hongyu, the handsome young man in the team immediately walked out without a sound. 285 Discover Mithril Mine and go deep into the catacombs to the 30 floors. 2. Liu Sheng's posture was casual. The general strength of the few people he detected was about the same as that of the Tiger and Scorpion team. He wants to solve it, and 2 breaths are enough. Half a minute later, the handsome young man left and returned. It's a member of the Red Spiral War Star Squad,
I know someone in their team. The members of the Tiger and Scorpion team breathed a sigh of relief, and the cold weapons in the people's village were put down one after another. Zhan Hongyu walked up to Liu Sheng and took the initiative to explain, it is also an A-level General Star team in the theater. I have never seen it, but I have heard the name. Liu Sheng nodded and said nothing. Not long after, the shading mat of the cave was opened. A young man wearing a combat uniform and with his hair combed into a dreadlock walked in vigilantly, holding an alloy-long knife in his hand. Yao Yu! The handsome young man of the Tiger and Scorpion team yelled at him. Dirty Braid froze for a moment, staring at the handsome young man with surprise on his face. It's you! His eyes quickly swept over the other members of the Tiger Scorpion team, including Liu Sheng, and then reported to the communication watch on his wrist, Captain, everything is safe at the foothold. The people from the Tiger Scorpion team are here. Okay, got it. After finishing the communication, Dirty Braid walked quickly towards the handsome young man. The two hugged like old friends, happily talking about the old days. How long have you been in here? Almost a month. How's the harvest? Damn, don't mention it. I almost didn't fold one. Others listened to the conversation between the two, and were too embarrassed to interrupt. Not long after, the blackout mat in the cave swung continuously, and 3 figures entered the cave one after another. Team leader. Dirty Braid stood up quickly, and the rushing titan walked away. He took the initiative to introduce to the leader a middle-aged man with a stout physique and a short-cut crew cut, a friend I know. This is a member of his team, the Tiger and Scorpion team. The middle-aged man with a flat head quietly listened to Dirty Braid's words, then took the initiative to take 2 steps forward, and said, the Tiger and Scorpion girl show Red Jade, and have long admired her name. Zhan Hongyu also said sternly, Captain Luo Zhen of Hung Gluo, meeting today, really deserves his reputation. Liu Sheng was quite speechless watching from the side. For these 2 people, you say I have admired you for a long time, and I say I am sorry, do you think they are making a movie? Meet and say hello, scan a QR code with each other and add a friend, what's so much shit? But considering that Zhan Hongyu and his group are all in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. He was already considered a person of his grandparents' generation, so he understood again. Zhan Hongyu and Pingtu got to know each other for a long time, and then sat down one after another. Several members of Hung Gluo squad stayed in the catacombs for a long time without any medical treatment. The supplies in the several bags I carried with me were all empty, and they were all filled with the essence and tissue fluid of different animals. Several members of the Tiger Scorpion team kindly gave them some supply points. Anyway, Liu Sheng asked them to bring a lot, and the speed of the group's advance was ridiculously fast, and there was a high probability that they would never run out. In addition to the crew-cut middle-aged and dreadlocks, the Hung Gluo squad has 2 remaining members, one of whom is in his 40s, with a square face and rarely speaks. The other one is in his 30s, fair-skinned, and has a personality similar to that of dreadlocks, but more lively. They obviously didn't know about the vibration of the general star list in the 9th theater, and they didn't know Liu Sheng, which saved them a lot of trouble. The bald man generously took out the foreign wine he found just now, and divided it among everyone. The 2 teams sat around the barbecue grill and stove in the middle of the cave, drinking and eating meat, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. You have only been here for a few days, and there are still such good things. Dirty Braid pulled a brown hair leg from the grill, put it in his mouth, took a bite, and took another sip of wine, with an expression of satisfaction on his face. It's so delicious. After eating high-energy sugar pills for a month, the birds are almost fading out of my mouth. The middle-aged man with a flat head looked at the Tiger and Scorpion team members with rather complicated eyes, and said, the meat of these wild game is very fresh, it's not more than 2 days old. The strength of the Tiger and Scorpion team is well hidden. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can be promoted to AA, or even AAA.
They are currently staying on the 21st floor of the catacombs. It took less than 2 days to kill from the first floor of the crypt to the 21st floor, and the combat effectiveness was really terrifying. It's no wonder that Hung Luo's people are impressed. The members of the Tiger and Scorpion team didn't know how to explain it, so they could only grin in perfunctory. Perhaps strength played a role, and the middle-aged man with a flat head kept talking to Zhan Hongyu on his own initiative. The conversation was almost always about things in the crypt. Let the Tiger and Scorpion be careful where the chasm is, where the 7th level beasts gather together, don't go there, and so on. He talked a lot, and even drew a map for Zhan Hongyu on the cave floor with his fingers, and briefly marked it. Zhan Hongyu listened very seriously. The information shared by the flat-headed middle-aged man is extremely valuable, and sometimes it can even save people's lives in extremely dangerous caves. Which floor are you going to go down to? The middle-aged man with a flat head suddenly asked. Zhan Hongyu subconsciously glanced at Liu Sheng, but Liu Sheng didn't speak, so she could only vaguely say, it's more than 20 floors, it's probably a little deeper. Don't go below the 25th floor. The middle-aged man with a flat head said seriously, the martial arts lunatics below the 25th floor are completely insane. Frantically chasing and killing the generals of our military region, some time ago an A-level team went down, and they completely lost contact. If we didn't run fast when we saw the opportunity, we would probably be folded in it. As he spoke, the middle-aged man with a flat head tore off his clothes, revealing a large wound on his chest and abdomen, as if bitten by a wild beast, which was shocking. The faces of the members of the Tiger and Scorpion team were all moved, and they looked at each other. Mass riot. Zhan Hongyu's expression was slightly condensed and said, then it must be reported to the military region as soon as possible. The middle-aged man with a flat head nodded, we are ready to go back and report the situation to the military. The atmosphere in the cave suddenly became dignified. The members of the Tiger and Scorpion team hadn't exhausted much energy, and they were almost resting at this time, so they quickly got up to say goodbye. Captain Hongyu, be careful. Before leaving, the middle-aged man with a flat head gave Zhan Hongyu another solemn instruction. Zhan Hongyu nodded and led the team out of the cave without saying anything. After the group walked out of the cave, they continued to walk down. Liu Sheng still opened the way ahead as usual, and he occasionally encountered strange beasts on the road, and he was killed by him. With the existence of spiritual power, he could avoid the abyss ahead of time even in the dark. Looking at Liu Sheng's comeback, Zhan Hongyu couldn't help but stepped forward and said, my lord, Luo Zhen from Hung Luo is quite prudent. 0. Ask for flowers. Liu Sheng glanced at her and said calmly, I know what you want to say, don't worry, we don't have to go deep below the 25th floor. Even if it's really deep. Liu Sheng casually crushed a 6th-level alien beast that blocked the way, and said flatly, I can bring you out as well as I bring you down. Yes. Zhan Hongyu didn't say any more, and stepped aside obediently. Liu Sheng didn't really care about it. Zhan Hongyu and the others were worried because they saw that the Hung Luo team, which was similar in strength to them, was injured. The tone of the captain of Hung Luo squad was extremely cautious. It's not that Liu Sheng looks down on them, many crises that can destroy tigers, scorpions, and red conchs, for him. Really nothing. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. With his current strength, as long as he doesn't encounter the legendary 9th-level beasts, almost any situation is not dangerous for him. He is fast enough and has the mental power to explore the way. The chance of danger is really too small. Moreover, Liu Sheng didn't plan to stay in the burrow for too long. He found the mithril mine, collected it and left, and the danger was greatly reduced. The group quickly descended to the 25th floor of the crypt. After stepping into the 25th floor, the black mist here is obviously thicker than the previous floor. Several members of the Tiger and Scorpion team put away their previous leisurely and relaxed posture, picked up their weapons one by one, and looked like they were ready to take action at any time. Liu Sheng didn't take it seriously, his spiritual power radiated like light. Going down layer by layer, passing through countless blurred pictures, there is only one goal. Mithril mine. Finally, Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he felt a little joy in his heart. Found it! Follow me! Liu Sheng dropped a word, and he rushed forward like the wind. The tiger and scorpion team followed behind him and kept going down. 26th floor. 27th floor. 28th floor. Seeing Liu Sheng rushing into the 30th floor burrow at an unabated speed, all members of the tiger-scorpion team hesitated. At this time, the surrounding black mist became thicker and thicker, and with the bodies of their masters, their visibility in the cave was not high. The unknown breeds fear, not to mention the 30th floor of the cave that tiger and scorpion have never set foot in. Zhan Hongyu glanced at the darkness around her, and said firmly, "It's safest to follow Mr. Liu, let's go." After finishing speaking, he chased after Liu Sheng's back and entered. The others hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and followed. Fortunately, Liu Sheng's figure slowed down a lot after entering the 30th floor. He pretended to be indifferent, and with one punch he sent a 7th level beast flying. The huge body of the 7th level beast slammed heavily on a stone wall and sank deeply. Liu Sheng glanced at the 7th level beast whose bones and flesh were spattered and completely dead, his eyes flickered, and he greeted the tiger and scorpion team behind him. "Go, collect tissue fluid." The bald man and the dull middle-aged man walked up quickly, and the two of them had just operated for a while. Suddenly, the slightly trembling excited voice of the bald man came from the air. "Mithril! It's Mithril mine, my lord, we are rich." "Oh." Liu Sheng looked calm and walked up slowly. "Really, let me see 100 million. 286 weird, food, 3. Attracted by the exclamation of the bald man, Zhan Hongyu and the handsome young man also surrounded him. The middle-aged man who had the least sense of presence in the team was also quite excited at this time, his lips trembling slightly, apparently discovering something like the bald man. He reached out and grabbed the corpse of the 7th level alien beast embedded deep in the stone wall, and pulled it out fiercely. Speezy. Large pieces of rubble rolled down, and the bald man used the flashlight on his communication watch to shine a light on the pit made by the corpse of the 7th level alien beast. A brilliant silver light appeared in front of several people. In the black rock wall more than 1 meter thick, there are all floating silver. The people present are all uninformed people, so they naturally know what it is. It's really mithril ore, and it's not low-purity mithril ore. Zhan Hongyu's expression also became agitated. She stretched out her hand to touch the wall of the pit, and said, "I feel like this vein of mine is not very small. Get rich." The big bald man smiled until his eyes were narrowed into slits, and his two big hairy hands kept digging on the wall of the pit, breaking off pieces of mithril and holding them in his arms. Several members of the tiger and scorpion team were all excited. Even if it is a general star or a grand master, mithril still has a certain value to them. 037 Not to mention so much mithril. Enough equipment configuration for everyone in our team has been greatly improved. The handsome young man said with a smile, "Open the 7th level different marrow liquid and drink it." The eyes of the bald man were also dyed silver, and he said, "Haha, I can finally get the 7th level dense gold shield that I have been fancying for a long time, and I can also change into a 5th level battle suit." The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, "Same." Zhan Hongyu was also in a good mood, ready to say a few words with a smile on her face. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure standing quietly beside them. In an instant, it was as if a bucket of ice water was poured down from the top of the head, and the body was icy cold from the inside to the outside, and the whole person was completely awake. "Shut up!" Zhan Hongyu cursed. "Captain, you!" The three bald men laughed and wanted to say something before turning around. But I saw Zhan Hongyu standing there with an ugly face,
beside. It was Liu Sheng who was standing there quietly watching them with his arms crossed. There is still a somewhat interesting smile on his face. The three bald men were immediately poured with ice water, and their scalps felt numb. Recalling the self-satisfied and ecstatic words just now, each of them wished they could slap their mouths a few times. "Sorry my lord." The bald man quickly threw the mithril mine in his arms back into the pit, stood obediently on the spot, bowed his head and said, "Please forgive me, my lord." The handsome young and middle-aged men also stood upright, with guilty and ugly faces. There was no joy or anger on Liu Sheng's face. He put his hands down and took a casual step forward. The bodies of the three bald men immediately tensed up, and their faces turned pale. Zhan Hongyu hurriedly said, "We didn't do anything during this journey, the mithril mine was also discovered by the adults, and all the gains naturally belong to the adults." "Reasonable." Zhan Hongyu's words seemed to be addressed to the three bald men, but her face turned towards Liu Sheng, and there was a trace of anxiety and almost pleading in her eyes. With a calm expression on his face, Liu Sheng reached out and patted the bald man's shoulder lightly. Seeing the big bald man's bald forehead dripping with cold sweat, he casually said, "It's normal to have greed. I can understand." "Can understand?" A smile uglier than crying appeared on the pale face of the bald man, and he said with difficulty, "Thank you for your understanding." "Oh no, forgive me." Liu Sheng didn't say anything, and slowly assembled the Dongjing dragon pattern that he had never used. The red crystal dragon pattern has been severely damaged, mainly because it was not properly maintained when guarding the front line. But it doesn't matter, anyway, we will change weapons soon. After Liu Sheng assembled the red crystal dragon pattern, red flames rose from the gun body, and the heat wave dispelled the surrounding black mist. His wrist shook slightly, and the red crystal dragon pattern turned into a red shadow and plunged into the wall of the mithril mine. Silently, the gun body turned again, a huge shock force was released, and there was a huge roar in the pit, and large pieces of mithril ore fell from the pit. "Why are you still standing there?" Liu Sheng turned his head to look at the members of Tiger Scorpion Squad who were still stupidly standing there, daring not to move, and frowned, "Come and help." Oh! The four members of Tiger and Scorpion Squad finally woke up like a dream, and let out a long sigh of relief. The huge wealth blinded their eyes, and they almost ruined the lives of the entire team under their complacency. Fortunately, Liu Sheng was magnanimous and didn't get angry, otherwise he really didn't know what the consequences would be. What an oddity! The bald man slapped himself a big mouth, and said depressedly, "Don't say that he came in with Mr. Liu, even if he wasn't Mr. Liu. If I didn't do anything, I wouldn't be ashamed to take a little of this mithril mine. Why did you feel like a ghost just now, and said all shameless things?" The handsome young man and middle-aged man next to him also nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man couldn't help asking, could it be because of the 30 layers of black mist? Possible. What are you muttering about? Zhan Hongyu walked up with a cold face, "Can't you hear Master Liu?" Oh! The three shook their heads and hurried into action. "What the hell, I almost got into a catastrophe just now and made Mr. Liu angry. Right now, after Mr. Liu personally greeted them, they can still make strange mistakes, and they can feel at ease for half a minute. What the hell?" The three of them suddenly felt that the 30th floor of the cave was full of weirdness, and they only wanted to finish things quickly and leave early. Liu Sheng once again plunged the red crystal dragon pattern into the mithril vein, stirred it vigorously, and shook off a large amount of mithril mine. The purity of this mithril mine is much higher than the miniature mithril mine he found for the first time, and its value may exceed his expectations. Liu Sheng mobilized his mental power to perform preliminary processing on the fallen mithril ore. In fact, it is to use spiritual power to peel off the stone skin on the mithril mine, then squeeze it, and simply melt it with flames. Melt together chunks of mithril ore and take as much out as you can. Liu Sheng is in charge of rough processing, and the Tiger Scorpion team is in charge of bagging. All the bags I carried with me were freed up, except for some necessary things, all the other things of little value were discarded. At this moment, the 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team suddenly discovered Liu Sheng's foresight. If Liu Sheng hadn't asked them to bring more supplies, they wouldn't have so many bags of things in their hands now. Fuck. I knew that those 2 bags of supplies just now would not be given to Hung Gluo. How much mithril ore can it hold? That's right, I'd say they shouldn't be allowed in the cave. Liu Sheng suddenly stopped what he was doing and stared fixedly at the 2 people who were talking. The former was a bald man, and he remembered that he was the one who offered to share the supplies in the cave. The latter is a handsome young man. One of the Red Kong squad is his friend, and he is also the one who led the Hong Kong squad into the cave. Now, the 2 of them seem to have forgotten their generosity and enthusiasm long ago. What is shown is unusual selfishness and meanness. Obviously, wasn't it like this before entering the 30th floor? Liu Sheng's eyes flickered. The mental power spread out at will, but they unexpectedly sensed human figures coming towards them from all directions. It's what Zhan Hongyu and Luo Zhen mentioned before, the martial arts lunatics who secretly practiced in the real estate? Those who went crazy. Liu Sheng saw the image and temperament of those people under the detection of spiritual power. Not to mention, it really looks a little crazy. But he didn't take it too seriously. Come on, solve it at once, and save yourself from jumping out one by one on the way back. I will be bored to death. Liu Sheng thought about it casually, and suddenly increased the use of mental power. Boom! The mithril mine vibrated violently, making even louder roars. On the 30th floor of the catacomb filled with black mist, it is extremely clear, and it spreads far and far away quickly. Attracts some unknown existences in the darkness little by little. The strange thing is that the 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team, who were most cautious before, now face the bold move of 5.8 Liu Sheng to actively attract hatred. Didn't notice it at all. They only cared about stuffing the smelted and compressed mithril ore into the bag, with joyful expressions and hot eyes. Boom! A faint roar came from afar. In the darkness, a figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. These eyes are extremely bright, instantly illuminating the surrounding darkness. However, it was covered with streaks of red blood, which looked very scary. Speech. A slender and tall figure slowly walked out of the darkness, with a large number of scattered bones under its feet. There are alien beasts, and there are also human beings. The black alloy boots on the figure's feet crushed bones one by one. He pressed his body tightly against the black stone wall next to him, closed his eyes, and seemed to be listening to something. Boom! The roar sounded again. The blood-red eyes opened again. The figure found the exact direction of the sound through the vibration of the stone wall. He licked his lips, with longing in his eyes, and a difficult and hoarse syllable in his mouth. Food. 287 Master of the Evil Path, once the top talent in the East. 4. More than 100 cubic meters of space were dug into the mithril mine pit. It's almost as big as half a classroom in class 3 and 5 of high school. Plain to remove stones and impurities, smelted and compressed. Fill all the bags brought by the Tiger and Scorpion team, and there is a lot more. The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team were covered with big bags and small bags, and their arms were full. But it just looks bloated and cumbersome, not heavy. After all of them are masters and generals, and this amount of weight is really nothing to them. Liu Sheng looked at the mithril that was smelted into cubes of about the same size and piled up like a hill. I thought in my heart, let's use mental power to carry these out, so much mithril ore, even after tempering, the mithril exchanged into it should be enough for me to make an inner wheel knife. It is not enough to build all the wishing wheel knives, plus the amount of meritorious service owed. This dense silver mine has already been dug by more than half, and the rest of the mining is very troublesome, and it is necessary to find another dense silver mine. Thinking about it,
Liu Sheng took a look at the 4 members of the Tiger Scorpion team who had been pulled by him as coolies, and said, after moving out smoothly, I will give you a 10% bonus for the whole team. How about it? The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team looked at each other with joy on their faces. Such a large amount of secret silver, even if it is only 10%, is worth a lot. And what they paid was just a little bit of time and effort. Thank you for your generosity. Zhan Hongyu's face revealed a look of struggle, but in the end she was determined. She shook her head and said, but we 02 deserve it, so we don't need it. Liu Sheng's eyes were calm, and he said lightly, I don't care if you are ashamed or not, since I want to give it to you, then you have to accept it. Zhan Hongyu trembled slightly, and quickly changed her words, yes. Thank you, my lord. The adults are generous. The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team kept talking. Only then was Liu Sheng satisfied. The kindness of the strong cannot be refused. People used to treat me like this before, but now it's my turn to treat others like this. There is a kind of inexplicable comfort. My lord, let's go. Zhan Hongyu glanced around, her expression became slightly dignified. I always feel that something is wrong, the sound of our mining was so loud just now, that we didn't even attract a strange beast. After all, this is the 30th floor of the catacombs, and almost no one comes down at ordinary times. We could have made 2 extra trips. The other 3 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team also sensed that something was wrong. This area was filled with black mist, and it was so quiet that there was no sound at all. The intuition of being a master martial artist told them. This is very abnormal. Liu Sheng's expression was calm. He looked down at the communication watch in his hand, and said casually, wait another half a minute. Wait half a minute? What are you waiting for? The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team blinked, a little confused. But Liu Sheng said so, they had to follow suit. One by one, they stood in place and waited patiently. Time passed by every minute and every second. Half a minute flies by. Almost at the moment when the last second had just finished dancing, the black mist around everyone suddenly surged. Xisu. The sound of footsteps moving quickly can be heard in the quiet space. Someone. The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team looked tense for a moment, and each of them grabbed their portable cold weapons and faced the direction of the sound, as if they were facing an enemy. But the slight sound of footsteps soon came from elsewhere. Front, back, left, right. The sound of fast-moving footsteps can be heard everywhere, surrounded by people from all directions. The slowly flowing black mist stirred accordingly. In the black mist, a thin figure quietly appeared. Then the second, the third, the fourth. In less than 2 breaths, there were already figures standing around the few people. Shadows and shadows surrounded them. Just scan at will, there are no less than 2 or 3 people. Guan looks, without exception, are almost gloomy in temperament and thin in stature. The skin on his face and body was pale as if he had not been exposed to the sun for a long time, but his eyes were red and bloodshot. The clothes on the body are also tattered, and many of them can't see their original appearance. These people are like hungry and crazy refugees, like beasts, like zombies, like monsters. However, the qi and blood on each body were incomparably full, and the spirit energy above their heads was like a pillar of smoke. They are clearly real martial arts masters. The faces of the 4 members of the Tiger Scorpion team finally changed completely. Become shocked and terrified, the body subconsciously retreats step by step. Grand Master, all of them are martial arts masters. Nonsense, isn't the Grand Master able to survive here for so long? The martial arts madmen from the 25th to 30th floors are probably here. Zhan Hongyu's face was ugly, and she said with difficulty, it is probably these guys who attacked the Hung Gluo team and caused a disconnection with the General Star team. Damn it, these beasts even eat their own people, when did they know how to cooperate and start to act collectively?
Generally, this situation is only a possibility. A voice sounded from the ears of the 4 members of the Tiger-Scorpion team, and Zhan Hongyu and the others turned their heads to look. What he saw was Liu Sheng's calm profile. Liu Sheng looked in one direction, and said lightly. Among these people, there is a king who has absolute strength to command them. The 4 of Zhan Hongyu were startled. In the next second, crisp applause came from where Liu Xion's electric light fell. The black mist in that place parted quickly, and a slender and tall figure walked out of the black mist. A handsome young man with a pale face, slightly sunken cheeks, and a strange blood color in his eyes, who kept clapping his hands, appeared in front of several people. He was wearing an old battle uniform and alloy boots, and he looked not much different from Liu Sheng and the others. There is even a similar communication watch on the wrist of one hand, but the style looks much older. The handsome young man looked at Liu Sheng with a smile on his face and said, "You are the smartest and the strongest, and meat is the most delicious. If I eat you, I will become stronger." The handsome young man spoke in a natural and casual tone, as if cannibalism was just a very common thing to him. And after hearing his words, the faces of those beast-like people around him also showed eagerness. Someone in the crowd said hoarsely, "Liu Moying, this kid can belong to you. But the other 4 must be reserved for us." "Certainly." The handsome young man replied with a smile, "I always only eat the best." These people chatted casually, their eyes sweeping back and forth on the 5 of Liu Sheng. It's like a group of diners with knives and forks, talking about how to cut the knife and how to distribute the dishes on the table. The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team were sweating profusely, and their hands holding the cold weapons were tight and tight. Among them, the middle-aged man, who has always been taciturn, suddenly said coldly, "Liu Moying, you were the star of the Eastern Conference last year. Didn't you die more than 10 years ago?" The middle-aged man's words were like a stone thrown into a pool, causing waves to burst. All eyes on the field looked at him in unison, and fell on him. "Old Chi, do you know this guy?" The bald man stared at the middle-aged man with wide eyes. The middle-aged man nodded, and said in a deep voice, "You entered the General Star area relatively late, and you don't know many things. At that time, the Eastern Military Region did not have Qiyao, and there were only a few top-level geniuses, who were called Eastern Stars. This Lumo Eagle was one of them. At that time, it ranked 3rd in the general list of Eastern generals with a 13-star fighting power. However, he disappeared during a large-scale collective mission to suppress the real estate crack riot more than 10 years ago. Everyone thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the flesh and blood of the masters of the same clan hiding here." At the end of the middle-aged man's words, his tone became extremely complicated and emotional. The faces of the rest of the Tiger and Scorpion team went up to a higher level. Unexpectedly, the leading martial arts madman turned out to be the former pride of the East. 10 years ago, the combat power reached 13 stars. The top big master is half a star stronger than Liu Sheng's combat power. 10 years ago, the fighting strength was 13 stars, how terrible is it now? The bald man murmured. Zhan Hongyu glanced at the calm Liu Sheng, took a deep breath, and quickly said, "It may not necessarily become stronger. I haven't received enough resources for more than 10 years. It's not necessarily a drop in qi and blood. Now the combat power must not be at its peak." The others were stunned, and after thinking about it, it seemed that this was indeed the case, and their expressions immediately relaxed. But the handsome young man who stood a few people away seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world, and laughed loudly while covering his stomach. "Can't get enough resources to replenish. Haha, are you kidding me on purpose?" The handsome young man laughed until tears came out, pointed at Zhan Hongyu and the others, and said loudly, "You guys, aren't you the best food for me? Besides, why do you think there are so few alien beasts on the 30th floor of the crypt? Why? Haha."
The maniacal laughter of the handsome young man broke through the black mist and spread far and wide in the empty crypt. The evil masters standing beside him also had playful smiles on their faces, looking at Zhang Hongyu as if they were looking at an ignorant clown. The little bit of comfort that the tiger and scorpion had managed to find was smashed to pieces in an instant. Everyone's face was pale, and they were almost unsteady even standing up. "Okay, let's not talk nonsense with you." The handsome young man stopped laughing, glanced at the watch in his hand seriously, and said casually, "My dinner time is almost past." Saying that, the handsome young man took a step forward. In an instant, the surrounding black mist immediately boiled up, and then all rushed towards his body. The handsome young man seems to be transformed into a huge black vortex, representing the deepest darkness, constantly devouring everything around him. 288 Clanking your fingers, killing a master is like mowing grass, you are the sun, so what am I? 1. The nearby black mist was swallowed up by the handsome young man at an extremely fast speed. It reveals a circle of rugged and bumpy stone walls around it. The composition of the cracks in the catacombs is very strange. It looks like a canyon from the top, and the cracks get wider as you go down. The downward slope extends and expands toward the inner side of the crust. As a result, the lower the number of catacombs, the larger the space occupied by each floor, and the more complex the terrain. At this time, the black mist near the mithril mine where Sheng and the others were located poured into the mouth and nose of the handsome young man in a funnel shape, and the black mist in the distance filled it up, forming a spectacle of surging in the end of October. The evil masters standing around revealed their whole picture from the faded black mist. Many of them had ragged clothes, exposing their bony limbs, and some had deformed parts of their bodies. This is all caused by being eroded by the black mist all year round, cannibalizing the same kind, and eating strange animals raw. Not only their bodies, but also their martial arts will have been distorted. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a heretic. At this time, the handsome young man had already absorbed the black mist, and his whole body showed a state of saturation. He became extremely magical. Even the body has undergone strange changes. The body and limbs have become slender, and the whole person has become thinner, and the red blood in the eyes has become one piece, like a grid covered with blood. He grinned, revealing his white teeth and red gums. Even the facial bones have changed, no longer the handsome appearance before. But the breath is more than 10 times stronger than before. Around his body, there is a black circle that distorts the air. He is like a light source, a black light source. It exudes a dark and twisted wool all the time. Just looking at the appearance of the handsome young man, the 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team felt a kind of indescribable depression and fear that crazily grew up from the bottom of their hearts. This is a terrible deterrent combined with terror and power. Beyond many of the top blockbusters they've seen before. The evil masters around them also moved one after another, with cruel and violent expressions on their faces, and slowly approached the 5 of them. Although their individual aura is far from that of the handsome young man, even the evil and strange aura on their bodies, which seems to be of the same origin, is entangled together. An invisible large net was formed in the air, enveloping 5 people in it. Star of the East. The handsome young man after transformation said lightly, "It happened a long time ago. At that time, I was as weak as an ant. Fortunately, there was the catacomb riot, I was trapped in the depths of the catacombs, and in a desperate situation, I was guided by the gods. That is the true way to the limit of martial arts." The expression of the handsome young man suddenly became frenzied. Sheng's expression moved, and he caught a word in his words, "God." "What does divine guidance mean?" Sheng asked. The handsome young man didn't listen to his question at all, and said to himself, "The essence of martial arts is to use various means to make oneself stronger." He was right, since strange beasts can be used as food to make warriors stronger. Then, the warrior himself who feeds on strange beasts is the best food for martial arts. Sheng frowned, and asked again,
who is he? The handsome young man didn't answer, but spread his arms and raised his head slightly. It seems to be hugging, and it seems to be praying devoutly. He murmured in a low voice. Eastern Star? No, I'm the Eastern Sun now. Yang, Demon Yang. One day, my light will shine out of the crypt and cover the surface. The 4 members of the Tiger-Scorpion team were as pale as paper, and they almost didn't even have the strength to hold cold weapons. The murmurs in the mouth of the handsome young man are entwined with the gradually enveloping black mist, like the deepest nightmare, pulling them to sink into a deeper level of despair and fear. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. I asked you twice, didn't you hear me? Everyone was startled, including the handsome young man, all looked in one direction in surprise. I saw a tall and straight figure standing quietly in place. It's Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng's face was calm, his eyes were like lakes that never changed. He looked at the handsome young man calmly, and said softly, it seems that you didn't listen to a word I said. A bit of contempt and disdain appeared in the handsome young man's eyes, and he twitched the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh. But the next second, an unparalleled murderous intent erupted from Liu Sheng's body. Like a glacier washing the ground, in an instant, all the black mist that was thousands of meters away was washed away completely. The smile on the handsome young man's face was frozen, his expression stiff. He saw Liu Sheng take a step towards him. Behind this step, it is a bloody Wang Yang, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In front of this indescribably terrifying killing intent, he was like a firefly under the bright moon, he was completely stunned. With the next breath, Liu Sheng's figure disappeared. The handsome young man's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously raised his hand to resist. But he just tried to raise his hands. His 2 slender arms were broken shoulder to shoulder without a sound. An unprecedented fear surged from the heart of the handsome young man. Before the pain from the severed arm could catch up with him, he felt his throat tighten and his breath suffocated. The whole person was abruptly lifted up by a slender and powerful hand. His slender and tall perfect body was reflected in his pinched eyes that almost protruded from the eye sockets. The body looked at him calmly and spit out a word. You are the sun. Then what am I? After finishing speaking, he exerted a little force with his 5 fingers, and the handsome young man who was as powerful as a black light source, his whole body explode alive. The light source went out. Quiet. Deathly silence. The evil masters present, as well as the Tiger and Scorpion Team 4. He stared fixedly at Liu Sheng, who casually threw away a mass of blood and flesh, with a calm face, casually shaking the blood stained on his hands. Their brains seemed to follow Liu Sheng's pinch just now. Then it exploded alive. The Eastern Star in the past, and now the Catacomb Demon Yang, has a combat power far exceeding that of the 13 stars, and all the evil masters on the 25th to 35th floors of the catacombs. Lumo Eagle. He didn't even block a single move of the young man in his early 20s in front of him. He was crushed to death. It's like crushing a fly to death, crushing a tomato. The understatement makes people seem to be dreaming, with a strong sense of unreality. Everyone's brains were buzzing, and they didn't react for a while. Liu Sheng glanced around and stretched his hands. 10 fingers clattered, like 10 steel blades colliding and clanging. To deal with these scum, the way of killing life is perfect. Liu Sheng's figure suddenly disappeared. Like a piece of blood-colored Wang Yang, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood suddenly swept out to the surroundings. Biting killing intent filled every inch of space. Send and receive. Liu Sheng's figure also reappeared immediately. At this time, the 10 fingers of his hands were already stained with blood, and they were dripping down. Next breath. Around the circle, the heads of nearly 30 evil masters fell all at once. The blood column gushing out from the neck was like a fountain, because of the powerful qi and blood of the master fighters. It lasted for a long time until they fell one by one. The way of killing life, killing people is like mowing grass, its power can be seen. Before, Liu Sheng could split the 7th level beasts with a pair of fleshy palms, but now it is even easier to face these 7th level masters who are stunned and frail. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team were completely dumbfounded. In just 4 or 5 breaths, the terrifyingly handsome young man with over 13 stars in combat power, and more than 24 evil masters, all died. Killed by Liu Sheng alone. And only with a pair of fleshy palms. Words cannot describe the inner feelings of the 4 of them at this moment. They stared blankly at Liu Sheng, who was slowly wiping the blood from his hands in the distance, and felt that Liu Sheng's figure and the dark shadow behind him were completely integrated into one, and together with the blood of Wang Zhao flowing under his feet, they were in the earthquake. Zhongfei expressed delay. The evil masters on these floors have basically been cleaned up, and there are not many strange beasts. Liu Sheng thought about it, and suddenly made a decision. You guys wait for me here for a while, I'll go down and have a look. Throwing a word to the 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team, Liu Sheng turned and rushed towards the 31st floor deeper in the cave. Words such as God and he were repeatedly mentioned in the handsome young man's mouth before. There was a faint guess in his mind. So he wanted to go down and verify it. If it was as he had guessed, then he would undoubtedly be one step closer to the truth. Liu Sheng's figure disappeared in an instant. Only the 4-member Tiger and Scorpion team with dull expressions behind them remained. It took the 4 of them a long time to barely recover from the huge impact and shock. Looking at the scene of corpses strewn all over the field and messy ground, indescribable complexity was written all over his face. This time, our eastern military region is going to make a big splash. Zhan Hongyu looked at her 3 teammates, and said softly in an exclamation tone, our master Liu is hiding too deeply. The so-called 12-star combat power is just what he wants the world to see. The other 3 nodded approvingly. 289 life and number 039, S biggest stain. I lied to you, asshole. 2 clue chapters. Liu Sheng stepped into the 31st floor of the crypt. The density of black mist here has increased a bit. His mental strength spread out, and his figure formed an almost straight line going forward and downward. Occasionally, when encountering a strange beast blocking the way, pause for a moment. If you encounter areas where the black mist is particularly thick and the mental power detection is obscure, you will take a detour. Liu Sheng stopped in a place where black mist was continuously spewing out. He waved his hand in front of his eyes. Muscles vibrated, special strength was exerted, and the golden stellar energy set off a gust of wind on the flat ground, blowing away the large swath of black mist. But in less than a second, more black mist filled in, congealing and not dispersing. Liu Sheng stepped into the black mist. Mental power is also strongly hindered in such a thick black mist, and the visibility is greatly reduced. It's a bit difficult for me to detect my spiritual power at the 7th or even 8th level. Those spiritual masters with mental power below the 7th level will become blind when they enter here? Maybe it's not as easy to use as martial arts intuition. Half a minute later, Liu Sheng's steady pace suddenly stopped. He quietly looked at an area in front of him. It was a mass of fluid grey with irregular shapes around the edges. Kind of like a mirror turned upside down, revealing the grey coating behind it. But looking at it gives people a very uncomfortable feeling. It's like ringworm growing in the void. This is the so-called chasm. This is the biggest chasm that Liu Sheng has seen so far. A steady stream of black mist gushes out from the twisting grey area. The black mist here is almost liquid, and there are also a large number of strange beasts. It's like a pipe mouth, which is constantly discharging dirty and waste sewage, which is also mixed with a lot of garbage. At this time, Liu Sheng was blocked in front of the drain, and the Grand Master's force field and spiritual force formed an invisible barrier around him. While pushing the black mist away, 420 turned the rushing alien beast into a pulp. It's very strange, it's obviously discharged outwards, but it attracts me. Lu Sheng put his hand less than 30 centimeters away from the gray area. I can clearly feel that there is an inexplicable attraction in the gray area pulling my body. Just like a magnet, it goes on and on. Is that what attracted those martial arts masters who entered the chasm? Lu Sheng stared at the grey chasm in front of him, staring at it for a long time, and there was a slight urge to walk in his heart. But this impulse was suppressed by him as soon as it arose. When you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. This sentence inexplicably popped into Lu Sheng's mind. Is it possible that at the other end of the chasm, there is someone looking at it like this, hesitating whether to go in? Is it possible that we are looking at each other now? The other side of the two worlds, crossing and intersecting. Lu Sheng was thinking wildly, and suddenly saw two eyes slowly emerging from the writhing grey area. These eyes are golden and red, and the structure of the pupils is different from that of normal humans, looking quite mysterious and beautiful. There was a touch of confusion and curiosity in his eyes, and he met Lu Sheng's eyes in the next second. The mysterious eyes froze and stopped turning. Lu Sheng saw deep curiosity and joy in those eyes. Lu Sheng's body shook, and a strange feeling instantly filled his whole body. Countless fantasies and guesses popped up in my mind. Is this a native of another world? It seems to be intelligent life. It is also curious about me. Can we communicate in a friendly way? Could she be a woman? A love that crosses the world and crosses species. Lu Sheng seemed to see the truth about the alien beast invasion beckoning to himself. He was full of excitement and wanted to go one step further. But at this moment, the curiosity and joy in those beautiful eyes faded quickly, and turned into a thick cruelty and mob. Then more eyes emerged from the grey area. One pair after another. The head of a lizard with a size of 5 or 6 meters and full of eyeballs protruded out of the chasm with a whimper. Boom! A tightly clenched fist suddenly appeared, directly hitting the middle of the lizard's head into a deep depression, and the eyeballs burst open one by one. Boom! The subsequent terrifying impact blasted the lizard's head into the grey chasm, and even the black mist that continued to spew out stagnated for a moment. Damn! Lu Sheng quickly walked out of the black mist, his face as black as a pot lid. When he thought of how many beautiful fantasies he had just had in front of a lizard head full of eyeballs, he felt disgusted and got goosebumps all over his body. Too disgusting! A strange beast is a strange beast, and a strange beast deserves to die. Ba. Lu Sheng scanned his surroundings with an ugly expression. This secret must never be revealed, it is the biggest stain in my life. He didn't stop any longer, and continued to move forward at high speed. Waiting for the moment when Lu Sheng stepped into the 35th floor of the crypt. Suddenly, his mental power sensed a strange fluctuation coming from a distance. Lu Sheng's expression changed, and he took the initiative to disperse his mental power, trying to find the source of the fluctuation. This is a special frequency of mental power. It's like an unknown signal wave that a radar station accidentally picks up. It contains inexplicable meaning. It seems to be calling me. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he followed the direction from which the mental wave came, all the way down. The closer to the bottom, the stronger and clearer the fluctuation. The meaning of calling became more and more obvious. Even weirder things happened. As Lu Sheng's spiritual power connected with this fluctuation, the strange beasts he encountered along the way took the initiative to get out of the way, including even 8th-level strange beasts. These strange beasts seemed to regard him as the same kind, and gave way one after another. It's like, welcome. An inexplicable impulse, also emerged in Lu Sheng's heart. At the beginning, it was curiosity to find out the truth, but then it gradually deteriorated. There seemed to be something in that fluctuation that he was desperately longing for, something he desperately wanted to possess. He was deeply attracted and kept moving forward. Lu Sheng seemed to be in a daze, and rushed towards the direction of the wave in a daze.
The fluctuation also became joyful, calling for Bailai more and more. Come on quickly. Everything you want here. Yes, that's it, into my arms, my child. 36 floors of the catacombs. 37th floor of the catacombs. 38 floors of the catacombs. Liu Sheng finally reached the edge of the 39th floor of the crypt. At this time, the black mist in the crypt was so thick that you couldn't see your fingers. Alien beasts are everywhere. 7th level, 8th level, and even deeper there are terrifying existences that faintly surpass the 8th level. And that consciousness fluctuation is also extremely strong. The mouth parts of countless alien beasts opened and closed synchronously, making roaring sounds. These sounds all converge into one frequency. Return. Join in. Worship. The consciousness deep in the catacombs was extremely joyful. Smilingly watching Liu Sheng with blurred eyes step by step into the trap he carefully crafted. He just lost a believer, a lackey. But in exchange for a better, more potential. This made him quite satisfied. One step forward. He called out strongly in his heart. The little guy in front of him, as long as he takes a step forward, he can be completely embraced by him. Seeing that the right foot that took the last step has been raised, it is about to land. But at this time, that foot quickly retracted. Liu Sheng, who was still bewitched just now, lost all confusion on his face, and his eyes were extremely clear. I lied to you, I really believe it. Liu Sheng looked calmly at the darkness in front of him, and made a big middle finger in the direction of the wave. Stupid! After finishing speaking, he turned around and left without saying a word. The speed is astonishingly fast, and it disappears in a breathless time. The consciousness deep in the burrow froze. The beasts with their mouth parts opening and closing were also stunned. After a short period of silence, an extremely violent consciousness roared on the 40th floor of the crypt. Catch him! Damn it, don't let him get away! Boom! Countless strange beasts became restless, roaring towards the upward direction of the real estate, running. It's Lumo Eagle indeed, his ID card is not on. Zhan Hongyu carefully picked out a string of bloody silver iron necklaces from a pile of rotting flesh. After a little identification, he opened his mouth and said. The rest of the Tiger and Scorpion team were also rummaging through the dead masters of the evil way, making low exclamations from time to time. This is a master who surpasses martial arts. Thunder Martial Art Museum Hong. Good guy, it turns out that the headmaster of Thunder Martial Arts Hall is here. Collect your identity certificate and report it to the military region when you go back. Zhan Hongyu glanced at the corpses all over the ground, and said with a complicated expression, nearly 30 martial arts masters died in one breath. This is probably the biggest bloodshed incident of the masters in the past few years. They are all people who died long ago, and they just die again. The bald man stood up nonchalantly, and said, and these people are not good people, and there are probably quite a few generals in our army who died in their hands. Zhan Hongyu and others nodded. At this moment, there was a sound of hey, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of several people. Grown-ups. Seeing the person coming, the 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team hurriedly saluted and said hello. Their attitude was far more respectful than before. Liu Sheng's eyes were calm, and he said quickly, clean up quickly, we will leave the burrow immediately. Also, Zhan Hongyu, please find a way to notify the other generals in the crypt so that they can also run quickly. Zhan Hongyu was taken aback, and subconsciously asked, my lord, what happened? Liu Sheng glanced back, and said calmly, it's nothing, it's just that the strange beasts below the 30th floor of the cave, rioted. 290 Misunderstood, the second battlefield. 3. Catacomb Riot. The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team all shivered suddenly, their expressions shocked. This is no joke. Naturally, Liu Sheng wouldn't lie to them, and the few of them quickly tidied up get up.
In fact, there is nothing to clean up, just put down the bag full of mithril and put it on your back again. Zhan Hongyu quickly pressed, twice on the communication watch. I have sent the news back to the military region. After the military region verifies, it will immediately notify all the generals in the cave, so we don't need to worry about it. Liu Sheng nodded slightly, mentally rolled up the remaining mithril on the ground, and said, then let's go quickly. Yes. The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team carried their things and ran back the same way. Liu Sheng was the fastest, but he was deliberately placed last in the team. His spiritual power radiated around, observing the movements of the strange beasts in the crypt. He found that his worries were a little unnecessary. At this time, the strange beasts on every floor of the crypt began to riot, and the people who were undergoing trials in the crypt had already sensed that something was wrong, and had already retreated upwards. Liu Sheng's spiritual power has a wide range of radiation. From his point of view, he could see countless strange beasts coming towards their team in all directions. However, the level of alien beasts above the 30th floor is not high. Seeing the huge scale and densely packed space, Liu Sheng felt nothing in his heart. That guy probably died of anger from me. When I get out of the burrow safely, I'll have to get angry again. Through this exploration, Liu Sheng also officially confirmed. The mysterious fluctuation of consciousness in the depths of the crypt is the culprit who bewitched those crypt masters to go evil ways, and has the ability to control strange beasts. The world's top leaders who don't know the 300 years of martial arts are clear about this. It is estimated that he is the real strong man behind the strange beast, and I don't know whether his will came from the depths of the burrow or through the chasm. If it's the latter, then his strength is beyond my imagination. Just relying on consciousness can completely brainwash and control so many martial arts masters, even top masters like Liu Moying. This is already an extremely incredible power. It would be even more outrageous if it was done in 2 worlds. 11th level? Or is it an existence above 11th level? Liu Sheng didn't know. He planned to go to the dream space to search for similar information immediately after returning, and he believed that there would be gains. Grown-ups. The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team took out cold weapons, swept forward fiercely, and knocked away the alien beast blocking the way. Zhan Hongyu gritted her teeth and looked back at Liu Sheng. With a movement of Liu Sheng's body, from the back of the team to the front, the huge mental power suddenly dispersed. Boom! There was an invisible storm in the air, where Liu Sheng's eyes fell. Strange beasts were blown up one after another, exploded, and died. A way out was immediately cleared. Don't worry about anything, just follow me closely. Liu Sheng said lightly, and walked forward. Yes. The Tiger and Scorpion team had long believed in Liu Sheng's strength, and naturally obeyed what Liu Sheng said. All of them stopped talking at the moment, concentrated on following Liu Sheng's footsteps, and rushed forward with their heads buried. As Liu Sheng expected. This so-called catacomb riot looks scary, but it actually gets easier as you go up. Those powerful alien beasts below the 30th floor, whose strength is generally 7 or 8 levels, instead, because of the gathering of alien beasts in the first few floors, hindered their forward speed, so that they kept following Liu Sheng and the others to eat ashes. When Liu Sheng led the Tiger and Scorpion team out of the cracks in the real estate, none of the beasts below the 30th floor could catch up. The inexplicable fluctuation of consciousness was transmitted through the black mist to the top floor of the real estate, and it was already very weak. But Liu Sheng could still feel his anger and frustration. Being played by a bug, I would be very angry if I were. Liu Sheng stood on the edge of the real estate crack, holding the 5 fingers of his right hand against the void, as if pinching the entire real estate crack in his hand. Wait one day, the bug that played with you once crawled in front of you, and suddenly the wolf gave you an uppercut. You will be even angrier. Strange, this riot came as soon as it came, and left as soon as it was said. Before it came out, the tide of alien beasts receded. A few tens of meters away from Liu Sheng and the others, several members of the star team in combat uniforms rushed out of the cracks in the property with a bloody aura. Liu Sheng glanced in that direction, and quickly called the Tiger and Scorpion team to leave. Let's go. Yes, too. Quickly find where you parked before. The 3 off-road vehicles parked there in good condition, and had not been touched by anyone. The 4 members of the Tiger and Scorpion team piled the mithril blocks they brought back onto the car. The 3 cars were barely full, and the tires had sunk several inches. At this moment, the 4 of them admired Liu Sheng's foresight more and more. If Liu Sheng hadn't asked them to drive 2 more cars before he came, they would have to carry a pile of mithril to a safe area before they could call a helicopter to pick them up. The few people didn't delay, and drove back in the car. On the way, by coincidence, they ran into several members of Hung Gluo squad again. The Hung Gluo team is standing on a high place in the wilderness waiting for the helicopter to pick them up. The 2 teams met each other and simply greeted each other. The 3 vehicles of the Tiger and Scorpion team were loaded with mithril ore, which gave them a severe blow. My darling, the members of Tiger Scorpion team are very lucky. You can find mithril ore in every cave. The purity is very high. If you get rich, this is. A member of the Red Conch squad looked at the back of the 3 cars of the Tiger Scorpion squad and couldn't help sighing enviously. Luo Zhen, the captain of the Red Conch, glanced at this person and snorted coldly, "Good luck? That's his strength. Given you so many mithril mines, can you get them out of the burrow alive? Don't forget, a riot just broke out in the catacombs." Ah yes. Only then did the faces of the members of the Hung Gluo squad show sudden expressions, and their expressions became a little surprised. That's right, the catacombs just rioted. The Tiger and Scorpion team members are carrying so much mithril, they can't even move around. How did they rush out from the ground? It looks like they don't even have any injuries. When did they become so strong? A few people were startled and suspicious, and after careful thought, they figured out something was wrong. Luo Zhen said with a complicated face, "Didn't you notice the license plate of the leader of the 3 cars just now? DZ0002. How many people in the entire 9th War Zone can hold this kind of license plate? The car of a top general. 0, ask for flowers. Top admiral." Several team members let out a low breath, and all of them showed disbelief on their faces. Where did the Tiger and Scorpion team have such a relationship? "Captain, are you kidding?" Before Luo Zhen could speak, the dreadlocks in the team were already exclaiming with their communication watches. "The captain is right, I found out. Our 9th War Zone indeed has a new 12-star general." Several people hurriedly leaned their heads over, and after reading the news materials, they all gasped. 12-star generals. Top bulk. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Ranked 4th overall. And the slightly familiar young face in the profile photo made their heads buzz even more. "Isn't this the rookie from Tiger Scorpion?" A Red Conch member spoke in a daze. "Bullshit rookie!" Luo Zhen spoke, with undisguised annoyance on his face. "That's the real boss. Damn, I missed it, what a good opportunity to hug my thigh, I missed it for nothing." The other members of the Hung Gluo squad also had complicated faces. "Thinking of living in the same cave with the 12-star admiral, drinking and chatting together, I don't know what it's like. Let's leave things alone, and when the income is calculated, the 10% that belongs to you will naturally be credited to your account." At the gate of the manor villa, Liu Sheng said to the 4 of them. "Yes, my lord." The 4 members of the Tiger Scorpion team naturally had no objection, and after helping Liu Sheng move all the mithril pieces into the manor, they left with a sense of humor. Liu Sheng casually threw the car keys of the warrior off-road to Li Dai, and then ordered, "Eat on the hour, and then help me inform Wang Ye from the military department to come over." Then I went upstairs to take a shower and rest. The strange beasts he killed in the real estate were automatically uploaded to the military department after leaving the burrow. Naturally, the military department will have a special person to calculate statistics for him and calculate meritorious service. Save another trip to the mission center. Liu Sheng went up to the room on the second floor, took off his dirty combat uniform, and then went into the bathroom to take a shower. Generally speaking, this entry into the real estate went smoothly. Not only did the mithril mine get back, but some important information was also obtained. It took a total of 4 days. Liu Sheng came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, and found that Wang Ye from the military department hadn't arrived yet, so he simply advanced into the dream space. After entering the dream space, Liu Sheng directly called up the light brain and began to search for information about catacomb consciousness in the Tinder resource library. After a while, Liu Sheng came back to his senses from the optical brain data. Take a long breath. He has found the answer he wanted. Second battlefield. This is what Liu Sheng got. The information in the Tinder resource database shows that the senior officials of the World Martial Arts League have already discovered clues to the strong man from another world. And in the future, the main battlefield between humans and alien beasts will also start from the surface. Developed to Abyss Gap Space. Abyss is explained by Curry, the fire resource, as a gap in space created when two worlds overlap and collide. These cracks are big or small, thick or thin. If it is thick enough, a distorted gray zone will be formed in it, which is enough to accommodate the arrival of top powerhouses from different worlds. That's what it said in the information. The second battle is long. 291 Sen 10,000 years of peace and prosperity, Quasi 8 guns. 4. Two worlds in different levels, different time and space, even different universes, different dimensions, due to some unexplainable reasons, accidentally overlap and collide. This is also the source of the alien beast invasion. The 7-level access to the Tinder resource library answered a large part of Liu Sheng's doubts. Obviously, the world of alien beasts is undoubtedly much stronger than our world. Therefore, the space barriers of our world will inevitably be broken and cracked. Just like an egg colliding with a rock, the fragile shell of the egg is sure to cause damage. Of course, the difference in strength should not be as exaggerated as the difference between eggs and stones. Liu Sheng casually picked up 2 stones on the ground and touched them in his hands. The weaker one rustled down with debris and sand. It's almost like this. Liu Sheng threw away the stone in his hand and continued to think. So the alien beasts from other worlds can easily enter our world and launch an invasion. Conversely, it is very difficult for us to reach the other world. Those martial arts masters who entered the chasm and never came back are the best proof. The reason is very simple. Because the shell of their world has been smashed 487, things from outside can easily come in. And the shell of the different world is still intact, so those martial arts experts who walked into the gap, even if they reached the other end, they couldn't get in at all. I might have gone in, but never had the chance to come back. Liu Sheng searched the Fire Seed Resource Bank. Even in the next 10,000 years of martial arts, there has never been a person who entered the chasm and returned. Except for the second battlefield. The existence of the second battlefield is difficult to explain. Think of it as the part where two worlds collide and stick together. The chasm in that piece is extraordinarily thick, so thick that it forms a relatively independent space, enough to accommodate the top powerhouses to survive in it. Top powerhouses from other worlds cannot enter our world through ordinary chasms. They can only enter the chasm space first, and make the cracks on the world's shell bigger before they can enter further. The warriors of the future world discovered this early on. In order to avoid this from happening, they chose to enter the gap space actively to resist the invasion of strong men from other worlds. Later, it gradually developed into a second battlefield. No wonder, I have absorbed so many memories of zombies, and there are very few pictures of 10th and 11th level powerhouses making moves. Before, I thought that most of these powerhouses were concentrated in the top few main bases. Only now do I know that they should basically be on the second battlefield. In the future 10,000 years of martial arts, the war between the two worlds and the two civilizations is so intense. It is no longer the outcome and casualties of the bottom-level battlefield that dominate the direction of the war. It depends entirely on the struggle and contest between the top powerhouses of the two civilizations. That is the situation of the second battlefield. Final results. Of course I lost. It's no wonder that there is a Tinder project that will do everything possible to produce a 12th level powerhouse. At the 12th level of martial arts, do you have a chance to win the second battle, or keep the second battle undefeated? Liu Sheng thought in his heart, feeling a lot, Xiaomi couldn't say it. Although I know this, it is still too far away from him. At least level 10 is eligible to enter the second battlefield. 300 years of martial arts, the second battlefield has not been opened up. It doesn't seem to have much to do with me. No way. Liu Sheng suddenly became energetic, his eyes burning. If I can reach the 11th level, or even the 12th level in 300 years of martial arts, then there will be no one who will be born 10,000 years later in martial arts. I went directly along the chasm and crushed the top experts in the different world to death one by one. The crisis of civilization destruction will come to an end in 300 years of martial arts, and I, Liu Sheng, will completely end it. The moment Liu Sheng set this goal in his heart, the grey roulette in his mind suddenly trembled slightly, and the whole roulette suddenly expanded and became bigger. It has also become more solid, more mysterious, and obscure. Liu Sheng's martial will increased. Is it because the goal is completely clear? If Liu Sheng realized something, it was just an accident, but he didn't feel too surprised. Although he took over the burden of the savior half-heartedly before, he only knew that if martial arts become stronger, it might save the future martial arts civilization and the human world. But I don't know what to do and how to operate after I become stronger, so as to truly solve this catastrophe. Now Liu Sheng is clear. Upgrade to level 12, enter the second battlefield, enter a different world, and solve this catastrophe from the root. How could the 300 years of martial arts be delayed until 10,000 years? Liu Sheng looked at the zombies wandering around on the dilapidated long street, and said sternly, "Don't worry, boys. The ancestors will definitely help you solve the crisis of alien beasts completely." Grown-ups. Seeing Liu Sheng coming down the stairs, Wang Ye, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. "Sit." Liu Sheng nodded casually, and Ace Zhao sat down. Li Dai next to him immediately made tea for him and brought it up. "The tea sent by Colonel Wang, I told you to taste it." Li Dai handed the teacup to Liu Sheng and whispered. Liu Sheng lowered his head and took a look. There were a few pieces of fresh and tender green buds floating in the teacup. It looked extraordinary, and it was indeed better than the ones he had drunk before. "It was given by a friend in the southern military region, and I will bring it back to heaven," Wang Ye said modestly. "I have a heart." Liu Sheng said something, feeling quite emotional in his heart. "I didn't expect to be able to get mixed up to the point where people gave special tea, tobacco, and wine. In the words of my father Liu Dahai, its incredible old Liu Jiezu's tomb is full of electronic cigarettes. My lord's custom-made 7-level gun body last time has been built, and I brought it to you." As Wang Ye said, he took out a small and exquisite silver box from behind and handed it to Liu Sheng. "My lord, take a look." "So fast?" Liu Sheng was a little surprised and opened the box casually. "I saw that there were 3 gun barrels neatly packed in the box, which were combined. There is also a groove specially left in the box, which is probably used for him to put the gun head. This box is also good. You don't need to bring weapons and bags when you go out in the future." Thinking about it, Liu Sheng took the gun body out of the box. The new gun body presents a beautiful golden color, which is mainly caused by dense gold. The patterns on the body of the gun are more dense and beautiful, not only beautiful, but also increase a part of the grip. Liu Sheng tried to probe in with his mental power. Both toughness and hardness of the new gun body should far exceed the previous gun body. It's not just an ordinary 7-level gun body, I'm afraid it will be close to 8th level. Liu Sheng was very satisfied, so he simply took out the red crystal dragon pattern and replaced it with a new gun body. The replaced old gun body and the severely worn Wujian knife wheel were handed over to Wang Yat. Help me recover these 2 weapons, plus the mithril mines outside, I will build another weapon. Yes. Wang Yat nodded, without any nonsense, he simply agreed. Afterwards, Liu Sheng chatted with him for a few more words, and Tianye got up to leave. I'll send you the blueprint later, you've been bothered. My lord, you are welcome. Li Dai, see off Colonel Wang. Liu Sheng greeted Li Dai to see off the guests, and he took the brand new red crystal dragon pattern to the martial arts training room upstairs to cultivate his gun sense. Li Dai kept sending Wang Ye out of the gate of the manor before stopping. Please go back. Wang Ye nodded to Li Dai, and couldn't help but said to her with a little emotion, you are very lucky to meet a master like Mr. Liu. Work hard, and don't let down Master lose trust in you. In the future, there may not be opportunities to make a difference. Li Dai nodded, but did not speak. Wang Ye got into the military vehicle and beckoned people to leave. Li Dai turned around and prepared to leave when Wang Ye and his party drove away. Just then, someone called her name. Li Dai. Li Dai turned her head and saw a middle-aged man in military uniform with narrowed eyes coming out of the corner of the manor's outer wall. Who are you? Li Dai looked at him and asked blankly. The middle-aged man in the military uniform smiled, and said in a low voice, I am an old comrade in arms of your parents, and I ran past you by 0.1 when I was young? Are you interested? 2 sentences. Li Dai's eyes flickered, and she subconsciously looked into the manor. Just in time to see Liu Sheng's startled figure in the martial arts training room on the 2nd floor. After a moment of hesitation, he finally nodded. Good. Good. Liu Sheng shook his hand casually, watching the red crystal dragon pattern blooming in the air like fireworks, his face showed satisfaction. The cold weapons made of dense gold and dense silver are indeed very different. With this 7-level spear in hand, my combat effectiveness can be increased by at least 30%. 30%. For Liu Sheng's current strength, it was already a terrifying value. Looking forward to the inner wheel knife. Liu Sheng has already sent the drawing of the inner wheel knife to Wang Yat. The construction of the inner wheel knife is much more complicated than that of the red crystal dragon pattern gun body, and the waiting time is estimated to be a little longer this time. It probably won't take more than a month. With the inner wheel knife, you won't get bloody hands every time, and it's troublesome to wipe. Although the body of the indestructible stellar body is tyrannical, combined with the killing method, it is not inferior to a 7th level cold weapon. But you can't always use the palm instead of the knife. That would make me look too cruel and demeanor. 292 I, Dong Shenji, are here, what did Dong Qingxiu confess to you? 1. After Liu Sheng familiarized himself with the new red crystal dragon pattern, he went downstairs to eat. When eating, I also hold the new gun body in one hand, in order to cultivate the gun feeling as soon as possible. Li Diahao was at the table, waiting for Liu Sheng to finish eating, then she approached cautiously and said, My lord, I would like to take 2 hours off this afternoon to go out. Liu Sheng wiped his mouth with a hot towel, and asked casually, What's the matter? Li Dai is an orphan of a martyr in the military. He has no relatives or friends. He usually stays in the manor and hardly goes out. It is very rare to ask for leave, Liu Sheng also asked curiously. My parents' old comrade in arms, invite me to have a meal together. Oh. Liu Sheng suddenly realized that Li Dai was talking with a middle-aged officer at the door just now because of his mental strength. Go ahead, tell me what you need. Don't be in a hurry to come back, it's rare to go out,
just play for a while. Lu Sheng still sympathized with Li Dai. This girl is soft on the outside and strong on the inside, and she speaks and does things well behaved and decent, which makes people feel good. Thank you, my lord. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered something, and said, you go back and inform the back kitchen that I may invite friends to my house as guests in 2 days, and let them prepare a table of wine and food at that time. Yes. Lu Sheng thought of it while eating. The last time I let Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun's pigeons go, I felt very sorry. He simply invited the two of them to have a meal at home, and the cooking skills of the manor were much better than those of the restaurants outside. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to make an appointment with 2 people. Qin Shaojun can say that Dong Qingxiu doesn't know if she will come, and she doesn't know if the anger last time has subsided. East, 3rd War Zone. Dong Qingxiu stood at the gate of the airport in the 3rd War Zone, looking at the military fighter planes that rose and fell from time to time with a calm expression, as if she was waiting for someone. Dong Qingxiu is still in military uniform today. Against the backdrop of the dark blue military uniform, her skin is more than snow. The black leather belt stretches out his chest lightly, and the 2 legs that are stepping on the alloy boots are also straight and long. The near-perfect body proportions, coupled with exquisite facial features, and demeanor as cold as clear snow in distant mountains, really attracted the attention of many officers. So far, Dong Qingxiu has sent away at least 7 waves of people who came up to strike up a conversation, including 2 grandmasters. Now, the 8th wave is coming to her. This is a masculine-looking man in his 40s, quite handsome. Surrounded by several people wearing general uniforms, she walked to Dong Qingxiu calmly. Which theater? Which division? The handsome man opened his mouth, and the 7 golden stars on his shoulders were shining brightly in the sunlight. His body is filled with the aura of a superior and strong man, and his gestures exude indescribable calmness and confidence. General of 7 stars. In Zhang Star area, he has this capital. Dong Qingxiu gave a military salute, and calmly said, 9th War Zone, 1182 Division Lieutenant General Yu Fei's Senior Colonel Dong Qingxiu Zongjin Head. The 9th Theater. The handsome man's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, I don't know Yu Fei, but I know General Su Xian of your 9th War Zone. Come have dinner with me tonight, and I will invite Su Xian to come too. Feel sorry. Dong Qingxiu shook her head, said neither humble nor overbearing, I'm waiting for someone, I already have an appointment tonight, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. The handsome man frowned slightly, and said in a command tone that could not be refused, push it off. I can't push it away. Dong Qingxiu shook her head, the other party will be very angry if you miss the appointment. The handsome man sneered, his aura spread out, and even the air was suppressed a bit. Then let him come together. I'm very interested. In the 3rd War Zone, who will be angry with more serious consequences than me? Dong Qingxiu still wanted to say something. At this moment, a flat voice sounded behind several people. Then let you see it with your own eyes. The handsome man turned around abruptly, but his pupils shrank slightly in the next second. I saw a big white and slender hand grabbing towards his face. Boom! The aura belonging to the top class exploded without hesitation, the blood was like a sea, the smoke was like a pillar, and a small hot sun seemed to bloom at the gate of the airport. After a few seconds, this sun is extinguished by life. The handsome man was pinched tightly around the neck by an arm, and lifted like a chicken. The several Grandmaster Generals who had surrounded him before all turned pale and looked at the sudden figure in front of them in horror. This is a young man with shawl and long hair, dressed in simple casual clothes. His appearance is not handsome, but his eyes are clear and bright, making people unforgettable. His figure is not stalwart, but it is such a body that looks almost thin, in the time of just meeting each other. An incomparable and terrifying power erupted in an instant, pinching the top 10 figures in the 3rd War Zone star list in his hands like pinching a chick, as if he were playing.
I want to fuck my sister, hee hee. The long-haired young man smiled, looked at the handsome man in his hand, and said in a joking tone, "You must pass the test of my uncle." As he spoke, he threw the handsome man far away like throwing out trash. "Who are you?" The handsome man clutched his blue and purple neck, slowly got up from the ground, and stared at the long-haired youth with a shocked expression. "Who I am?" The long-haired youth muttered a word. Then slowly raised his head and opened his arms. An indescribably huge aura spread out from him. Spreading all around, spreading. Seemingly endless, it enveloped the entire airport, and the roar of fighter planes in the distance seemed to be covered by this invisible aura and faded away. All the people in this area were startled by this aura, stood up with moved expressions, and all looked this way. The body of the long-haired youth is suspended, and his feet step on the void, as if stepping on the ground. Step by step, he walked up to a height of 7 or 8 meters, lowered his head, and looked down at everyone below. His posture. It's like the return of the king. Preach it. Tell all the masters in the eastern military region. The long-haired man said word by word, "I, Dong Shenji, are here." Dong Qingxiu went to the third theater to pick up people. Clean bar, melodious blues music, Lu Sheng and Su Tejun sitting in front of a long tomb. There is a glass of amber-colored spirits in front of the two of them, and they are chatting. Yeah, so it's a coincidence. Qin Shaojun drank the spirits in his glass and turned to greet the bartender, "Please bring me another glass." "Oh no, bring a few more bottles. He is responsible for paying the bill." As he spoke, he pointed to Lu Sheng in front of him. Lu Sheng didn't care too much, he just frowned and said, "Instructor Dong has a friend coming to the military region? Do you still need her to pick him up in person?" "Not friends, but relatives." Qin Shaojun opened the drink that had just been delivered, thanked the bartender, and happily filled it up for himself. "Her brother, a half-brother. His name is Dong Shenji." "Big brother. Dong Shenji." Lu Sheng blinked. It was the first time he had heard of Dong Qingxiu's big brother. But having said that, it seems that he has never checked Dong Qingxiu's personal information carefully. "Right." Qin Shaojun drank another glass of wine, smacked his lips contentedly, and continued, "This Dong Shenji is amazing, just like you. He is both a monster-level martial artist. It is the third closed disciple of the Chaos Wu Sheng, and it is said that he is also the youngest and the most favored by the Chao Wu Sheng. Before the age of 40, the reputation is not obvious, after the age of 40. Qin Shaojun paused, and said, looking at his visit to the eastern military region this time, "I'm afraid he is going to be a blockbuster." Heir of the martial sage. Lu Sheng nodded, "It's really remarkable." Qin Shaojun glanced at him, curled his lips and said, "Looking at your appearance 777, I don't think it's that great." "Is it so obvious?" Lu Sheng touched his cheek and said in surprise. "Hey, I know that at a young age, your fighting power has reached 12 stars, your talent is like a dragon, and you are proud of your youth. But Lu Sheng, let me tell you, you must not be careless." Qin Shaojun said solemnly, "Dong Shenji is really not an ordinary person, the successor of Wu Sheng is not as simple as you think. Moreover, Dong Qingxiu also has a big brother. His name is Dong Potion, and he is currently in the Central Military Region, ranking first in the Central Military Region's General Star list, with a combat power as high as 27 stars, nicknamed Central Eastern Emperor. That guy is the scary one on the surface. 27 stars. Think about it, what kind of concept is that? Dong Potion is also Dong Qingxiu's big brother." Lu Sheng was really surprised this time. He had seen news about this person in the newspapers of the military region before, and he was regarded as the most popular candidate for the new general in this military exercise. At that time, he paid a little attention, but he didn't expect that it was Dong Qingxiu's half-brother. "Be nervous."
Qin Shaojun patted Liu Sheng on the shoulder and said, if you want to make love to Dong Qingxiu, you must pass the 2 tests of her big brother. The road ahead is bumpy, young man, take care of yourself. Who said I want to soak in Dong Qingxiu? You are mistaken. Liu Sheng shook his head solemnly. Still pretending to me? Qin Shaojun cried out, Dong Qingxiu doesn't pretend to be with me anymore, what are you covering up like a big man? Liu Sheng was picking up the wine glass in front of him to take a sip. When he heard Qin Shaojun's words, he cracked the wine glass in his hand and smashed it to pieces. What did you just say? What did Dong Qingxiu admit to you? Liu Sheng stood up, leaned forward, and stared fixedly at Qin Shaojun with bright eyes. Take this line of love, if you can't take it lightly, I'm a straight man, and my wife is picked up. 293 If I destroy her 2 big brothers, she will probably turn against me, too. Haha, let's show your stuff. Sample. Qin Shaojun smiled cheerfully, Liu Sheng, your martial arts are indeed strong. But in terms of emotions, you are just a blank sheet of paper, and I can see you clearly at a glance. You're right. Liu Sheng sat down again, and calmly swept aside the glass shards on the table, not shying away from his own weakness. I'm a blank slate. So, what did Instructor Dong admit to you? Qin Shaojun blinked at him, and said with a half-smile, what do you want her to admit? Instructor Qin. It's okay to stop teasing you. Qin Shaojun smiled and said, she is also interested in you. The last time I invited you to dinner, I just wanted to tell you this. Who knows, you still let her go. Well. Only then did Liu Sheng know what he missed last time. But you don't have to worry too much. Based on my understanding of Dong Qingxiu, as long as she decides on something, it is generally difficult to change her mind. It's not a problem for her. Mainly her 2 big brothers, Dong Shenji, and Dong. Qin Shaojun was talking, when suddenly a large group of people came in outside the bar. These people were wearing officers' plain clothes, and they were discussing fiercely as they walked. This Dong Shenji is too strong. On the first day when we came to our eastern military region, we defeated Sun Huanyu, who ranked first in the General Star List, and Ji Sun, who was ranked second in the General Star List. The 2 leading figures of Dongfang Qiyao have been beheaded in succession. Who else in Dongfang can be his opponent? Yes, it is said that he is going to fight all the way through the 4 major military regions to prove his invincibility in martial arts. It is the way to seek sainthood. Invincibility is too exaggerated, there are countless masters in the military region, and some of them are ruled by people. However, it cannot be denied that this Dong Shenji is really strong, not an ordinary person. Liu Sheng and Qin Shaojun were taken aback by the discussion of several people, and they all looked sideways. Qin Shaojun rushed forward, grabbed one of them by the shoulder, and asked, Dude, Dong Shenji has already started to attack. The person captured by Qin Shaojun was also a school officer, and his strength was not much inferior to his. His shoulders shook immediately, and he said displeasedly, which one are you? Qin Shaojun became anxious, turned around and pointed at Liu Sheng who was sitting quietly at the table, and said, I asked for him. He. A group of people subconsciously looked at Liu Sheng. Not long after, someone in the crowd exclaimed, he is the first person on the General Star list of our 9th War Zone, the 12-star General Liu Sheng Liu. Liu Sheng rose like a comet in the 9th War Zone, and his legendary deeds have spread throughout the war zone. Many people know him. A group of school officials immediately ran up to Liu Sheng, saluting in unison. Meet the Admiral. All of them were filled with the excitement and joy of meeting their idols. Liu Sheng glanced at Qin Shaojun, who was triumphantly holding a tiger skin as a banner, and asked in a gesture, tell me about Dong Shenji's news in detail. Yes. 5 minutes later, Liu Sheng and Qin Shaojun sat down facing each other again. Qin Shaojun's face was a little dignified. I still underestimated Dong Shenji's strength. He defeated the number 2 Yao in the east with one move, and Sun Huangyu, the number 1 general in the east, didn't go through 3 moves in his hands. How amazing is this? It's simply terrifying. The Eastern Conference is coming soon. This guy is really a bit arrogant to come to challenge at this juncture. Wushan's signboard is easy to use, and the military region can't do anything about him. Qin Shaojun suddenly thought of something, and suddenly said to Liu Sheng, "You have to be careful, Dong Shenji claims to beat the East, and beat them down one by one according to the leaderboard. Soon it will be your turn. Coupled with Dong Qingxiu's relationship, you will definitely be taken care of." Liu Sheng lowered his head, as if he was thinking about something. He said abruptly, "How is the relationship between Dong Qingxiu and Dong Shenji?" Qin Shaojun was taken aback, and subconsciously said, "What? You want Dong Qingxiu to help you talk to Dong Shenji and skip you?" "Of course not." Liu Sheng frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, "I was thinking, Dong Shenji came to the military region this time, apparently wanting to take the opportunity to challenge the heroes to cultivate his invincible martial arts, which is very important for him to attack the martial arts in the future. And he is Dong Qingxiu's big brother, he is equivalent to my uncle." "Yes, and then?" Qin Shaojun was a little confused. "If he finds me, he will definitely be subdued by me. Before he becomes invincible, he will be scattered by me. The chance of being a martial saint is slim. This is equivalent to breaking his martial career. Cutting off one's martial career is like killing one's parents. Dong Shenji regards me as a life and death enemy, and it will be very difficult for Instructor Dong to be between me and him. In the future, another Dong Pashan will be added. I beat her 2 brothers in succession, the relationship between us may become very stiff in the future." "Why?" Liu Sheng sighed softly and said with emotion, "It's really hard for me." Qin Shaojun stared straight at Liu Sheng, unable to say a word for a long time. After a long time, he gave Liu Sheng a thumbs up. "When it comes to pretending, it's up to you, Liu Sheng. I'm convinced." "Vulnerable." Dong Shenji patted the folds on the clothes lightly. At this time, he was standing at the gate of a manor. Taking Dong Shenji as the location, a track that seemed to be pushed horizontally by a bulldozer, and the soil rolled up, continued to extend into the manor. It was more than 100 meters away and stopped at the broken fountain rockery. A figure lay on his back in the fountain pool, with one hand covering his chest, trying to stand up several times but failed. Dong Shenji turned around, and a group of onlookers moved out of the way one after another. Countless shocked eyes surrounded him, watching him leave calmly. "He's too strong." At a corner several kilometers away from the manor, Dong Qingxiu looked at the figure strolling towards her with a complicated face, her eyes were a little moved. Senior brother Dong Shenji has been hiding the front for 20 years, and this time he is out of the scabbard, it must be amazing in China. Beside Dong Qingxiu, 10 girls with picturesque brows said with smiles. Dong Qingxiu looked at the girl, was silent for a while, and asked, "Miss Lin and my second brother came to the military area this time, there must be something important to do." "Yes." The girl's eyes are clear, her voice is as melodious as a lark's, and her whole body exudes a fresh and refined aura. She and Dong Qingxiu are 2 beauties with completely different styles. If it is said that Dong Qingxiu is like the thin snow in the distant mountains, it is cold and difficult to approach. That girl is the first ray of sunshine in early spring, a kind of light and warmth that is not familiar with worldly affairs and not stained with a speck of dust. I'm doing a research on the genes of alien animals, and I need a lot of experimental samples, so I came with senior brother Dong Shenji. Speaking of which, I have to ask Sister Qingxiu for your help in this matter." Dong Qingxiu's expression changed, and she was about to ask. At this time, Dong Shenji had already walked in front of the 2 of them. The overall strength of the eastern military region is indeed a little weaker.
Dong Shenji said with a flat expression, they are all clubs with no fighting power and no skills. Except for Sun Hao, who is ranked number 1, who can take a look at it a little bit, the others. Don't mention it. Is Sun Huanyu? The refreshing girl corrected from the side. It's the same. Dong Shenji waved his hand indifferently, a person who can't even handle my 3 moves is not worthy of me remembering his name. The girl looked helpless. Oh yes, Sunshine. Dong Shenji suddenly remembered something, and said to Dong Qingxiu, I should have told you in the evening, this time we came to the Eastern Military Region, and we are going to go down to the burrow. I have to ask you, a psychiatrist, for help. Lin Wanwan is the name of a fresh girl. A very common name, like a little white rabbit. But her father's name is like thunder in Longguo. Lin Zhenjiu. Lin Wanwan is the only daughter of Lin Zhenjiu who surpassed Wu Sheng. Which property are you going to? How many floors down? Dong Qingxiu thought for a while and said. Dong Shenji glanced at Lin Wanwan, and said with a smile, naturally, it's a double S-level burrow, the further down the better, the more powerful the genetic samples of the alien beasts are, the more precious they are. Don't underestimate this late study. If it succeeds, the martial arts pattern of the whole world may undergo revolutionary changes. My martial arts opportunity. It fell on her too. Senior brother Dong, you're making fun of me again. Lin Wanwan shook her head. Dong Qingxiu was a little surprised, but didn't say anything, just nodded in response. Okay, no, good Lise, you have to promise me one thing. Dong Shenji smiled and said, you can mention anything you want. You are about to be promoted to the master, I can. That's not it. Dong Qingxiu shook her head, glanced in the direction of the manor in the distance, and said, are you planning to rank the star models one by one according to the east? Yes. Dong Shenji nodded naturally, and said casually, although they are all non-challenging opponents, they are here, so let's warm up and practice. What are you asking this for? Dong Qingxiu took a deep breath and said seriously, then you can skip the 4th one. Dong Shenji's eyes suddenly shot out a strong light, and he thought quickly. It's like searching for relevant memory information in your mind. Soon, Dong Shenji found what he wanted. 9th War Zone, 12-star General Liu Sheng. Dong Shenji's eyes were bright, and he stretched out his hand to move, but without seeing him make any movements, the mithril pendant on Dong Qingxiu's neck had already reached his hand. Is this what he gave you? Dong Shenji's expression seemed to be a smile but not a smile. He took a deep look at Dong Qingxiu, and said, it's very interesting, it's a pure will of martial arts. I suddenly became interested in the 4th place in the general star list. Dong Qingxiu looked expressionlessly at Dong Shenji. Give it back to me, right now. 294 If he can take one of my tricks, he will pass the test. 3. I still have the same bad temper as when I was a child, and I can't take any jokes. Dong Shenji casually threw the mithril pendant back to Dong Qingxiu, and said with a sigh. Dong Qingxiu's expression was cold, she took the pendant and said it seriously. This joke is not funny at all. Dong Shenji's gaze was still on the mithril pendant on Dong Qingxiu's neck, and he said casually, since you mentioned it, I will naturally do what you wish and skip him. But only skip this time. This military exercise is a big competition for the entire military region. Before I go all over the 5 major military regions, the little man you fancy must be able to catch one of my moves, then I will recognize him and not interfere in the affairs between you. Otherwise, no matter how much you value him and like him, it won't work. Do you understand? Dong Shenji's tone was flat, but with an air of determination. Dong Qingxiu did not speak. Dong Shenji didn't care too much, and continued on his own, also, I'm going to pass this test easily. Dong Potion's side is not that simple. Do you still remember that when you were 9 years old, a boy from the Bai family wanted to chase you,
but Dong Potion chased him into someone else's compound, and was almost beaten to death on the spot. Dong Qingxiu's eyes flickered. Dong Shenji reached out and patted her shoulder lightly, and said softly, "Think about it again. After all, not every big brother is as reasonable and gentle as me." Lin Wanwan at the side listened to the conversation between the two, and probably understood what was going on. Sister Qingxiu likes a person, but if this person wants to be with Sister Qingxiu, she must first pass the test of Sister Qingxiu's two big brothers. Anyway, it is very difficult. Lin Wanwan couldn't help feeling sympathetic, took Dong Qingxiu's hand, and whispered, "Sister Qingxiu, don't worry, I will let senior brother Dong secretly release the water." Dong Shenji couldn't laugh or cry. "Lin Wanwan, if you fall in love one day, your boyfriend will be even more sad. Your father is a martial saint, and you have a lot of martial arts masters." Lin Wanwan wrinkled her nose, and said angrily, "My father listens to me, and all senior brothers listen to my father. What do I have to worry about?" Dong Shenji was taken aback, scratched his head, nodded and said, "You seem to be saying that." Several people chatted for a while. Dong Shenji saw someone walking towards this side, and greeted, "Let's go to another theater. In 3 days, we will go through the masters on the Eastern Star list, and we will enter the burrow in 3 days. I didn't find out before." Liu Sheng exited the dream space with a strange expression. He had just looked through Dong Qingxiu's information, and picked up a few people who were close to her by the way. Surprisingly, it was discovered that Dong Qingxiu's two big brothers did not have low evaluations in Curry, the kindling resource. 1 5-star, 1 6-star. Dong Shenji is fine, but Dong Potion is actually a 9th level martial saint. It's just the martial saint more than 100 years later. It's not uncommon to have been stuck in the 8th level Daizong realm for more than 100 years. Being able to get ahead and eventually advance to level 9 can still be called a talent. But even knowing this, Liu Sheng didn't feel any disturbance in his heart. It's just a martial sage. There are too many martial sages produced within 10,000 years of martial arts. The 3 existing martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom are not ranked, J, in the 3,000 years of martial arts, let alone a small Dong Potion. It's Dong Qingxiu's side. Holding the mobile phone, Liu Sheng couldn't help but began to recall all kinds of Dong Qingxiu in his mind. It is a lie to say that he doesn't like Dong Qingxiu. Young Mue. After Liu Sheng's rise in martial arts, as the first top beauty to break into his life, Liu Sheng naturally had some special feelings for Dong Qingxiu in his heart. This feeling is like smoke, but also like a crowd. It's as if, on a sunny afternoon, you are fascinated by the sparrows on the branches outside the window, and suddenly someone knocks on the blackboard and gets up to answer questions. The woman on the podium is wearing a long skirt, her eyebrows and eyes are as beautiful as flowers blooming in summer. She stares at you with anger, and asks you to listen to the class carefully. For a moment, my heart was pounding. Some people say that more than 90% of men in the world had a crush on one of their teachers when they were teenagers. Whether it's a male teacher or a female teacher. Hormones and adoring psychology are at work, quietly planting a seed in the ignorant heart. Of course, the vast majority of seeds die before breaking through the soil. Under the scouring of time, this delicate feeling will dissipate like smoke when you reach out and grab it. Liu Sheng's feelings for Dong Qingxiu are similar. Until the moment he saw Dong Qingxiu's name appear in his spouse column. Some things have changed slightly. The seeds in his heart germinated quietly, even Liu Sheng didn't notice it. When he really noticed, the tender shoots had grown into saplings at some point, growing vigorously. Did it happen? Liu Sheng's expression was a little perplexed, and he muttered to himself. Liu Sheng thought about it, picked up his phone and tried to experiment. He flipped through his contact list, paused for a while with his fingers on the portraits of Zheng Dandan and Yang Yuan, and finally slid over. Those who are not in the spouse column will not be disturbed. Finally, he stopped on He Ling's head portrait. Click on it, think about it, and send a message, are you there? He Lingsu replied quickly, I was just looking to report to you. Recently, Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical. He Lingsu sent a series of texts and data, which made Lu frown straight. Such a thing, can you really marry back home and be a wife? When you don't know how to make a villain, why don't you report to me first? Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and said a sentence, the weather has turned cold recently, keep warm, don't work too hard, your body is more important. Then I turned to the chat history with my mother Zheng Yufen, randomly found a public account Xiaozuowen and transferred it. He Lingsu was silent for a long time. Then 2 messages came. Who are you? Secretly playing with Lu Sheng's mobile phone? Do you know if you find someone else's mobile phone and return it immediately? Warning. Holy. But this way he relaxed. It seems that there is nothing wrong with He Lingsu, just try to maintain a good relationship with her in the future. Make up your mind, quit the chat and forget about it. On the other end of the phone, He Lingsu, who was sitting at his desk and facing a lot of documents and contract reports, stared blankly at the phone. He stared at Lu Sheng's profile picture on the phone screen for a long time. It wasn't until the landline on the desk rang that He Lingsu woke up in a daze, and gently put the phone aside. The whole person returned to his original capable and calm appearance, picked up the phone, and calmly said, hello. The next thing is to wait for Dong Shenji to come to the door. After Lu Sheng made up his mind, he didn't bother anymore, thinking to himself, the big deal is to release the water when the time comes, just use a few more tricks to defeat him. The future uncle, if you don't look up and see you down, you should give him some face. Lu Sheng thought so, but the development of the matter directly exceeded his expectations. 3 days later, Lu Sheng sat on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, gently put down the Eastern Military Region daily in his hand, his face was full of calm. In the past 3 days, the news of Dong Shenji's expansion of the Eastern Military Region has been thoroughly spread. In 3 days, his record of defeating all the top generals in the Eastern Military Region also caused a sensation in the entire military region. Except for a few military masters who were not in the combat zone when they were on missions, almost everyone else was challenged by Dong Shenji. Except for Sun Huanyu, the leader of Eastern Qiyao and number 1 in the general star list, the rest were all defeated by Dong Shenji. The horror of Dong Shenji also enveloped the entire Eastern Star region like a haze. Just as the competition in the Eastern Military Region was just around the corner, the top masters in the Eastern Military Region were picked up one after another, making everyone in the Eastern Military Region feel suffocated, and even the number of people entering Dikeng increased sharply. And Lu Sheng ranked 4th on the list of generals, and he was in the war zone without any missions. But Dong Shenji just didn't come to him. Interesting, this specially skipped me over. At this time, Lu Sheng's mood was quite complicated. On the one hand, this feeling of being slighted and let go made him quite uncomfortable. It seemed that the other party spared him specially. When it really started fighting, I still don't know who pinched whose eggs. On the other hand, being able to eat Dong Qingxiu's soft rice made him feel a little dark. People who haven't personally experienced this feeling of being protected by their own wife will not understand. Never mind. Lu Sheng casually threw the newspaper on the coffee table, thinking about it too. You give face to your sister, and I will give face to my wife. If you don't mess with me, I won't beat you. Ding! At this time, Lu Sheng's communication watch on the table made a reminder sound. Lu Sheng picked it up to check, his eyes were slightly bright. The meritorious harvest of the last entry into the burrow was counted. There are more than 5 million merits. Lu Sheng was a little surprised, he clicked on the details and found out. The military department also counted the evil masters he killed in the meritorious service. Those guys are entrenched in the depths of the cave like cancerous tumors, more dangerous and cruel than strange beasts. Lu Sheng killed these people, which can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people and indirectly saving the lives of many generals. There are more than 5 million meritorious deeds, and there is still 5 million left in the 10 million quota, and there are also the outer wheel knife materials for the prayer wheel knife. Liu Sheng made some calculations, and decided to take advantage of the fact that there were still a few days before the Eastern Military Region competition, and simply enter the burrow again. It's not just for making outer wheel knives, but also for getting married, bride price, and raising a wife and children. All of them need money. Liu Sheng stood up and greeted him calmly, "Li Dai, help me pack my things. I'm going on a mission." A small plot to confirm the relationship is arranged, and Sheng will soon have a wife. 295 Terrible, this woman and number 039's heart is dark. 4. A little cold. Lin Wanwan jumped down from the burrow and stepped on the ground. Wearing a rather thick combat uniform, she couldn't help but put her hand in front of her mouth and let out a sigh of relief, rubbing it vigorously. Dong Shenji and Dong Qingxiu were also dressed similarly, but the clothes on their bodies were much thinner, and they still looked as usual. If you are willing to spend a little more time in martial arts, you won't feel cold when it's just winter. Dong Shenji looked at her helplessly, and said regretfully, "Wu Shenjin, it's just wasted like this. Not everyone wants to pursue martial arts." Lin Wanwan muttered a few words, took out a small golden Buddha from her neck, and rubbed it in her hands. Soon, the little golden Buddha emitted a pale golden light visible to the naked eye. This light happened to envelop Lin Wanwan alone, and it not only dispelled the surrounding black mist, but also seemed to have the effect of isolating the cold air. Lin Wanwan's face soon turned rosy. "It's similar to what that kid gave you, but the value is much higher, and it contains the will of the martial saint." Dong Shenji explained to Dong Qingxiu with a bit of envy in his expression. Dong Qingxiu turned away with a look of disdain. She felt that her mithril pendant was much better than Lin Wanwan's. At this time, the three of them were standing on the first floor of the double 5-level crypt, a downward slope, with a crack in the crypt on the top, and a dark, bottomless crypt underneath. "You mainly help to explore the abyss. I don't need to do anything, I will deal with all the strange beasts." Dong Shenji took the lead to walk into the crypt. Dong Qingxiu nodded slightly, and her mental strength spread. Lin Wanwan, who was covered with a faint golden glow, looked a little excited, and raised her right hand in a charge. "Ga ga go! Catacomb trio, go!" The three of them fell into the black mist. S-level cave. Liu Sheng stood on the top of a huge real estate crack and glanced around. "The last time I entered the burrow was at night, but this time it was during the day, and the look and feel was a little better, with a lot less gloomy smell. In fact, it is the same for Liu Sheng. Fear stems from weakness. When you are strong enough, any ghosts and monsters are false in front of you. One punch can break it. I don't know if the consciousness deep in the cave still exists." Liu Sheng didn't know if that consciousness only existed in the previous crypt, or if it covered every property. He is not afraid of the other party. In the last trial, I already knew that the other party was just a paper tiger. Even if he was much stronger than him, he couldn't do anything to him across the chasm. Liu Sheng was afraid that if he went down by himself, he would cause a riot in the catacombs, and it would be bad if other people were involved. If it really happens, just withdraw as soon as possible. Liu Sheng made up his mind to jump down in front of the real estate crack. Before going down, he took out his phone and took a look. Dong Qingxiu's chat box is blank, and there is no new message. I checked the communication watch again, and it was normal. After thinking about it, Liu Sheng didn't hesitate too much, grabbed the red crystal dragon pattern in his hand, and jumped down in one step. Shua! Like a waterfall of knife light, a huge 7th-level beast freezes and slowly splits into two halves. Dong Shenji put away his saber and stood aside, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Lin Wanwan gave a little cheer, and rushed up quickly, wearing a mask and gloves, fully armed.
Running back and forth between the two halves of the corpses of the alien beasts, he was busy and concentrated, and his feet were wet with blood, so he didn't feel dirty. The root of a warrior's strength is the physical body, and every part of the body is the best weapon. Unlike generals in your military region, we practice cold weapons only to pursue more extreme skills and break the peak of physical functions. If it wasn't for faster advancing speed, I wouldn't even use a knife. Dong Shenji looked at the corpse of the alien beast in front of him, frowned and said, "The blood of these beasts is too dirty." Dong Qingxiu used her mental strength to spread out to detect the surrounding situation, and at the same time skillfully helped Lin Wanwan collect genetic samples, raised her head expressionlessly and said to Dong Shenji, "You can either come to help, or shut up. Nobody here likes to hear your boastful preaching." Dong Shenji's expression froze, he shook his head, and shut up helplessly. Lin Wanwan quickly collected the samples and called the two to continue on the road. Dong Shenji's strength is indeed strong, protecting the two of them all the way down, and any strange beasts encountered on the road are basically solved with one blow. I can't see any pressure and consumption on him, understatement, he doesn't even breathe heavily. This guy. Dong Qingxiu secretly observed Dong Shenji, seeing him strolling in the garden from beginning to end, relaxed and freehand, and couldn't tell what it was like in her heart. It stands to reason that she should be happy to have such a powerful big brother. But Dong Qingxiu couldn't help being irritable when she thought of the test that Liu Sheng might suffer next. If only this guy got hurt in the crypt. Such an idea suddenly popped up in Dong Qingxiu's mind. At this time, she suddenly saw Dong Shenji walking in the front, walking towards a rather hidden chasm. I wanted to subconsciously remind Dong Shenji. However, Dong Qingxiu made a strange mistake and forcibly held back the reminder. She fixed her eyes on Dong Shenji walking towards the chasm. Step by step, getting closer. Just when Dong Shenji was about to hit the basin-sized chasm, Dong Shenji stopped suddenly. Turning his head, he frowned and shouted at Dong Qingxiu, "Qingxiu, why didn't you remind me of the chasm here? If it wasn't for my martial arts intuition, I almost ran into it. I did not see it." Dong Qingxiu looked as usual, walked past him as if nothing had happened, and said casually, "Even if you bump into such a small chasm, you won't die, at most you will be seriously injured." "You?" Dong Shenji was stunned, as if he couldn't believe that these words came from his own sister's mouth. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he could only continue walking forward in a dull mood. In the following journey, Dong Shenji almost bumped into the chasm again and again, and avoided it every time. He almost got hurt once. Dong Qingxiu. No matter how stupid Dong Shenji was, he could sense something was wrong, stared at Dong Qingxiu with a livid face, and said loudly, "You want to kill me, don't you?" Dong Qingxiu said calmly with a calm expression on her face, "I didn't see it." "Fart. Just now, it was clear that you deliberately lured me into it, and you insisted on me going this way." The veins on Dong Shenji's white forehead were throbbing wildly. "Oh yeah? I really didn't see it." Dong Qingxiu didn't show any remorse, and said casually, "I'm sorry. I'll pay attention next time." Terrible, because a stranger. Zero looking for flowers. Dong Shenji looked at Dong Qingxiu who still had a nonchalant expression, and his lips trembled with anger. Lin Wanwan walked past Dong Shenji and gave him a sympathetic look, "Senior brother Dong, take care of yourself. It's horrible. This woman." Dong Shenji shook his head and said, "I haven't married yet, my elbows are turned out. Even my brother dares to go to death, so what will happen in the future? Wan Wan, when you fall in love in the future, don't follow her example. This woman has a dark heart." Lin Wanwan gave him a rather speechless look, and walked away quickly. At this time, the three of them had reached below the 30th floor of the catacombs. There are more and more strange beasts encountered here, and they are becoming more and more powerful. Even the 8th level strange beasts began to appear frequently. As strong as Dong Shenji,
his expression became serious. Mainly, he still had to protect Dong Qingxiu and Lin Wanwan, so the pressure was much greater than being alone. Extreme kill! Dong Shenji slashed out, and the several strange beasts standing in front of the three of them separated like building blocks and collapsed. Just as he was about to take a breath, his expression suddenly changed, and his figure changed rapidly. A touch of grey passed silently across his waist, almost bumping into him. Dong Shenji looked at the battlesuit with a crack, his face became extremely ugly, and he looked directly at someone. Dong Qingxiu, jokes are enough. If you hurt me, none of the three of us can get out. I did not see it. You. I really didn't see it this time. Dong Qingxiu took a step forward, fixed her eyes on the grey chasm that was constantly spewing out black mist, and said solemnly, "This chasm just appeared, and it didn't exist before. I'm in trouble." Dong Qingxiu seemed to have thought of something, her face was a little ugly. Looking back, he saw Dong Shenji looking at him incredulously, and Lin Wanwan looked at him strangely. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Dong Qingxiu frowned. Lin Wanwan said with a complicated expression, "Sister Qingxiu, you just said that you really didn't see it this time, that is to say, you were." Lin Wanwan didn't have the nerve to say the second half of the sentence. Dong Shenji looked shocked, his lips were trembling. My dear sister, this Nima is really my dear sister." Dong Qingxiu's pretty face flushed, and she felt a little embarrassed at the moment with her usual indifferent expression. However, she quickly regained her composure and said seriously, "The problem is serious. The continuous appearance of new chasms in the catacombs is usually a harbinger of imminent riots in the catacombs. We better get out of here ASAP. The double S-level catacomb riot is no joke. But I'm still a few samples away from collecting." Lin Wanwan's expression was a bit perplexed. On the one hand, seeing Dong Qingxiu's serious attitude, she realized the seriousness of the problem, and on the other hand, she was reluctant to leave. In the end, he could only turn his eyes to Dong Shenji for help. Dong Shenji waved his hands casually, looked at Dong Qingxiu with a sneer and said, "It's okay, late night, let's continue." "Dong Qingxiu, I don't believe a word of what you said now." Dong Qingxiu blinked, not knowing what to say for a moment. "Ask for some flowers and monthly tickets, thank you." 296 An uneasy signal, Dong Qingxiu and number 039, S crisis. 1. Shua. The golden stellar energy bloomed, and the red crystal dragon pattern swept out a bloody aura. The figures of the strange beasts standing in front of Liu Sheng suddenly froze, and then separated up and down from the middle position. A quasi-level 8 long spear, combined with the murderous aura bonus of the killing Dao, is also sharp enough. At least it's much better than my bare hands. Liu Sheng took out a transparent tube made of special material from the backpack behind him, and used mental power to collect tissue fluid from several 7th-level beasts and put it into the tube. People who watched the Tiger and Scorpion team did it so many times before, he also watched it. Strangeness. Liu Sheng suddenly reached out and rubbed his brows, frowned and said, "Why do you always feel uneasy?" Since he entered the catacombs, the 3 immortal cells in Yintang Shrine have been beating from time to time, sending him some inexplicable signals. This kind of signal is definitely not groundless, it may be related to myself, or some important people around me. Liu Sheng's face darkened slightly. Martial arts practice will continue to dig out all kinds of incredible mysteries in the treasures of the human body, which are the so-called martial arts supernatural powers. Predicting good and bad luck is a kind of small magic power in martial arts. The effect of this ability 400 on ordinary warriors may only show general martial arts intuition, that is, they have a sharper perception of crises. Avoid stepping into some dangerous places and encounter some powerful and irresistible opponents head-on. As for Liu Sheng's 3 immortal cells, his life level has already surpassed the level of ordinary warriors, and this ability has also been greatly enhanced and magnified.
Not only can it be predicted, but even the future trajectory of the people around it can be roughly controlled. It's a pity that it's too vague, and I can't find the specific source at all. Liu Sheng was a little helpless, and tapped his eyebrows lightly. It's like smashing the casing of the TV when the TV signal is bad, trying to use this method to make the signal transmitted by the main persimmon cells clearer. Liu Sheng didn't know whether it was himself or an important person around him who had a crisis. There are quite a lot of people he values in his heart, his parents, his younger sister Liu Qinghe, Dong Qingxiu, Qin Shaojun, Lu Kaiming, Lin Ziyi. It would take a lot of effort to check one by one. The signal in the key cave is weak, and the mobile phone calls cannot be made, and the transmission of information is extremely difficult. He couldn't even check it out. I hope it's not too far away, otherwise I won't be able to catch up in time. Before the three immortal cells were formed, their strength soared, causing the slight sense of relaxation in Liu Sheng's heart to disappear. If I now have 5, 10, 100, or even more immortal cells, I don't need to rack my brains to guess and check here. Liu Sheng's face darkened slightly, and his feet were extremely fast. He didn't intend to return immediately, because the location of the secret gold mine was not far away, and he thought that he could win the battle quickly. However, the beasts killed on the road didn't bother to collect tissue fluid. Some merit points may be lost because of this, but it doesn't matter so much. Soon, Liu Sheng came to the 30th floor of the burrow, his mental power locked on, and the target dense gold mine was here. Boom! The red crystal dragon pattern turned into a fire dragon and rushed into the stone wall, blasting down large pieces of rubble. Liu Sheng didn't care about attracting strange beasts and evil masters anymore, he just wanted to finish it quickly and go back. When he entered the 30th floor, he had already carefully explored the cave with his mental power. Did not feel any consciousness fluctuations. So not every crypt has him, which means that there will be a lot fewer evil masters in this crypt. The black mist rolled up, and a 7th level beast quietly emerged from the black mist, and rushed towards Liu Sheng without making a sound. Clang clang! Liu Sheng's 10 fingers clattered, and his palms formed a knife, making the sound of metal and iron. The body flickered for a moment, and the edge of the palm of his right hand was dripping with blood. And the strange beast that was trying to attack him also separated from its head and fell heavily on the ground. The remaining signs of life caused its body to twitch. During this process, the trapped crystal dragon pattern and the wolf smashed into the stone wall a few times. Finally, the several meter thick rock layer was pierced, revealing large areas of golden color inside. Liu Sheng thought about it, and the coquettish red flame swept over, and began to compress and smelt the dense gold ore with the help of mental power. At this time, a new beast was attracted by the sound. Gradually, at Liu Sheng's feet, the compressed and smelted dense gold nuggets and the dead beasts piled up higher and higher. Everything seems to be in order. Boom! A huge roar came from afar, echoing in the empty crypt. Several people who were squatting on the corpse of the alien animal to collect tissue fluid raised their heads together and looked in the direction of the sound. What sound? Several people looked at each other, and they all saw a strong look of surprise in each other's eyes. Is it a strange beast in the cave, or a human? Have no idea. Go and have a look. The people in the team quickly reached a consensus, quickly collected the loot, and rushed to the doctor in the direction of the voice. Boom! With a dark green skin, horns on the top of the head, and 12 claws, the beast, which was more than 10 meters long, flew upside down and slammed into the wall fiercely. It sinks in deeply, sputtering, and doesn't stop until the rest of the energy is exhausted. If someone is here, they must be moved and exclaimed. Because this is a powerful 8th level beast, the twisting force field emanating from its body can even completely disable small nuclear weapons. And it was such a monster that could be called an underground overlord. At this time, its skull was completely shattered, and signs of life were rapidly flowing away from it.
A bronze-colored fist that looked like steel was deeply embedded in its head, almost piercing through it completely, and the inside was even more shattered. It was as if he had been hit head-on by some kind of terrifying shock wave. A figure stood on the chest of this gigantic monster, slowly pulling out its own arm from a mass of muddy bone, shoulder, and flesh. There is a huge gap in size between him and the 8th level beast in front of him, but he has the ferocious temperament of a predator at a higher end of the food chain. Dong Shenji. The man with a mountain-like back slowly said the name, and there was a faint sense of unwillingness on his cold face. Why, he can be so strong? It seems that the power is not much stronger than me. But I can't even take one of his moves? Why? The man stood on the corpse of the 8th level beast and thought for a long time. He frowned, and the aura around him fluctuated like water waves. Even the surrounding black mist was hard to get close to. He was pushed out far away, forming a vacuum around the man. Boom! At this time, a distant roar came. Interrupt a man's thoughts. The man glanced in the direction where the voice came from, and then retracted his gaze, lifeless and emotional. He began to dissect the corpse of the 8th level beast, and collected various tissue fluids he needed from it. During this process, the roaring sound kept coming, and even the frequency became higher and higher. When the man collected the last part of tissue fluid, he finally stood facing the direction of the sound. What a nuisance! There was a trace of irritability suppressed between his brows, as if there was a lot of resentment, depression, and irritability that had nowhere to vent. Boom! There was another burst of voices, finally wearing away the man's last bit of patience. The man took a deep breath, and punched in the direction of the sound like a gangster. You're messing with me, I'm in a bad mood. You're out of luck. Boom! Another red crystal dragon pattern spear bombarded and shook, and there were large areas of stones and dense gold mines under it. The distribution of mithril ore and mithril ore is somewhat different. The dense gold deposits are very sparse, and there is a piece of stone mixed in with the large pieces of stone. This caused Liu Sheng's excavation progress to be quite slow. The immortal cells in the center of the eyebrows continuously sent bursts of inexplicable messages, plus those 7th level or 8th level strange beasts that kept coming to add to the obstruction. It made Liu Sheng feel more anxious and irritable. Boom! A strange beast with a size of more than 10 meters and obviously entered the ranks of the 8th rank was swept away by Liu Sheng's mental power before it approached, and it was thrown directly into the cave not far away. At the beginning, Liu Sheng hunted and killed the alien beasts that came after hearing the news. Later, more and more stones were brought out from the dense gold mine, and the space occupied by the corpses of the alien beasts became larger and larger, so he simply stopped doing it. How many alien beasts came were all thrown into the abyss more than 10 meters away, but 0.4 saved a lot of trouble. Dig a little more, almost. Liu Sheng looked at the dense gold nuggets that were piling up into a hill in front of him, and thought in his heart that there were not too many, so he could consider leaving. The total amount is certainly not as much as the mithril last time, but this time he came alone and did not bring the tiger and scorpion team as coolies. The total amount of things that can be carried by mental power can't be too much, because most of the exploration needs to be allocated. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. He counted the dense gold he had collected so far, and it was enough to just build an outer wheel knife, and he will come to get it next time. The main reason is that the inexplicable signal sent by the immortal cells made him uneasy. It was similar to the feeling that the heart suddenly tightened when watching the vase fall in front of my eyes and was about to shatter into pieces. Someone important to me is about to face a crisis. It is the meaning of this signal conveyed to him. No more. Liu Sheng gave up the idea of digging for the last time, mentally rolled up the dense gold mine on the ground, and prepared to leave. At this moment, several figures appeared in front of him one after another. The first person saw the golden dense gold mines floating around Liu Sheng, his eyes lit up, and his breathing became a little short. Mid-gold. A lot of me gold. He found a dense gold mine. 297 destroyed, I and number 039, am tired. 2. There are a total of 5 people in this General Star team that appeared out of nowhere. At this time, all 5 people's attention was attracted by the dense gold nuggets around Liu Sheng, their eyes were hot and ready to move. It reminded Liu Sheng of the stray cats and dogs in his half-neighborhood with him when he brought home food in his previous life. Liu Sheng was very clear about their thoughts, and calmly said, "The rest is for you, make way." He was anxious and had no intention of getting entangled with these people, so he simply gave up the unfinished dense gold vein behind. Anyway, he couldn't take the rest with him. Brother, just kidding. The leader of the team, a middle-aged man with a well-proportioned body but a long horse face, took a step forward, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and there were subtle rustling sounds coming from the tumbling black mist. He laughed and said, "You have made such a big commotion in mining that you have attracted an unknown number of strange beasts. How can we dig out the rest? Why not?" The man put his gaze on the dense gold nuggets all over Liu Sheng's body, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and said with a smirk, "Give us a share of what you have in your hand, so everyone can go out together as soon as possible." As the horse-faced man said, several team members following him took a step forward in a tacit understanding. It formed a fan shape, blocking Liu Sheng's way back. The meaning of threat is self-evident. "What did you say? I didn't catch it." With a calm face, Liu Sheng took a step forward, "Say it again." When Liu Sheng took this step, the men in the horse-faced men's team felt their hearts were being stepped on by something, and they beat hard and tightened. But it didn't wait for their reaction. 02 Boom! A gigantic beast with a size of 7 or 8 meters flew out of the black mist whimpering, hit the ground heavily, struggled twice, and gradually became cold. Immediately afterwards, the black mist next to it broke open to both sides. A tall and burly body like a mountain strode into the arena. "Just now you were beating, making the sound." The burly man scanned the audience with tiger eyes, his eyes stopped for a while at the position of the dense gold mine, and his pupils shrank slightly. Then it returned to normal, and finally landed on Liu Sheng, who spoke coldly. The appearance of the burly man made the faces of the horse-faced men's team suddenly change, and they almost subconsciously took 2 steps back. Taking a deep breath, he said a name with emotion, "Ji Sun." The burly man swept across the horse-faced man with his cold gaze, and said expressionlessly, "Do you recognize me?" The horse-faced man smiled a little forcefully. "My lord, you are joking. Ranked second in the general list, how many people in the entire eastern military region don't know you? Then do you recognize me?" A sudden voice sounded, and several people followed the prestige and saw Liu Sheng's handsome face with slightly frowning frowns. "R." The horse-faced man twitched the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh, but he always felt that Liu Sheng looked familiar, so he didn't say the words "What are you? You are worthy of being compared with Ji Sun. I don't know who you are, and I don't need to know who you are. I only know that you just quarreled with me, and it happened that I was in a bad mood." The burly man twisted his neck, and his body made a crisp sound of cracking. There were bursts of roaring sounds of strange beasts coming from all directions behind him, but he didn't care. Just like the unafraid Arhat King Kong in hell, there was an inexplicably powerful force emanating from his body. Either keep all the secret gold mines, or let's just stay with everyone. The burly man's body stretched out completely, his eyes fell on Liu Sheng, and he said calmly. The horse-faced man took a few steps back at the right time, with a bit of respect in his posture, as if he had purposely made room for a large enough stage for the burly man. "Never mind." The horse-faced man waved his hands at the team and said helplessly, "Let's watch Master Ji Sun's performance next. I hope you can save some soup for us to drink." The rest of the horse-faced men's team nodded knowingly. The way out of the burrow was blocked by burly men and the horse-faced squad, and strange beasts swarmed under the property. For a while, Liu Sheng, who stood alone in the same place, seemed to be a shackle. There is no way to go to heaven, and no way to go to earth. A large swath of black mist rolled over, as if it would soon engulf him. Boom! The dense gold nuggets suspended around Liu Sheng's body fell to the ground one by one. The burly man looked indifferent, but the horse-faced man couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, this kid is still smart, after all. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Liu Sheng. You people, are your martial arts intuitions just for display? Liu Sheng rubbed the center of his eyebrows with his fingers, trying to calm down the beating signal. Why can't you feel it? Liu Sheng raised his head and looked at the people in front of him with a very puzzled look. His eyes flickered continuously, as if something was about to break out of the cocoon. I'm really anxious and irritable right now. The invisible pressure on the field gradually fell, and the tumbling black mist in the air suddenly stopped and became stagnant. The calmness on the burly man's face loosened a little, and the members of the horse-faced team looked around with trepidation. They felt as if an inexplicable danger was approaching rapidly, so close at hand. Why did you choose this time to provoke me? I've clearly tried to give in. After Liu Sheng said the last sentence, he suddenly put down the finger that was pressing between his eyebrows, and let out a long breath. The boredom and anxiety on his face receded like a tide, and he became calm again. The pressure in the air also dissipated, as if everything before was an illusion. The sense of trepidation and uneasiness in the hearts of several people on the field became more and more intense. For some reason, a word suddenly popped up in their minds: the calm before the storm. Next second. Boom! The communication watches on the wrists of the burly man and the horse-faced team all exploded. But before they exclaimed, they saw Liu Sheng, who was not far away, also took off his communication watch casually. Squeeze it into pieces and throw it on the ground. Never mind. Liu Sheng looked at the few people in front of him, and said calmly, since you want to die so much, then I will grant you all. Destroy, I'm tired. The next breath. The ice layer cracked quietly, and a murderous intent erupted from Liu Sheng's body like a mountain roar and a tsunami, and the surrounding black mist of nearly a kilometer spread out and suddenly disappeared. The pupils of the burly man and the horse-faced team shrank sharply, and finally, all expressions changed. We have already penetrated more than 30 layers of the catacomb. Dong Qingxiu stood in front of a grey chasm, staring closely. This chasm just appeared just now. No, we can't go any further. Dong Qingxiu turned around and said with a serious expression. Lin Wanwan had just finished collecting the samples of the alien beast. Seeing Dong Qingxiu like this, she nodded hurriedly. Well, the samples are almost collected. On the other side, Dong Shenji, holding a knife in one hand, looked at the direction of the depths of the cave, as if he was in a trance. Dong Shenji! Senior brother Dong! Senior brother Dong! Dong Qingxiu and Lin Wanwan shouted several times in succession. Dong Shenji turned his head abruptly. The dazed look on his face disappeared for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. What's the matter? I was thinking about something just now, and I didn't pay attention. What did you say to me? Dong Qingxiu frowned, and said, we think we can go back, these layers are constantly discovering new chasms. It turns out that the catacomb riot you mentioned didn't happen. But I always feel that something is wrong. Okay, Dong Qingxiu. Before Dong Qingxiu could finish speaking, Dong Shenji interrupted indifferently, your task only needs to be to find the way. I will naturally solve the strange beasts and so on. Who do you think you are? Don't use your mere 6th level martial arts vision to guess my strength limit, okay? Even if a catacomb riot does happen, I am absolutely sure that I can take you out. Dong Qingxiu stared fixedly at Dong Shenji in front of her for a long time, then calmly nodded and said, okay, I see. After speaking, he turned and walked aside. Lin Wan took 2 steps forward in the evening, tugged at Dong Shenji's sleeve, and said in a low voice, Senior brother Dong, you speak too badly,
sister-in-law Lei just worried that we would be in danger. If she was really worried, she wouldn't treat me like that before, hey. Dong Shenji sneered, and turned to Lin Wanwan and said, the samples of the 8th level alien beasts should be a little worse, keep walking down, and go back when you have collected enough. Lin Wanwan opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Dong Shenji had already stepped into the black mist leading to the lower floor of the crypt with his knife in hand. Lin Wanwan had no choice but to follow closely. Seeing the silent Dong Qingxiu on the road, she couldn't help but stepped forward to comfort her. Sister Qingxiu, don't be angry, senior brother Dong didn't mean that. I am not angry. Dong Qingxiu shook her head, we are brothers and sisters since childhood, how can I take this matter to heart? I just think. Dong Qingxiu suddenly stopped, looked at the back of Dong Shenji who was drifting away, narrowed her eyes and said, Wan Wan, don't you think? Dong Shenji seems to be a little bit wrong. Lin Wanwan was taken aback, what's wrong? Dong Qingxiu touched the center of her eyebrows with her index finger, and her mental power turned into invisible water waves that quickly cut open. When he first entered the crypt, he wouldn't be more than 5 meters away from us. Now it is the 34th floor of the catacombs, 10 times more dangerous than when it was first entered. We are more than 500 meters away from him now, and he doesn't even notice. I mean. Dong Qingxiu took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, she looked at the darkness ahead, and said in a calm voice, Dong Shenji, it seems. I want to go all the way down, enter deepest cavern. Well. 298 Remember my face, you must be afraid of me next time. 3. Call. The wind blows from the ground. Liu Sheng took a step forward, and this step directly spanned the entire distance between him and the burly man. His movements were not too fast, and everyone could see them clearly. Or it has almost reached another extreme. Under this extreme, time seems to be stretched infinitely. The air was made into a viscous liquid, and was pulled by Liu Sheng's figure to form clear and transparent ripples. The black mist 1,000 meters away was pulled and poured in madly, forming a long black cone. The burly man's pupils contracted into needles, and he tried to resist when Liu Sheng's figure was activated. But just as he raised his hand, Liu Sheng's palm was already in front of him. Clang! In the white and slender palm, the 5 fingers are clattering, and the well-trimmed fingertips bloom with the edge of a blade. This hand poked forward, tearing the large force field around the burly man like tearing a piece of fragile paper. Straight forward, the tough battle suits separated silently. Fingertips touched the flesh. The burly man could almost clearly hear the sound of the skin, muscle, and tendons in his chest snapping one by one. Then this hand, like a broken bamboo, went straight in. The seemingly slow process ended in a blink of an eye. In the eyes of others, the burly man seemed to be shot by an arrow and pierced by a gun. Then, boom! The 2 figures disappeared at the same time, and there was a loud noise from the stone wall at the edge of the open space. Several members of the horse-faced men's team turned their heads with stiff necks. I saw a long trace left on the uneven ground, and at the end of the trace, an unfathomable huge pit was left on the stone wall. Along the way, it seemed that a few unlucky beasts were also affected, and they were forced into the huge pit together, causing the beasts beside them to retreat timidly. The men in the horse-faced men's team stared blankly at the huge black pit like a piece of wood. Soon, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from inside. The light in the cave was dim, and they opened their eyes wide, barely seeing a slender and tall figure strolling out. He stepped over the gravel under his feet and walked out of the pothole. Blood was still dripping down on the palm of his naturally drooping right hand. Liu Sheng waved his hand casually, shaking off the flesh and blood mixed between his 5 fingers. Seeing this scene, the 4 men in the horse-faced men's team gasped wildly. A powerful electric current went up their tailbone, piercing through the Tianling cap, and their scalps became numb. Surprised, Ji Sun, who ranked second in the general star list,
was extremely powerful, but he didn't even make a single move in the hands of this unknown mysterious young man, and was directly stabbed in the chest with his bare hands, and his life and death were unknown. If this news gets out, it may cause a sensation in the entire Eastern military region. But it seems that they have no chance. Everyone's communication watches were damaged, they died in the burrow, and they would be eaten up by strange beasts in less than half a day, and no one would know their whereabouts. Even if you know. The eyes of the horse-faced men's team fell on Liu Sheng, and their hearts were full of sadness. For a top master who can instantly kill Ji Sun with his bare hands, how can the military region hold him accountable? Forget it. At this time, Liu Sheng spoke suddenly, and with one sentence, the hearts of the horse-faced team were pulled from hell to heaven. I'm almost out of breath. Hearing these words, several members of the horse-face squad suddenly raised their heads and fixedly looked at Liu Sheng, with expressions of excitement and ecstasy on their faces. Thank you, Big. The man with the horse face was about to step forward to say a few words of thanks, but he felt the wind blowing from the side of his face, and a stinging pain hit him. Immediately behind him, there were several screams of different lengths. The horse-faced man's face was pale, and he touched his own face, only to feel empty and bloody. Liu Sheng casually threw a few bloody ears on the ground, looked at the horse-faced team calmly. Remember my face, next time, you must be afraid of me. Do you understand? Understood. Definitely. Several members of the horse-face team covered half of their cheeks and nodded frantically, their eyes full of horror and horror. Liu Sheng didn't bother to talk nonsense with the few people anymore, he rolled up the dense gold nuggets on the ground with his mental strength, and disappeared into the tunnel of the cave in a flash. The uneasy signal from the immortal cells was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Hey, I still have a soft heart after all. I can't be like Gu Xian, killing people is like mowing grass. Liu Sheng sighed softly, his voice dissipated in the wind. Here, watching Liu Sheng's figure leave, the 4 members of the horse-face team hurriedly rushed up, lying on the ground to retrieve their own ear. It's just a few pieces of ears, and they can be connected back in a short time. I finally remembered who this is. A member of the horse-faced men's team grabbed a piece of ear and grinned at his face, saying, Liu Sheng, who ranks 4th in the general star list, is the top dark horse that has suddenly emerged in the 9th war zone recently. The combat power of 12.5 stars. It turned out to be him. The horse-faced man knew why Liu Sheng looked so familiar, and he said in shock, no wonder I have challenged almost all of the top 10 generals in the Eastern military region, so I just skipped Liu Sheng. He must have known him a long time ago. Dong Shenji defeated Ji Sun with one move, and Liu Sheng also killed Ji Sun with one move. Both of them are powerhouses of the same level. Several people on the field looked moved, this news was too shocking. Who would have thought that there was such a super top expert hidden in their Eastern military region? The haze that belongs to Dong Shenji over our Eastern military region will be broken, and everyone will be excited when they hear the news. Someone said excitedly. At this moment, they didn't even feel shameful and indignant about having one ear cut off. Instead, they admired Liu Sheng even more in their hearts. Captain, that Ji Sun. Go and have a look. It was only then that the horse-faced man remembered what happened to Ji Sun. He led a team of several people carefully approaching the huge pit on the stone wall. It was pitch black in the pit, nothing could be seen, only a pungent smell of blood. Someone stepped out of his pocket and broke a luminous stick, carefully throwing it into the pit. The luminous stick draws a long arc in the pothole and lands a dozen meters away. In other words, Liu Sheng's blow just now blasted Ji Sun into the stone wall to a depth of more than 10 meters. This level of strength can no longer be described as terrifying. Several people felt even more horrified. Suppressing the vibration, he walked in slowly. At the end of the pit, they finally saw a straight figure embedded in the rock. The mighty and invincible Ji Sun is now stuck on the wall like a mural. Behind him was a pool of corpses of alien beasts that had been squeezed into patties, and there was a shocking blood hole in his chest. He could even go through the wound and see the throbbing, slowly bleeding heart inside. The man with the horse face inspected it a little, and said with a complicated expression, that one kept his hand, and his hand was a few inches away, and he wiped his heart. At this time, Ji Sun looked at the rock wall above his head with a blank expression. His eyes were empty, his soul was lost, and there was still a trace of shock and disbelief on his face. He is still alive. But it's like dying. Brother Dong, we can't go any further. Panting, Lin Wanwan ran to Dong Shenji and tugged at his sleeve. Dong Shenji turned a deaf ear to it and continued walking straight down. At this time, Dong Shenji's eyes were blurred and his expression was dazed, as if possessed by a demon. He only knew that Xuezhi was going forward. Wan Wan, get out of the way. Dong Qingxiu's cold voice sounded behind Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan hurriedly moved aside. Dong Qingxiu stood behind Dong Shenji, her beautiful eyes flashed, and dozens of six-edged army thorns shot towards Dong Shenji, making piercing sounds. Ding ding dang dang. The light of the knife was like a waterfall, and all the military stabs were shot down in an instant. Dong Shenji turned around and looked at Dong Qingxiu expressionlessly, his eyes were frighteningly cold. Dong Qingxiu, do you really want to die? Dong Qingxiu looked at Dong Shenji without fear, and said calmly, Dong Shenji, it's time for us to go back. Wan Wan's samples have already been collected long ago. Lin Wanwan next to him nodded hurriedly, Brother Dong, we really should go. I don't want to stay here any longer. The coldness on Dong Shenji's face seemed to loosen a little, but he quickly shook his head again. Go back first. Dong Shenji turned his head to look deep into the cave, where the darkness was surging. I want to go in and see, the innermost location. I feel that something is calling me, and there may be what I have been looking for. Dong Shenji's eyes shot out with a strong light, his expression also became fanatical, and he murmured those few words in his mouth. Extreme martial arts. If you have the ultimate in martial arts, it won't be in the depths of the cave. You are bewitched, Dong Sheng clothes. Dong Qingxiu interrupted his imagination coldly. But Dong Shenji waved his hand, his mood was weak, as if he didn't bother to explain anything to her. He moved his feet and continued to move forward. Dong Shenji! Dong Shenji! Dong Qingxiu yelled twice, but Dong Shenji ignored it. She turned to look at Lin Wanwan, and shook her head helplessly, he's crazy. At this moment, Lin Wanwan also had a worried expression on her face, looking around in the darkness around her, she panicked and said nervously, Sister Qingxiu, what should we do now? Dong Qingxiu took a deep breath, looked firmly at Dong Shenji's leaving back, gritted her teeth and said, wait, I'll wake him up and bring him back. After finishing speaking, the six-edged army thorns on the ground flew up again, and together with Dong Qingxiu's figure, they shot towards Dong Shenji's back at high speed. 299 Dong Qingxiu and number 039, S death, now I want to requisition this helicopter. 4. Dong Shenji's body trembled slightly, and the invisible force field spread out. Dong Qingxiu's six-edged army thorn stopped 10 centimeters away from Dong Shenji's body, and it was difficult to penetrate an inch. Dong Shenji's top-level bulk strength, once the bulk force field is unfolded, even super-strength sniper bullets can't shoot through it. Dong Qingxiu is a mere 6th-level warrior and a 3rd-level psychiatrist. It would be difficult for her attacks to touch the corner of Dong Shenji's clothes. Dong Qingxiu obviously understood this too. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and the six-edged army stabbed in front of Dong Shenji. The six-sided army pierced through the stone walls on the top and on both sides, and knocked down rolling gravel, which fell on Dong Shenji's way forward. A large amount of rubble piled up, and the road leading to the lower floor of the crypt was gradually blocked, and Dong Shenji's footsteps froze. Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up and she rolled up her sleeves. Sister Qingxiu,
I'll help you. But before she could make a move, a streak of white saber light erupted in the darkness. Boom! Long knife marks ran through the corridor, and the gravel blocking the road was cleared by Dong Shenji with a single knife. Dong Shenji's figure remained unchanged, and he continued to move forward unswervingly. Lin Wanwan just rolled up her sleeves. She was taken aback when she saw this scene, thought for a while, gritted her teeth and shouted, "Senior brother Dong, if you don't come back again, I will go back and tell my father to punish you." Dong Shenji paused, but before Lin Wanwan could be happy, he continued to walk forward. "Do whatever you want, Lin Zhenji's way can only achieve himself, not me. My way, ahead." After listening to Dong Shenji's words in a daze, Lin Wanwan turned her head to look at Dong Qingxiu, and murmured, it's over, brother Dong usually respects my father like a god, but now he can even say such words. He is really crazy. Could it be that we really just watched him go down?" Lin Wanwan glanced at the way back, and there were pairs of blue 357, green or scarlet eyes shining. After Dong Shenji walked away, the strange beasts who had been intimidated by his power before began to move around. "Based on the two of us, we can't go out at all, let alone move rescuers. Is there really no other way?" Lin Wanwan's face turned pale, showing helplessness for the first time, both hands tightly clutching the small golden jade Buddha around her neck, as if only the golden light from the little jade Buddha could give her a little bit of comfort. "There is another way." Dong Qingxiu suddenly spoke. Lin Wanwan subconsciously looked at Dong Qingxiu. Dong Qingxiu's expression moved slightly, as if she was planning something. Finally, she yelled at Dong Shenji's back the title she hadn't called out in more than 10 years, "Second brother." This voice seems to have some kind of magical power, penetrating through layers of barriers. Dong Shenji's body, which was walking firmly and steadily, suddenly trembled, and turned around to look back. "You?" Dong Shenji frowned, and looked at Dong Qingxiu fixedly. With a peaceful expression, Dong Qingxiu called out again, "Second brother." Dong Shenji frowned even tighter, as if he was thinking about something. "Second brother, this place is already deep in the cave. There are many dangers, and the task of surpassing Lin Wanwan, the only daughter of the martial saint, has been completed." Dong Qingxiu seemed to have found the trick, and specially emphasized the words second brother and beyond martial saint, and finally said very seriously, "Second brother, we need you, to escort us back." Dong Qingxiu's words obviously had an effect. Dong Shenji was completely awake. Damn it! Dong Shenji looked at his hands. He should have recalled what he did before. His face was ugly. "Why did I bring you all the way here? What the hell am I doing? It seems that someone has been calling me to the past, and there seems to be something I desperately desire." As Dong Shenji was talking, his expression suddenly became a little dazed, his eyes began to blur, and a faint struggle flashed across his face. Dong Qingxiu's expression tightened, sensing that Dong Shenji's state was not right. She hurriedly stepped forward, and said again, "Second brother." Roar! A huge black shadow more than 10 meters long, like a giant whale suddenly jumping out from the deep sea at night, opened its bloody mouth, and disappeared with a whistling sound. Disappeared with it. There was also the cold and beautiful Dong Qingxiu who stood there before. This scene happened too abruptly and quickly. It was so fast that neither Dong Shenji nor Lin Wanwan could react. When they came back to their senses, the huge beast that swallowed Dong Qingxiu had already submerged into the abyss in the center of the crypt, and completely disappeared in the darkness. Lin Wanwan suddenly covered her mouth with both hands, and her already big eyes instantly opened wider. Both eyes were full of surprise and disbelief, and he was dumbfounded and couldn't say a word. Dong Shenji was also stunned. He stared blankly at the position where Dong Qingxiu had just existed, and slowly stretched out a hand, as if he wanted to grab something. It's a pity that only air is caught. Dong Shenji fell silent suddenly. A moment later,
a roar full of endless regret and anger erupted from the depths of the crypt. "Spit out my sister!" A little white light quietly bloomed, and then rapidly expanded to form a huge white energy circle, and finally exploded with a boom. The white light instantly illuminates the layers of caverns. Immediately afterwards, the entire crypt became restless. Boom! It was as if the sound of something breaking rang in Liu Sheng's mind. He stopped abruptly and stood there for a long time. The three immortal cells between the eyebrows fell silent, no longer sending out signals. Liu Sheng had an extremely strong feeling. At this moment, something very important to him was rapidly leaving him. "Call!" Liu Sheng roared out of the burrow and landed firmly on the ground. With a gloomy expression, he immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed a certain number on the mobile phone. After a few seconds, the call is connected. "Hi, Mom, I'm Xiao Sheng." "A sec. Oh, it's nothing, just make a phone call and come back to ask, is Dad okay?" "Okay, then I'll hang up." "And the second one is the contact father, Liu Dahai. The third one is Liu King He." After confirming that they were all right one by one, Liu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom and Dad are at work, and Liu King He is in class, both are fine." "That is." Liu Sheng continued to rummage through the phone's address book, found Dong Qingxiu's number and dialed it. "Sorry. Shut down." Liu Sheng's face darkened. However, in the military area, it is also common for mobile phones to be turned off, and the signal is not very sensitive in many cases. It's not necessarily an accident. Find another one. But before Liu Sheng could make another call, someone had already called. Caller ID Qin Shaojun. Liu Sheng quickly picked it up. "Hello." Qin Shaojun's restless voice came from the other end of the phone. "Liu Sheng, where are you?" "I am here." Liu Sheng announced his location, and then asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Shaojun's voice lowered, and he hurriedly said, "Come back quickly, something happened." "Something happened to Dong Qingxiu." Boom! Liu Sheng's heart beat violently, and then slowly sank. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm. "What happened?" "Take your time." Qin Shaojun seemed to have calmed down a bit, adjusted his breathing, and said, "It may not be an accident. Didn't Dong Qingxiu follow her brother Dong Shenji these 2 days? Dong Shenji came to the military region this time, in addition to challenging the masters of the military department, he also brought a person with him. Beyond Lin Wanwan, the only daughter of the martial saint. Lin Wanwan wanted to go into the catacombs to collect fresh samples of alien animal genes, so Dong Shenji asked Dong Qingxiu, a spiritualist, to follow him in to help find the way. As a result, the news just came." Qin Shaojun's tone paused, and he said in a low voice, "There was a crack in the double level 5 cave they entered, and a riot broke out." "Riot level? It's the highest level 10. Crack." The special mobile phone casing in Liu Sheng's hand suddenly burst into several long cracks, and even the voice from the mobile phone became rustling. "Hey! Liu Sheng, is your signal not good?" "No." "Which war zone is the double S level cave that Dong Qingxiu and the others entered?" "7th Theater." "Okay, I see, I will rush over now." Liu Sheng hung up the phone with a calm face and stuffed the phone into his pocket. He dispersed his mental power, and soon caught sight of a military helicopter slowly landing a few kilometers behind the property's cracked defense line. A squadron of generals is boarding the plane. Liu Sheng took a deep breath. At the moment when the breath came out, his figure freezes, and the whole person rushes forward like a dream, leaving bubble-like after-images on the wilderness. The distance of more than 10 kilometers is fleeting. Arrive at the defense line, and then cross the defense line. The soldiers standing guard on the defense line didn't notice it in the slightest. Running a few kilometers further, the military helicopter was slowly taking off and was about to fly far away. Liu Sheng took a step forward, and the huge mental power spread out like water waves, supporting Liu Sheng stepping into the sky step by step. It was as if he was stepping on an invisible ladder to the sky, and within a few breaths he reached the position of the helicopter. Jumped in. Inside the military helicopter, the members of the Exploration Star Squad who had just caved in were chatting and bragging in a relaxed manner. Suddenly, a blur appeared in front of their eyes, and a figure had already appeared in front of them. "Who are you?" One stood up abruptly. But in the next second, the entire helicopter cabin was filled with icy killing intent like a mountain roar and a tsunami. The figures of the General Star team members in the cabin were all frozen, as if countless sharp knives were pressed against the skin of their bodies at the same time. His face was pale and motionless, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead in big drops. "I am General of the 9th Theater of the Eastern Military Region, Liu Sheng." Liu Sheng glanced calmly at everyone in the cabin, and said coldly, "Now, I want to requisition this helicopter temporarily. Turn around and take me to the position of the double crypt defense line in the 7th Theater. Ask for some flowers, thank you. 300 I and number 039, am coming, Dong Qingxiu, wait for me." 1. Just now, a double level 5 riot was quelled, and there will be another one immediately. It is still the highest level 10 riot. Yu Xinggai, the commander-in-chief of the 7th War Zone, frowned. His eyes were fixed on the pictures on the big screens in front of him, his face was gloomy, and he was in a bad mood. "Report the current situation to the Marshal immediately. All the divisions in the 9th War Zone send troops to defend each line of defense. Let the Star Team, all on top. Ask for help from the 6th and 8th Theaters." Yu Xinggai issued orders one by one, and the entire military headquarters of the 7th War Zone got busy, and the situation finally stabilized a little. But judging from the on-site defense situation, the situation is still dangerous. 10th level riot, God knows how much damage it will cause. Yu Xinggai rubbed the center of his brows, and asked the adjutant beside him, before the catacombs rioted, how many members of Team General Star were there. The adjutant said in a deep voice, reporting to the commander, "There are at least 8 General Star squads that have not withdrawn from the cave." 8. Yu Xinggai's heart sank fiercely, but before it sank to the bottom, the adjutant's next sentence came again. "Including Lin Wanwan, the only daughter of the martial saint, and Dong Shenji, the 3rd disciple. They didn't come back either." Good. Now Yu Xinggai's heart sank completely. His eyelids twitched. He is no stranger to these 2 names. Over the past few days, Dong Shenji, the disciple of Transcendence, came here to try out the Eastern military, defeated many top generals in the Eastern military region, and greatly swept the face of the Eastern military region. Many Eastern generals like Yu Xinggai gritted their teeth when they mentioned the name Dong Shenji. However, due to the face of Chao Wushan, he can only let him go. Chao Wushan designated the military department as the sharpening ground for his disciples. Even if their military department has opinions, they can only endure it. Who makes the military department's own skills inferior to others, and there is no real platform for the 9th level strong. But it's one thing to dislike it, and it's another thing for Dong Shenji to die in the military. Not to mention that it also includes a jewel in the palm of a transcendent martial artist, a transcendent only daughter. If something happened to the 2 of them in the military region, the consequences would be really serious. The thunder of a martial saint level powerhouse was enraged. "I can't even imagine, God knows what kind of price the military will pay for this. Immediately mobilize the General Star team, go to the cave, find the whereabouts of the 2. Yu Xinggai gritted his teeth and ordered. A 10th level riot in the cracks of the SS real estate is not as good as the destruction of a 9th level martial artist. The adjutant ordered to go down quickly. But not long after, the adjutant came back in a hurry. "What's wrong? Report to the commander, Chen Shenji has come out. Immediately recall the scene." Soon, the satellite surveillance video of the live battle situation of the cracks in the double S-class real estate was presented in front of Yu Xinggai. In the screen, the once peaceful defensive battlefield has been shrouded by the tide of alien beasts and artillery fire. And in this fight, there is a white knife light that rises like a dragon, crisscrossing in all directions, clearing an empty path on the scorching battlefield. In the empty passage, a young man with a knife in his hand walked slowly towards the defense line. Behind the young man, followed closely by a young girl shrouded in golden light, and a dozen General Star members who looked slightly embarrassed. "It's them." Yu Xinggai stared at the screen, and then quickly said, "Take me to the scene." "Yes." 5 minutes later, Xinggai finally saw Dong Sheneng and his party safely out of danger at the battlefield defense line. So far so good. Yu Xinggai heaved a sigh of relief, and let go of the heart that had been hanging all the time. "It's fine." Whether it was Dong Shenji or Lin Wanwan, neither of them was seriously injured. Not only did they come out of the cave safely, but they also brought out 3 teams of generals who were deeply trapped in the cave. Speaking of which, Yuan Xinggai even wanted to thank Dong Shenji. But what happened to them? Yu Xinggai hesitated for a while, and asked the adjutant beside him in a low voice. After Dong Shenji and Lin Wanwan came out of the burrow, they sat on the ground blankly, looking devastated. After all, Lin Wanwan was just a little girl. It was the first time she encountered such a life-and-death crisis, so she was frightened and understandable. But Dong Shenji, this guy is a disciple of the martial saint, a person with a talent like a monster. Is his mind and will so bad? Yu Xinggai didn't believe it. It seems that one of the people who went into the burrow with them died in it and couldn't come back. The adjutant explained in a low voice. Yu Xinggai asked, "Who is the one who didn't come back?" "A colonel officer in the 9th War Zone has a special status, and has some blood relationship with Dong Shenji." When Yu Xinggai heard this, his eyes immediately relaxed. As long as it is not a character in the background, if you die, you will die. There are no immortals on the battlefield. 7th level grandmasters often fall, let alone a small school official. Just as Yu Xinggai was wondering whether he should go up to comfort the two of them, at this moment, a cold voice overwhelmed the sound of fighting and gunfire on the battlefield. Like the power of the sky, like thunder, it rolls over. "Where is Dong Shenji? Where is Dong Shenji?" All the people in this area turned their heads to look subconsciously, including Xinggai. The next moment, their pupils all contracted. "I saw a figure falling rapidly from the sky like a meteor, and smashed heavily in front of everyone with a boom. Collapse. The ground of the defense line poured with pure steel was smashed into a big hole, the ground shook, and the soil rolled up. A figure walked out of the pit slowly. He was a handsome young man with a long gun in his hand, exuding a monstrous vigor all over his body. "Who are you?" Yu Xinggai frowned slightly, just about to ask. The handsome young man glanced at him lightly. The piercing chill surged in the deep and cold eyes, and the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Rao is the general of Yu Xinggai, who has experienced many storms and waves. Under such eyes, his heart trembled slightly, and he subconsciously took half a step back. "Dong Shenji." Liu Sheng's eyes locked on a young man with disheveled hair who was sitting on the ground, looking embarrassed and depressed. The young man looked up at him with blank eyes, as if he had lost his soul. "Where is Dong Qingxiu?" Liu Sheng asked calmly. The name seems to touch something. The long-haired young man and the cute girl with a dull expression all trembled slightly. The eyes of the two focused on him, and the girl's eye circles quickly turned red, and then she couldn't help crying with a wow. Liu Sheng understood. He doesn't ask any more. "You brought Dong Qingxiu in, but you didn't bring her out. You are duty-bound in this matter. Even if you are her big brother." Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and calmly said, "Dong Shenji, don't you want to prove martial arts? When I bring Dong Qingxiu back, I will personally interrupt your martial arts." Liu Sheng's every word was nailed to the ground. After speaking, he turned around and exerted a little force on his feet. Boom! The white air wave visible to the naked eye exploded, and a shallow pit appeared on the ground. 0. Ask for flowers. Liu Sheng's figure flew high like a cannonball, flying towards the direction of the crack in the crypt. When reaching above the property crack, his figure fall hard. In a blink of an eye, he was submerged in the billowing black mist and the tide of alien beasts. Wow! This scene caused many people on the battlefield to exclaim, with incredible expressions on their faces. Who is that man? Is he crazy? 10th level riot in Zhuang's catacombs. It's too late to run. Why did he go in? Looking for death. Madman! The people in this area who witnessed Liu Sheng's initiative to join the cracks in the real estate were all shocked and horrified. Even Dong Shenji, who had been in a daze, was moved. He stood up abruptly and stared at the direction where Liu Sheng disappeared. Lin Wanwan suddenly covered her mouth, opened her eyes wide, and even forgot to cry. Yu Xinggai also took 2 quick steps forward, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He has seen many people who died generously in his life, but he has never been as decisive as Liu Sheng, almost without hesitation. Check it out, who is this general from our east? 0. Who? The strong wind blew past Liu Sheng's ears, blowing the black hair on his forehead. The crack in the real estate is like a big gaping mouth, constantly spewing out foul-smelling black water, quietly waiting for him to take the initiative to feed it. Liu Sheng shocked not only the soldiers on the battlefield, but also attracted the attention of many strange beasts. On the edge of the cracks in the real estate, huge and ferocious beasts stared at him, opened their mouths wide, and roared at him. Pairs of weird and ugly eyes revealed a fierce and violent light, as if they were waiting to completely smash him to pieces in the next second. Liu Sheng's face was extremely calm. He stared at the bottom silently, his figure fell, and then he closed his eyes. He was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Without hesitation, he fell into the crack of the burrow billowing with black smoke. Disappear! A figure kept falling in the dark and lightless crypt, falling. At this time, every floor of the real estate has long been crowded with countless strange beasts. The falling figure caught the attention of those beasts who had fallen into a state of madness. Many strange beasts tried their best to stretch their claws and tentacles, trying to catch the falling figure. It's a pity that the figure fell too fast, and fell into a deeper abyss in a blink of an eye. I don't know how many layers have fallen. The figure finally touched the obstacle on the ground, and landed heavily with a boom. The terrifying impact stirred up waves of earth, and countless strange beasts were thrown out. But more strange beasts rushed forward one after another, flooding that area again in the blink of an eye. After a few breaths, the golden light of the sun burst into bloom. Boom! A larger bombardment wave spread out in all directions. Countless alien beasts were torn apart by this domineering force, their stumps, limbs, and flesh rolled outwards, and the crowded herd of alien beasts was completely empty. A tall and slender figure strode out of the huge pit. Liu Sheng's eyes were shining brightly, he held the red crystal dragon pattern in his hand, and his whole body was shrouded in a light golden sacred light. He is like a torch burning in the dark, illuminating everything around him. I'm here, Dong Qingxiu. Liu Sheng spoke softly to the surrounding dense eyes like waves. Wait for me. Just now, Liu Sheng entered the dream space and quickly inquired about Dong Qingxiu's personal information. Data as usual. Prove. Dong Qingxiu is not dead yet. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.